3 years ago, my life was ruled by the snooze button. Every morning started with a negotiation I always lost. The alarm would shriek. And my first conscious thought wasn't about the day ahead, but about how many more minutes of sleep I could steal. My apartment reflected this state of mind, a graveyard of good intentions, a half-read book on the nightstand, a dusty guitar in the corner, a stack of blank canvases mocking me. I felt stuck in a thick, invisible mud, wanting to move forward to get healthier, to be more creative. But every effort felt like a monumental struggle. I'd try to change everything at once, wake up at 5 a.m., run 5 miles, write 1,000 words, and eat nothing but kale. And every time, I'd fail by day 3, collapsing back into the familiar comfort of inaction, feeling even worse than before. Then, one night, in a moment of quiet desperation, I decided to try something different, something ridiculously small. I promised myself I would do just one thing before going to bed. I would lay out my workout clothes for the next morning. That's it. My running shorts, a t-shirt, my socks, my shoes, all laid out, ready to go. I wasn't committing to running. I wasn't even committing to waking up early. I was just committing to a 2-minute task of arranging fabric. It felt almost pathetic, but it was the only thing I felt capable of doing consistently. The first morning, seeing the clothes there, a tiny switch flipped in my brain. The biggest hurdle, the decision-making, the friction of finding everything was gone. It was just easier to put them on than to ignore them. So I did. And since I was already dressed, I figured I might as well walk to the door. And since I was at the door, I might as well walk for 5 minutes. That 5-minute walk became a 10-minute jog. That jog, over months, became a consistent running habit. But the magic wasn't just in the running. The small win of keeping that one tiny promise to myself gave me a surge of energy and confidence. That energy carried over into my work. The discipline started to leak into other areas. I started tidying my desk for 5 minutes after work. That led to organizing my entire apartment. That clarity of space led to a clarity of mind. I picked up the guitar. I started painting again. Not for hours, but for just 15 minutes at a time. The first morning, seeing the clothes there, a tiny switch flipped in my brain. The biggest hurdle, the decision-making, the friction of finding everything was gone. It was just easier to put them on than to ignore them. So I did. And since I was already dressed, I figured I might as well walk to the door. And since I was at the door, I might as well walk for 5 minutes. That 5-minute walk became a 10-minute jog. That jog, over months, became a consistent running habit. That's the secret hiding in plain sight. The core idea of atomic habits, it's not about the one giant leap you hope to make. It's about the one tiny step you take today. So I have to ask you, what if one tiny change, one ridiculously small action, could do the same for you? Have you ever found yourself standing in front of a mirror, making a promise that this time, things will be different? This is the year you'll finally get fit. Learn that language, write that book, or start that business. You're filled with a surge of motivation, a lightning bolt of inspiration. You buy the gym membership, download the app, open a fresh new document, and for a week, maybe 2, you are unstoppable. You are the hero of your own story. But then, life happens. Motivation, that fiery but fickle friend, starts to fade. One missed workout becomes two. The app notification gets ignored. The blank document becomes a monument to your abandoned ambition. And you're right back where you started. Only now, with an added layer of disappointment. If that story sounds familiar, even painfully so, then I want you to know you're in the right place. And I also want you to know that this is not just another self-help video promising a magical overnight transformation. I know the skepticism you might be feeling right now because I've felt it 1,000 times myself. I've read the books. I've listened to the gurus. I've set the New Year's resolutions. And my bookshelf, both physical and digital, is a graveyard of well-intentioned but ultimately failed attempts at self-improvement. So, what changed? A few years ago, I stumbled upon a book that didn't yell at me to have more willpower or to just do it. It didn't promise to change my life in 30 days. Instead, it whispered a deceptively simple, yet profoundly powerful idea. The book was Atomic Habits by James Clear. And the idea was this: true, long-lasting change doesn't come from one monumental leap, but from the compounding effect of thousands of tiny, almost imperceptible décisions. Clear calls these atomic habits, as in a tiny, fundamental unit of a larger system. He introduced a concept that has since fundamentally rewired how I approach everything: the power of getting just 1% better every single day. Now, 1% sounds like nothing, doesn't it? It's negligible. It's brushing one tooth. It's reading one page. It's doing one push-up. It's easy to dismiss. But let's look at the math. Because the math doesn't lie. If you get 1% better each day for 1 year, you'll end up 37 times better by the time you're done. Conversely, if you get 1% worse each day for a year, you'll decline nearly down to zero. It's the difference between a plane taking off from Los Angeles and heading to New York and a plane whose nose is shifted just a few feet on the runway. At takeoff, the difference is unnoticeable. By the time it crosses the country, one lands in New York City, and the other lands in Washington, D.C. Your daily habits are the runway alignment of your life. This idea was a revelation for me. It shifted my focus away from the distant, intimidating goal on the horizon and onto the single, manageable step I could take right now. It taught me that my problem wasn't me. I wasn't lazy or undisciplined. My problem was my system. I was trying to sprint a marathon. I was trying to build a skyscraper without a blueprint. James Clear provided that blueprint. A simple, elegant, and practical framework for building good habits and breaking bad ones, built on what he calls the 4 laws of behavior change. And that is what this journey we're about to embark on is all about. This isn't going to be a quick 5-minute summary of the book. You can find dozens of those elsewhere. No, we are going to go deep. We will walk through atomic habits together, chapter by chapter, law by law. We will explore the first law: make it obvious. How do we design our environment so that the cues for our good habits are right in front of our faces? Impossible to ignore. We'll discuss the second law: make it attractive. How can we bundle the habits we need to do with the habits we want to do, using temptation to our advantage? Then we will dive into the third law: make it easy. This is about reducing friction. How do we make starting a new habit so ridiculously simple that it's harder not to do it? We'll talk about the 2-minute rule and how it can be a gateway to massive change. And finally, we'll uncover the fourth law: make it satisfying. Human brains are wired for immediate reward. We'll learn how to give ourselves that little hit of satisfaction right after completing a habit, ensuring our brain wants to repeat the loop again and again. But more than just explaining these concepts, I'm going to share with you my own laboratory. I'm going to tell you how I applied these laws in my own life. I'll share the successes, like how I finally built a consistent reading habit that had eluded me for years. I'll share the failures, the tweaks I had to make when a system wasn't working. I'll talk about how I used habit stacking to build a morning routine that doesn't feel like a chore, and how I used a commitment device to finally cut down on mindless social media scrolling. This is about real-world application, not just theory, because I believe the power of atomic habits isn't just in understanding it, but in living it. So, if you're tired of the cycle of starting and stopping, if you're ready to stop betting on willpower and start building reliable systems, then I invite you to join me. Let's set aside the skepticism for a little while and explore, with an open mind, a proven framework for becoming 1% better, day by day. This is our deep dive into atomic habits. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Surprising Power of Tiny Gains. On an ordinary day in 2003, the fate of professional cycling in Great Britain was, to put it mildly, unremarkable. For nearly 100 years, British cyclists had endured a history of mediocrity. Since 1908, they had won just a single gold medal at the Olympic Games. And in the most prestigious race in cycling, the Tour de France, they had fared even worse. In 110 years, no British cyclist had ever won the event. The performance was so underwhelming that one of the top bike manufacturers in Europe refused to sell bikes to the team, fearing it would hurt their sales if other professionals saw the Brits using their gear. This was the landscape when Dave Brailsford was hired as the new performance director for British cycling. What set Brailsford apart was his relentless commitment to a strategy he referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains. This philosophy was simple: the search for a tiny margin of improvement in everything you do. Brailsford believed that if you could break down everything you could think of that goes into riding a bike, and then improve it by just 1%, you would get a significant increase when you put them all together. Brailsford and his coaches began by making small adjustments you might expect from a professional cycling team. They redesigned the bike seats to make them more comfortable and rubbed alcohol on the tires for better grip. They asked riders to wear electrically heated overshorts to maintain ideal muscle temperature while riding, and used biofeedback sensors to monitor how each athlete responded to a particular workout. But they didn't stop there. Brailsford's team continued to find 1% improvements in overlooked and unexpected areas. They tested different types of massage gels to see which one led to the fastest muscle recovery. They hired a surgeon to teach each rider the best way to wash their hands to reduce the chances of catching a cold. They determined the type of pillow and mattress that led to the best night's sleep for each rider. They even painted the inside of the team truck white, which helped them spot little bits of dust that could degrade the performance of the finely tuned bikes. As these and hundreds of other small improvements accumulated, the results came faster than anyone could have imagined. Just 5 years after Brailsford took over, the British cycling team dominated the road and track cycling events at the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games, where they won an astounding 60% of the gold medals available. 4 years later, at the London Olympics, they raised the bar as they set 9 Olympic records and 7 world records. That same year, Bradley Wiggins became the first British cyclist to win the Tour de France. The next year, his teammate Chris Froome won the race, and he would go on to win it again in 2015, 2016, and 2017, giving the British team 5 Tour de France victories in 6 years. During the 10-year span from 2007 to 2017, British cyclists won 178 world championships and 66 Olympic or Paralympic gold medals, and captured 5 Tour de France victories in what is widely regarded as the most successful run in cycling history. How does this happen? How does a team of previously ordinary athletes transform into world champions with tiny changes that, at first glance, would seem to make a modest difference at best? Why do small improvements accumulate into such remarkable results? And how can you replicate this approach in your own life? It is so easy to overestimate the importance of one defining moment and underestimate the value of making small improvements on a daily basis. Too often, we convince ourselves that massive success requires massive action, whether it is losing weight, building a business, writing a book, or achieving any other goal. We put pressure on ourselves to make some earth-shattering improvement that everyone will talk about. Meanwhile, improving by just 1% isn't particularly notable. Sometimes it isn't even noticeable, but it can be far more meaningful. Especially in the long run, the difference a tiny improvement can make over time is astounding. Here's how the math works out. If you can get 1% better each day for 1 year, you'll end up 37 times better by the time you're done. Conversely, if you get 1% worse each day for 1 year, you'll decline down to nearly zero. What starts as a small win or a minor setback accumulates into something much more. Habits are the compound interest of self-improvement. The same way that money multiplies through compound interest, the effects of your habits multiply as you repeat them. They seem to make little difference on any given day, yet the impact they deliver over the months and years can be enormous. It is only when looking back 2, 5, or perhaps 10 years later that the value of good habits and the cost of bad ones become strikingly apparent. This can be a difficult concept to appreciate in daily life. We often dismiss small changes because they don't seem to matter very much in the moment. If you save a little money now, you're still not a millionaire. If you go to the gym for 3 days in a row, you're still out of shape. If you study Mandarin for an hour tonight, you still haven't learned the language. We make a few changes, but the results never seem to come quickly. And so we slide back into our previous routines. Unfortunately, the slow pace of transformation also makes it easy to let a bad habit slide. If you eat an unhealthy meal today, the scale doesn't move much. If you work late tonight and ignore your family, they will forgive you. If you procrastinate on a project today, there will probably be time to finish it later. A single decision is easy to dismiss. But when we repeat 1% errors, day after day, by replicating poor decisions, duplicating tiny mistakes, and rationalizing little excuses, our small choices compound into toxic results. It's the accumulation of many missteps, a 1% decline here and there, that eventually leads to a problem. The impact created by a change in your habits is similar to the effect of shifting the route of an airplane by just a few degrees. Imagine you are flying from Los Angeles to New York City. If a pilot leaving from LAX adjusts the heading just 3.5 degrees south, you will land in Washington, D.C. instead of New York. Such a small change is barely noticeable at takeoff. The nose of the airplane moves just a few feet, but when magnified across the entire United States, you end up hundreds of miles apart. Similarly, a slight change in your daily habits can guide your life to a very different destination. Making a choice that is 1% better or 1% worse seems insignificant in the moment. But over the span of moments that make up a lifetime, these choices determine the difference between who you are and who you could be. Success is the product of daily habits, not once-in-a-lifetime transformations. That said, It doesn't matter how successful or unsuccessful you are right now. What matters is whether your habits are putting you on the path towards success. You should be far more concerned with your current trajectory than with your current results. If you're a millionaire but you spend more than you earn each month, then you're on a bad trajectory. If your spending habits don't change, it's not going to end well. Conversely, if you're broke, but you save a little bit every month, then you're on the path toward financial freedom, even if you're moving slower than you'd like. Your outcomes are a lagging measure of your habits. Your net worth is a lagging measure of your financial habits. Your weight is a lagging measure of your eating habits. Your knowledge is a lagging measure of your learning habits. Your clutter is a lagging measure of your cleaning habits. You get what you repeat. If you want to predict where you'll end up in life, all you have to do is follow the curve of tiny gains or tiny losses, and see how your daily choices will compound 10 or 20 years down the line. Are you spending less than you earn each month? Are you making it to the gym each week? Are you reading books and learning something new each day? It is the tiny battles like these that will define your future self. Time magnifies the margin between success and failure. It will multiply whatever you feed it. Good habits make time your ally. Bad habits make time your enemy. Habits often appear to make no difference until you cross a critical threshold and unlock a new level of performance. In the early and middle stages of any quest, there is often a valley of disappointment. You expect to make progress in a linear fashion, and it's frustrating how ineffective your changes can seem during the first few days, weeks, and even months. It doesn't feel like you are going anywhere. It's a hallmark of any compounding process. The most powerful outcomes are delayed. This is one of the core reasons why it is so hard to build habits that last. People make a few small changes, fail to see a tangible result, and decide to stop. You think, I've been running every day for a month, so why can't I see any change in my body? Once this kind of thinking takes over, it's easy to let good habits fall by the wayside. But in order to make a meaningful difference, habits need to persist long enough to break through this plateau, what I call the Plateau of Latent Potential. If you find yourself struggling to build a good habit or break a bad one, it is not because you have lost your ability to improve. It is often because you have not yet crossed the Plateau of Latent Potential. When you complain about not achieving success despite working hard, it is like complaining about an ice cube not melting when you heated it from 25 to 31 degrees. Your work was not wasted. It is just being stored. All the action happens at 32 degrees. When you finally break through the Plateau of Latent Potential, people will call it an overnight success. The outside world only sees the most dramatic event rather than all the work that preceded it. But you know that it's the work you did long ago when it seemed that you weren't making any progress that makes the leap today possible. All big things come from small beginnings. The seed of every habit is a single, tiny decision. People make a few small changes, fail to see a tangible result, and decide to stop. You think, I've been running every day for a month, so why can't I see any change in my body? Once this kind of thinking takes over, it's easy to let good habits fall by the wayside. But in order to make a meaningful difference, habits need to persist long enough to break through this plateau, what I call the Plateau of Latent Potential. Somber, reflective music starts and fades into the background. Narrator, have you ever felt that sting of frustration? That deep, gnawing disappointment when you've poured your heart and soul into something, only to see nothing? You commit to a new workout routine, showing up every single day, pushing through the soreness and the fatigue. You check the scale after 2 weeks, expecting a reward for your dedication, and the number hasn't moved. Or maybe you've decided to learn a new language. You spend an hour every night drilling flashcards, practicing pronunciation until your tongue feels tied in knots. But when you try to have a simple conversation, the words just won't come. It feels like you've hit a brick wall. This gap, this chasm between the effort we put in and the results we see, is one of the most disheartening experiences in the journey of self-improvement. We expect progress to be linear. We imagine that for every unit of effort we invest, we should get a corresponding unit of return. Visible and immediate, we put in the work today. We want to see the results tomorrow. But reality, as it so often does, operates on a different timeline. The truth is, the most powerful outcomes in life are almost always delayed. This is the central idea of what James Clear calls the Plateau of Latent Potential. Imagine a graph. Your expectation is a straight line, sloping steadily upwards, but the reality of progress looks more like a curve that starts out almost flat, barely rising for a long time. It's during this early, flat period that we exist. In what Clear terms, the valley of disappointment. It's here that our motivation is tested, where our resolve wavers. We look at the tiny, almost imperceptible progress and think, this isn't working. I'm wasting my time. And it is precisely in this valley where most people give up. They quit just before the curve is about to shoot upwards. They abandon the habit right before the breakthrough. To truly understand this phenomenon, let's use one of the most powerful analogies from the book, The Melting Ice Cube. Picture an ice cube sitting on a table in a cold room. The temperature in the room is 25 degrees Fahrenheit, or about negativo 4 degrees Celsius. It's a solid, unyielding block of ice. Now, we begin to slowly raise the temperature in the room. 62 degrees, 72, 82. What happens to the ice cube? Nothing. Externally, it looks exactly the same. We continue. 92 degrees, 3 1 We are pumping energy into this system. We are applying a force for change. But we see no visible result. The ice cube remains stubbornly solid. If you didn't know the physics of a phase transition, you might conclude your efforts were futile. You might think, well, heating this room up is clearly not the way to melt this ice. You've spent all this energy raising the temperature by 6 whole degrees, and for what? Zero change. This is the plateau of latent potential. Your effort is not being wasted, but its effect is being stored. An incredible amount of change is happening beneath the surface. On a molecular level, but it hasn't yet reached the tipping point. And then, the temperature hits 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius. A single 1 degree shift, the same 1 degree shift that seemed to do nothing before. But this time, everything changes. A droplet of water forms. The ice begins to melt. The state change, the breakthrough, has finally occurred. The work done from 26 to 31 degrees wasn't useless. It was the essential, non-negotiable prerequisite for the transformation at 32 degrees. Without all that stored energy, the breakthrough would never happen. This is exactly how our habits work. Every time you choose a salad over a burger, you are raising the temperature by 1 degree. Every time you practice that difficult guitar chord, you are raising the temperature by 1 degree. Every time you write 500 words for your novel, you are raising the temperature by 1 degree. For a long time, you will see nothing. The scale won't move. The chord will still sound clunky. The novel will still feel like a jumbled mess of words. Your effort is being stored. You are building potential. I remember when I first started this YouTube channel, I was filled with passion and a clear vision. I spent weeks learning how to edit videos, how to record audio properly, how to design thumbnails. I meticulously scripted my first few videos, recorded them dozens of times to get them just right, and spent hours editing. I finally hit publish on my first video, my heart pounding with anticipation, and then crickets, a handful of views, mostly from my mom and a few sympathetic friends. I didn't let it deter me. I told myself, this is a long game. I published another video the next week, and another the week after. For 6 months, I stuck to a rigid schedule. Every single week, a new video went up. I was putting in 15 to 20 hours a week on top of my regular job, and my results. My subscriber count crawled along at a snail's pace. I'd get excited if a video broke 100 views. I was deep in the valley of disappointment. The thought of quitting was a constant companion. Nobody is watching. My brain would tell me, you're just screaming into the void. This is a colossal waste of your time and energy. I was at 31 degrees. I was so close to turning off the heat and walking away from the stubbornly solid ice cube that was my channel. I told myself I would give it one more month. I had a video planned about a specific productivity technique I was passionate about. I poured everything I had into it. But I felt a sense of finality. Like this was the last hurrah. I published it and tried not to check the stats. A day later, a friend texted me, "Dude, your video is taking off." I logged in, and my jaw dropped. It had thousands of views, then tens of thousands. Comments were pouring in from people all over the world, thanking me for the advice. Subscribers were flooding in. What happened? Was that one video magically 1,000 times better than the previous 20? No, not at all. That one video was the 32-degree moment. The previous 20 videos were the degrees from 26 to 31. They were my practice. With each one, my storytelling got a little better, my editing a little crisper, my on-camera presence a little more confident. With each one, the YouTube algorithm was learning a little bit more about my channel and who my potential audience was. All that effort, which had seemed to yield no results, was being stored. It had built up so much latent potential that when the right video hit the right audience at the right time, the breakthrough didn't just happen, it exploded. Your efforts are never wasted. Every action you take is building a foundation. The bamboo plant spends its first 5 years underground, building a complex and massive root system, with no visible evidence of growth above the surface. Then, in a period of just 6 weeks, it can shoot up to 90 feet tall. Was the bamboo doing nothing for 5 years? No. It was building the potential required for its explosive growth. So when you feel that frustration creeping in, when you feel you're stuck on that plateau, I want you to remember the ice cube. I want you to remember the bamboo. You are not stuck. You are storing energy. You are building your root system. The work you are doing today is not just for today. It is for the breakthrough that is waiting for you just around the corner. Success is the product of daily habits, not once-in-a-lifetime transformations. The outcome you desire is a lagging measure of the habits you cultivate. Your net worth is a lagging measure of your financial habits. Your weight is a lagging measure of your eating habits. Your knowledge is a lagging measure of your learning habits. Trust the process. Fall in love with the boredom of consistency. Understand that your commitment is being banked. You are at 31 degrees. and the heat is rising. Don't you dare give up now. The melting is about to begin. Music swells slightly and then fades out. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. In this section, we delve into one of James Clear's most foundational and counterintuitive ideas. From Chapter 3, Forget About Goals. Focus on systems instead. For decades, we've been told that the secret to success is setting specific, actionable goals. We're taught to dream big, to aim for the mountaintop, to visualize the finish line. The entire self-help industry seems built on the foundation of goal setting, but Clear argues this is a deeply flawed approach. He suggests that if you want to achieve lasting results, you must shift your focus away from the prize and onto the process. Let's first examine the problems inherent in a goals-first mentality. Clear identifies 4 primary pitfalls. First, and perhaps most surprisingly, winners and losers have the same goals. Think about it. Every athlete who competes in the Olympics wants to win a gold medal. Every candidate applying for a job wants to get it. If successful and unsuccessful people share the same goals, then the goal itself cannot be the thing that differentiates them. The ambition to win a championship is present in every team's locker room at the start of the season. But by the end, only one team is holding the trophy. The goal didn't separate the winner from the losers. Something else did. This simple observation shatters the illusion that wanting something badly enough is the key to achieving it. The second problem is that achieving a goal is only a momentary change. Imagine you have a messy room. Your goal is to clean it. You summon the energy, spend an afternoon sorting, dusting, and vacuuming. And finally, you have a clean room. You've achieved your goal. But what happens next? If you maintain the same sloppy habits that led to the mess in the first place, leaving clothes on the floor, letting papers pile up, you'll soon be looking at another messy room and needing another burst of motivation to clean it. You're treating a symptom without addressing the cause. The goal was the clean room, but the underlying system of habits was left unchanged. This is why people who go on a crash diet to lose 20 pounds often gain it all back. They were fixated on the goal, the number on the scale, but they never built the system of sustainable, healthy eating and exercise. The results are temporary because the process that created them was temporary. Third, goals restrict your happiness. We create an implicit contract with ourselves. Once I reach my goal, then I will be happy. By doing this, we are constantly deferring our own satisfaction. We live in a perpetual state of pre-success failure, always chasing a future version of ourselves who is finally content. The problem is that we are continuously putting happiness off until the next milestone. I'll be happy when I lose 10 pounds. I'll be happy when I get that promotion. I'll be happy when my business hits 6 figures. This creates an either-or conflict. Either you achieve your goal and are successful, or you fail and you are a disappointment. It's an enormous amount of pressure to place on a single outcome. A systems-first mindset, however, allows you to find joy in the process itself. You don't have to wait for the final outcome to feel good about yourself. You can feel successful every single day that you stick to your system. And this leads to the fourth problem. Goals are at odds with long-term progress. What happens after you achieve your goal? For many people, the motivation vanishes. Think of someone who trains for months to run a marathon. The goal of crossing that finish line is a powerful motivator. It gets them out of bed for early morning runs and pushes them through grueling training sessions. But after the race is over, the goal is gone. And very often, so is the habit of running. Without a new race to train for, they stop. The goal was a finite destination. Once reached, the journey ended. This is the source of the yo-yo effect seen in so many areas of life. We push hard for a goal, achieve it, and then revert back to our old ways because the system that got us there was only built to last until the finish line. So, if an intense focus on goals is the problem, what is the solution? The answer lies in building systems. What's the difference? Clear defines it simply. If your goal is the result you want to achieve, your system is the process that leads to those results. If you're a coach, your goal might be to win a championship. Your system is the way you recruit players, manage your assistant coaches, and conduct practice every day. If you're an entrepreneur, your goal might be to build a $1 million business. Your system is how you test product ideas, hire and train your team, and run your marketing campaigns. If you're a writer, your goal is to write a book. Your system is your writing schedule, how you break down chapters, and your process for editing, for example, writing one page every single day. The core argument of this chapter can be summed up in one powerful phrase: you do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. Your goals are your aspirations, your hopes for the future, but your systems are the foundation you stand on. When life gets difficult, when motivation wanes, it's not your lofty goal that will carry you through. It's the strength and consistency of your daily processes. A strong system is what saves you on the days you don't feel like it. Let's return to the marathon runner. A goal-oriented runner focuses on finishing the 2 miles. A system-oriented runner focuses on becoming the type of person who never misses a workout. For the first runner, the race is the finish line. For the second, the race is just another part of their ongoing lifestyle as a runner. Can you see the difference? One is a temporary pursuit. The other is a permanent shift in identity. When you focus on the process rather than the outcome, you empower yourself to take immediate action. The goal of writing a novel is intimidating. It can lead to procrastination and self-doubt. But the system of writing 500 words every morning at 8 a.m. is concrete, manageable, and something you can achieve today. It provides a daily dose of success, and each time you perform the action, you cast a vote for the type of person you want to become, in this case, a writer. These small, daily wins are the bedrock of long-term achievement. The results will come as a natural byproduct of a consistent system. This doesn't mean goals are entirely useless. They are valuable for setting a direction. A goal can provide clarity and tell you where to point your efforts. But after you've chosen your direction, it's far more effective to spend your energy building and refining the system that will get you there. Think of your goal as the rudder of a ship, setting the direction, but the system is the engine, propelling you forward each and every day. A rudder without an engine will leave you adrift. Ultimately, the commitment to the process is what makes the difference. Winners and losers may have the same goal, but winners have a system that allows them to show up, do the work, and make incremental progress day after day, year after year. They fall in love with the boredom of practice, the repetition of the routine. They derive satisfaction not just from the final victory, but from the daily execution of their craft. So, take a moment to reflect. Are your aspirations tied to specific, finite goals, or are you focused on building daily, sustainable systems? The secret to getting results that last is to stop worrying about the finish line and to start falling in love with the process of running the race. Build a system, and the score will take care of itself. Welcome to Chapter 4, The Power of Identity-Based Habits. Many of us When we decide to make a change, focus on what we want to achieve. We set goals. We say, I want to lose 20 pounds. Or, I want to write a novel. These are outcome-based goals. But James Clear argues there is a far more powerful, more fundamental level of change we often ignore. To understand this, we need to look at the 3 layers of behavior change. Imagine 3 concentric circles. Like an onion, the outermost layer is outcomes. This is about what you get. The results: losing weight, publishing a book, winning a championship. Most of the goals you set are associated with this level of change. The next layer in is processes. This is about what you do. Your systems and habits. Implementing a new workout routine at the gym. Developing a daily writing practice. Organizing your desk for better workflow. Most of the habits you build are associated with this level. But at the very core, the innermost layer, is your identity. This level is about what you believe. It's about your self-image, your worldview, and your judgments about yourself and others. True, lasting change, Clear suggests, isn't about the outcome or even the process alone. It's about changing who you believe you are. The problem is, we often try to change from the outside in. We start with the outcome we want. Then we figure out the process to get there. And we hope that our identity will change as a result. For example, I want to be thin outcome. So I will follow this diet process. And hopefully, I'll start seeing myself as a healthy person identity. This approach can work, but it often sets us up for a battle against our own beliefs. The more effective approach is to work from the inside out. Start with your identity. Focus first on who you wish to become. Let's illustrate this with a powerful example. Imagine 2 people who are trying to quit smoking. Someone offers them a cigarette. The first person says, "No thanks. I'm trying to quit." This might sound like a reasonable response, but it reveals something crucial about their identity. They still see themselves as a smoker who is actively trying to resist their nature. They are living in a state of deprivation, forcing themselves to do something that contradicts their current identity. The internal conflict is immense. Now, consider the second person. When offered a cigarette, they simply say, "No thanks. I'm not a smoker." The difference is subtle but profound. This statement is a declaration of a new identity. Smoking is part of their past life, not their current one. It's no longer a part of who they are. They are not resisting an urge. They are simply acting in alignment with their new self-image. There is no internal struggle, because the action of declining a cigarette is what a non-smoker does. This is the heart of the matter. Habits that are rooted in our identity are far more likely to last. Most of the goals you set are associated with this level of change. The next layer in is processes. This is about what you do. Your systems and habits. Implementing a new workout routine at the gym. Developing a daily writing practice. Organizing your desk for better workflow. Most of the habits you build are associated with this level. But at the very core, the innermost layer, is your identity. This level is about what you believe. Every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. When you complete a workout, you cast a vote for being an athletic person. When you practice an instrument, you cast a vote for being a musical person. When you write a page, you cast a vote for being a writer. These small habits might not seem like much in the moment, but they provide evidence of your desired identity. They are the small wins that gradually reshape how you see yourself. The goal is not to be perfect, The goal is simply to cast more votes for your desired identity than against it. Over time, as the evidence accumulates, you begin to believe the new story you are telling yourself. Your self-image changes. So, this brings us to the most important question you can ask yourself. On your journey of self-improvement, who is the type of person you want to become? Forget about the outcomes for a moment. Don't start with, I want to run a marathon. Start with, I want to become a runner. Don't start with, I want to learn the guitar. Start with, I want to become a musician. The process then becomes straightforward. First, decide the type of person you want to be. Second, prove it to yourself with small, consistent wins. If you want to be a writer, the small win is writing 1 paragraph today. That action is a vote. It's a piece of evidence. If you want to be a strong person, the small win is doing 10 push-ups. That, too, is a vote. True behavior change is identity change. The goal is not to read a book. The goal is to become a reader. The goal is not to run a marathon. The goal is to become a runner. The goal is not to learn an instrument. The goal is to become a musician. When you embrace a new identity, your habits naturally follow suit. You become the person you were always meant to be. In our previous discussions, we've explored the profound impact of habits on our results. But now, we delve deeper, to the very core of change identity. True behavior change is identity change. The goal isn't just to read a book, but to become a reader. The goal isn't just to run a marathon, but to become a runner. But how do we actually change who we believe we are? James Clear presents a beautifully simple, yet powerful, 2-step process. Step 1 is to decide the type of person you want to be. This is a critical first move that most people overlook. We get so caught up in what we want to achieve, the outcomes, that we forget to consider who we want to become, the identity. We say, I want to lose weight, instead of, I want to be the type of person who is healthy and active. We say, I want to write a novel, instead of, I want to be a writer. This shift from outcome-based goals to identity-based goals is not merely semantics. It's a fundamental change in your approach. When you focus on your identity, you give yourself a North Star. Your actions are no longer isolated attempts to reach a finish line. They are expressions of who you are. The question is no longer, what do I need to do to lose 20 pounds? Instead, it becomes, what would a healthy person do? A healthy person would likely choose a salad over fries. A healthy person would take the stairs. A writer would write, even when they don't feel inspired. Your identity provides a framework for making decisions, simplifying the path forward. So, take a moment. Don't think about what you want to have. Think about who you want to be. A musician, an athlete, a great parent, a reliable friend. Define that identity first. Once you have your answer, we move to step 2. Prove it to yourself with small wins. This is where the abstract concept of identity becomes tangible reality. Your identity is not something you are born with. It is something you earn. And you earn it through proof. Every action you take is like a vote for the type of person you wish to become. Think about it this way. Every time you practice your instrument, even for just 5 minutes, you are casting a vote for being a musician. Every time you complete a workout, no matter how short, you are casting a vote for being an athlete. Every time you choose to read a chapter instead of scrolling through your phone, you are casting a vote for being a reader. These individual actions, these small wins, might seem insignificant in the moment. One workout won't transform your body. One page of writing won't complete your book. but they are not meant to. Their purpose is to cast a vote. They are evidence. They are a signal to yourself that you are, in fact, this new type of person. James Clear uses a personal and powerful example from his own life. To become a writer, he didn't start by trying to write a book. He started by casting a single vote. His goal was simply to write one sentence each day, just one. This act, small as it was a vote for his new identity. It was a piece of evidence that said, I am a writer. That single vote made it easier to cast another the next day. Soon, one sentence became a paragraph. A paragraph became a page. The votes began to accumulate. And with them, the evidence of his new identity grew stronger. The beauty of this process is its simplicity and its power to overcome inertia. You don't need a surge of motivation to get started. You don't need to change your entire life overnight. You just need to be willing to cast one small vote. Can you do one push-up? You've cast a vote for being someone who exercises. Can you meditate for 60 seconds? You've cast a vote for being a mindful person. Each small win reinforces your desired identity and builds a new feedback loop. The more you prove it to yourself, the more you start to believe it. And the more you believe it, the more naturally you will perform the actions consistent with that identity. This is how real, lasting change happens. It doesn't come from a single, grand decision. It emerges from the accumulation of hundreds and thousands of tiny votes, each one proving to yourself, day after day, who you are truly becoming. Welcome to our exploration of Chapter 6 of Atomic Habits. Think of this chapter as the master blueprint, the key that unlocks the rest of the book. James Clear titles it The 4 Laws of Behavior Change, and it provides the entire framework upon which all the specific strategies are built. If you grasp the concepts in this chapter, you'll understand the core logic of how to build good habits and break bad ones. Before we dive into the laws themselves, we need to understand the engine that drives them, the habit loop. Clear simplifies this into a 4-step model that our brains follow for every single habit. Whether conscious or unconscious, these 4 steps are cue, craving, response, and reward. Let's break them down. First, the cue. A cue is the trigger. It's a bit of information that predicts a reward. Our ancestors paid attention to cues that signaled the location of primary rewards like food, water, and sex. Today, we're surrounded by cues that hint at secondary rewards, like money, fame, power, love, and personal satisfaction. Your phone buzzing on the table is a cue. The smell of coffee brewing is a cue. The time of day can be a cue. It's the initial spark that gets the process started. Second, the craving. Cravings are the motivational force behind every habit. Without a craving, we have no reason to act. What's important to understand is that we don't crave the habit itself. We crave the change in state it delivers. You don't crave smoking a cigarette. You crave the feeling of relief it provides. You don't crave turning on the television. You crave the entertainment and escape it offers. The cue, your phone buzzing, triggers a craving to know the content of the message. The craving is about the desire, not the action. Third, the response. The response is the actual habit you perform. It can be a thought or an action. Picking up your phone to check the message is the response. Drinking that cup of coffee is the response. Whether a response occurs depends on how motivated you are and how much friction is associated with the behavior. If the action requires more physical or mental effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it. Finally, the reward. The reward is the end goal of every habit. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about wanting the reward. And the response is about obtaining the reward. We chase rewards because they serve two purposes. They satisfy us, and they teach us. The reward satisfies your craving. You learn the content of the message, but more importantly, it teaches your brain which actions are worth remembering for the future. The brain is a reward detector. As you go about your life, your sensory nervous system is continuously monitoring which actions satisfy your desires. Feelings of pleasure and disappointment are part of the feedback mechanism that helps your brain distinguish useful actions from useless ones. This feedback loop, cue, craving, response, reward, is what allows habits to form. Now, how do we use this knowledge? This is where James Clear's genius lies. He transforms this psychological loop into a practical, actionable framework. He calls it the 4 laws of behavior change. Each law is a lever that you can pull to influence one of the steps in the habit loop, making it easier to build good habits and harder to continue bad ones. Let's look at how to create a good habit using these 4 laws. The first law is make it obvious. This law corresponds to the cue. If you want to start a new habit, the trigger for it must be clear and visible. We often think we lack motivation when what we really lack is clarity. If you want to remember to take your vitamins every morning, don't leave them in a cabinet. Put the bottle right next to your coffee maker or your toothbrush, something you already use every day. By making the cue obvious, you make it impossible to ignore. The second law is make it attractive. This addresses the craving. The more appealing a habit is, the more likely you are to want to do it. Our brains are wired to pursue activities that release dopamine. You can engineer this by using a strategy called temptation bundling. This is where you pair an action you times want times to do with an action you times need times to do. For example, you only allow yourself to watch your favorite Netflix show while you're on the exercise bike. You start to associate the craving for entertainment with the act of exercising, making the habit more attractive. The third law is make it easy. This targets the response. Human behavior follows the law of least effort. We naturally gravitate toward the option that requires the least amount of work. To build a good habit, you must reduce the friction associated with it. If you want to go for a run in the morning, lay out your running shoes, shorts, and shirt the night before. If you want to eat healthier, chop up vegetables and fruits over the weekend so they are ready to grab during the week. The easier you make it to start, the more likely you will follow through. The fourth law is make it satisfying. This final law is about the reward. For a habit to stick, we need to feel immediately successful. The human brain evolved in an environment of immediate returns. Our ancestors didn't worry about long-term goals like saving for retirement. They focused on immediate problems like finding food and shelter. That's why we often prioritize immediate gratification over long-term payoffs. To make a habit stick, you need an immediate reward. After you finish a task, you could cross it off your to-do list. The small hit of satisfaction from seeing that checkmark reinforces the behavior. This immediate reward closes the habit loop and makes you more likely to repeat the action next time. So, for good habits, the rules are: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. But what about the habits we want to eliminate? For this, Clear gives us the inversion of each law. To break a bad habit, you do the opposite. The first law's inversion is make it invisible. This again targets the cue. It's much easier to avoid temptation than to resist it. If you want to stop eating cookies, get them out of your house. If you spend too much time on your phone, leave it in another room while you work. By removing the cue, the habit often never even starts. The second law's inversion is make it unattractive. This focuses on the craving. You need to reframe your mindset. Highlight the benefits of avoiding the bad habit. If you want to quit smoking, don't think about the relief it brings. Instead, constantly remind yourself that it's destroying your lungs, aging your skin, and draining your bank account. Make the consequences feel real and immediate. By framing the habit in a negative light, you diminish the craving for it. The third law's inversion is make it difficult. This increases the friction for the response. If you want to watch less television, unplug it after each use and put the remote in a drawer in another room. The extra effort required to plug it in and find the remote might be enough to make you reconsider. The more steps you can put between you and the bad habit, the less likely you are to do it. And finally, the fourth law's inversion is make it unsatisfying. This addresses the reward. If a habit has an immediate, painful consequence, you'll be less likely to repeat it. This is where an accountability partner can be incredibly effective. Make a pact with a friend. If you fail to stick to your goal, say, you skip a workout, you have to pay them $20. The immediate pain of losing money makes the act of skipping the gym deeply unsatisfying, which helps break the cycle. So there you have it, the complete framework in a nutshell. To build good habits: 1. Make it obvious. R. Make it attractive. San. Make it easy. S. Make it satisfying. To break bad habits: 1. Make it invisible. R. Make it unattractive. San. Make it difficult. S. Make it unsatisfying. This simple but powerful model is the foundation for everything to come. The third law's inversion is make it difficult. This increases the friction for the response. If you want to watch less television, unplug it after each use and put the remote in a drawer in another room. The extra effort required to plug it in and find the remote might be enough to make you reconsider. The more steps you can put between you and the bad habit, the less likely you are to do it. It seems mundane, almost automatic. But if we look closer, as James Clear teaches us, we can see the entire four-step habit loop playing out in perfect synchrony. It all begins with the cue. For this habit, the cue is waking up. It isn't just the sound of the alarm, be it a jarring buzz or a gentle melody. It's a multisensory trigger. It's the first sliver of gray morning light filtering through the blinds. It's the feeling of consciousness slowly returning to a groggy mind. The weight of the blanket, the cool air on my face as I sit up, my brain, recognizing these familiar signals, understands that the script for morning has begun. This collection of sensory inputs is the starting pistol that fires off the entire sequence immediately following the cue. The second stage kicks in the craving. Now, it's important to understand that my brain isn't just craving a hot, brown liquid. It's craving the state times that the liquid will deliver. It's the craving to feel alert, to shake off the persistent fog of sleep. I crave the clarity and focus that I know will follow. There's also a craving for the ritual itself, the comforting, predictable sequence of actions that bridges the gap between the sleeping self and the productive self. My brain anticipates the feeling of warmth, the rich aroma, and the subsequent mental shift. It's this prediction of a changed state, this desire for the end result, that provides the motivation to act. This craving is the engine of the habit. And that leads us to stage 3, the response. This is the actual habit of making the coffee, Fueled by the craving, I move on autopilot. My feet know the cold floor's path to the kitchen. My hands reach for the cabinet where the beans are kept. There's the satisfying metallic scrape of the scoop digging into the whole beans. Then, the mechanical roar of the grinder, a sound that, for me, is the true start of the day. It's followed by the release of that incredible aroma of freshly ground coffee. A reward in itself. I go through the motions, filling the machine with water, placing the filter, spooning in the grounds. Each step is a small, practice movement, a dance I've done thousands of times. This entire performance, from walking to the kitchen to pressing the brew button, constitutes the response. It's the physical manifestation of the habit, the work you do to obtain the reward. Finally, we arrive at the fourth and final stage, the reward. The coffee maker finishes its gurgling, and I pour the dark, steaming liquid into my favorite mug. The first part of the reward is immediate and sensory. It's the heat of the mug warming my hands. It's the rich, slightly bitter taste on the first sip. It's the aromatic steam that fills my senses. But the ultimate reward, the one that truly satisfies the craving, is the physiological effect of the caffeine. Over the next few minutes, I can literally feel the fog lifting from my brain. My thoughts become sharper. The sleepiness recedes. And I feel capable, alert, and ready to face the day. My brain registers this profound satisfaction. It says, yes, that worked. The response of making coffee successfully satisfied the craving to feel alert. This positive feedback loop tells my brain that the entire sequence, waking up, wanting to be alert, making coffee, and feeling alert, is a process worth remembering and repeating. The reward closes the loop, reinforcing the connection between the cue and the response, making it more likely that the next time I wake up, I will automatically crave and make coffee again. And so, in that simple morning cup, we see the entire elegant architecture of a habit laid bare. The cue of waking up triggers a craving to feel alert, which leads to the response of making coffee, which delivers the reward of taste, warmth, and mental clarity, reinforcing the loop for tomorrow. This is the engine of habit, working silently, powerfully, every single day. Welcome back. We are now entering the heart of the book, Part 2, where we dissect the 4 laws of behavior change. Our journey begins with the very foundation of transformation. The first law, make it obvious. Think for a moment about your daily routine. The alarm buzzes. You roll over. Maybe you grab your phone. Stumble to the bathroom. Brush your teeth. Start the coffee maker. How many of those actions did you consciously decide to perform in that exact sequence? The honest answer for most of us is very few. James Clear opens this section with a powerful truth. Many of our daily habits are so deeply ingrained, so utterly automatic, that they operate completely beneath the surface of our conscious awareness. We function on autopilot. Our brain, in its incredible efficiency, has outsourced these repeated behaviors to our non-conscious mind to free up mental energy for new challenges. This is a brilliant survival mechanism, but it creates a significant problem when we want to change. How can you possibly change a habit that you don't even realize you have? This is why the first and most critical step in changing your behavior isn't about summoning heroic willpower or motivation. It's simply about awareness. You cannot fix a problem you are blind to. This leads us directly to the linchpin of the entire habit loop we've discussed, the cue. Remember the 4 stages: cue, craving, response, Reward. The cue is the genesis. It's the spark that ignites the craving, which drives the response, leading to the reward. It is the very first domino in the chain. Without a cue, the habit never even begins. The problem is that the cues for our most ingrained habits are often invisible to us. They are the subtle shifts in our environment, the fleeting emotions, the specific times of day, or the actions that precede them. We've become so accustomed to them that we no longer see them. They are the water we swim in. To regain control, we must first make the unconscious conscious. We need to make our cues obvious. So, how do we pull these automatic behaviors out from the shadows and into the light? Clear provides a brilliantly simple yet profoundly effective exercise for this exact purpose. He calls it the habit scorecard. This isn't about judgment or immediate change. It's a simple act of observation. It's about creating a written record of your daily life. Here's how you can do it. And I strongly encourage you to pause and try this as we go. Take a piece of paper. Open a document or a note on your phone. Your task is to list out your daily habits. From the moment your eyes open to the moment they close, be as specific and honest as you can. Don't filter anything. For example, your list might start like this: wake up, turn off alarm on phone, spend 15 minutes scrolling social media in bed, go to the bathroom, weigh myself, brush my teeth, get dressed for the gym, make a cup of coffee, check work emails while drinking coffee, drive to work, listen to a podcast in the car, arrive at the office, complain about the traffic with a coworker, and so on. Through your entire day, capture the morning commute, your work routines, what you do when you get home, your evening rituals. Once you have this comprehensive list, you'll move to step 2. Go through each habit, one by one, and ask yourself a simple question. Does this behavior help me become the type of person I wish to be based on your answer? You're going to score it. If the habit is a positive one that aligns with your goals and desired identity, put a plus sign plus next to it. If it's a negative habit that moves you away from your goals, put a minus sign next to it. And if it's a neutral habit that doesn't significantly impact you one way or the other, put an equals sign, equals, next to it. For instance, brush my teeth would likely be a plus. Complain about traffic would almost certainly be a. Making coffee could be a equals. Or it could be a plus if it's a cherished morning ritual that brings you joy. The scoring is personal. There's no right or wrong answer. There's only what is effective or ineffective for times you asterisk. The entire purpose of this exercise is to force you to pause and recognize what you are actually doing each day. You're just taking inventory. You're noticing. When I first did the habit scorecard myself, I had a revelation that completely changed my understanding of my own daily routine. For years, I had a habit listed as turn off alarm on phone. I always would have scored it as neutral equals. It's just a thing you have to do. But the scorecard forced me to be more honest about the full sequence of that behavior. It wasn't just turn off alarm. The full habit was turn off alarm, and then immediately open my email, then a news app, then Instagram. Before my feet had even touched the floor, I was already inundated with a flood of external inputs, other people's emergencies, global anxieties, and the highlight reels of strangers. I realized this neutral habit was actually a powerfully negative one. It was the primary cue that triggered a state of mental distraction and reactivity for the rest of my morning. It set the tone for a day where I was responding to the world rather than creating my own intentions. That seemingly innocuous action of checking my phone first thing was the root of the scattered, unfocused feeling I so often fought against. I had been starting my days with this self-sabotaging ritual for nearly a decade, completely unaware of its true cost. This is the power of the habit scorecard. It makes the invisible visible. It gives you a clear, objective look at where your time and energy are truly going. So, your assignment from this chapter is simple but essential. Create your own habit scorecard. Don't judge. Don't rush to change anything yet. Just observe. Shine a bright light on the automatic scripts you run every single day. Because as James Clear makes clear, before you can build better habits, you must first be aware of the ones you already have. You have to see them before you can change them. We often believe that to change our habits, we need more motivation or willpower. We tell ourselves that if we just wanted it more, we would do it. But what if the problem isn't a lack of motivation, but a lack of clarity? This is the central idea we'll explore in Chapter 9 of Atomic Habits. James Clear reveals that one of the most effective, yet simple, strategies for ensuring you follow through on your goals has nothing to do with grit and everything to do with having a clear plan. Many of our aspirations fail not at the point of execution, but long before. In the fuzzy, undefined space of good intentions, we say, I'll eat healthier, or I'll be more productive, or I'll exercise regularly. These are admirable goals, but they are not plans. They are wishes. They lack the two most critical components for action, a time and a place. Without these, our brains are left to decide, in the moment, when and where to act. And our brains, when faced with ambiguity, often choose the path of least resistance, which is usually to do nothing at all. This chapter introduces a powerful strategy to bridge that gap between intention and action. It's called an implementation intention, and it's a simple sentence that can dramatically increase the odds that you'll stick with a habit for good. The formula, as presented by James Clear, is brilliantly simple. I will behavior at time, in location. That's it. It's a pre-commitment, a declaration you make to yourself about your future actions. Let's break it down. Behavior is the specific action you want to take. Not be more active, but do 20 push-ups. Not write my book, but write 500 words. Time is the precise moment you will perform this behavior. Not in the afternoon, but at 5:15 p.m. Not sometime tomorrow, but at 7 a.m. Location is the exact physical space where the action will occur. Not at home, but on the yoga mat in the living room. Not at the office, but at my desk. By defining these three elements, you are creating a contract with yourself. You are no longer hoping to find the time or inspiration. You are scheduling it. You are giving your future self a clear, unambiguous set of instructions. This isn't just a nice mental trick. Research has shown its profound effectiveness. Studies on everything from exercise to voting have found that people who state a clear implementation intention are 2 to 3 times more likely to follow through than those who simply state their goal. The beauty of this formula is its universal applicability. It works for habits big and small. From meditating for 1 minute to training for a marathon, it provides the structure that our good intentions so desperately need to survive in the real world. So, why is this simple sentence so powerful? The psychology behind implementation intentions is rooted in how our brains handle planning and decision-making. Firstly, it solves the problem of ambiguity. As we mentioned, vague goals like "I want to be healthier" leave too much open to interpretation. When should I start? What should I do? Where? These questions require mental energy and decision-making. Each day, we have a finite amount of willpower and decision-making capacity, a concept often called decision fatigue. By making a decision ahead of time, you conserve that precious mental energy for actually performing the habit. Rather than debating whether to do it, you've already decided. The only thing left to do is act. Secondly, an implementation intention creates powerful environmental and temporal cues. The time and location become the triggers for your behavior. When 5 p.m. rolls around and you're in your neighborhood, your brain doesn't have to wonder what to do next. The plan is already in place. It's 5 p.m. I'm in my neighborhood, so it's time for my 30-minute walk. This process automates the beginning of the habit, which is often the hardest part. It forges a strong link in your brain between a specific situation and the action you intend to take. Over time, you won't even have to think about it. The cue will automatically trigger the desire to perform the habit. It effectively outsources the job of remembering and initiating the habit to your environment, making your commitment less dependent on fleeting motivation. Let's illustrate the difference with a few concrete examples. Consider the common goal: I'm going to read more. It's a noble intention, but on a busy Tuesday night, when you're tired, the vagueness of more is your enemy. You might think, I'll do it later, and later never comes. Now, let's apply the formula. I will read 10 pages of my book at 9:30 p.m. in my bed. See the difference? There is no room for debate. At 9:30 p.m., when you get into bed, you know exactly what you need to do. The decision has been made. Here's another one. I need to declutter my house. This is a massive, overwhelming goal that invites procrastination. A better approach is to break it down with an implementation intention. I will declutter the kitchen counter for 15 minutes at 4 p.m. on Saturday in the kitchen. This is manageable, specific, and actionable. You're not trying to declutter the whole house. You're just focused on one small task at a specific time and place. Let's take the exercise example from the chapter, I Will Exercise More is a Recipe for Failure. Your brain asks, what kind of exercise, for how long, where, now, later? The mental hurdles are too high. But contrast that with, I will go for a 30-minute run at 6 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Starting from my front door, this plan is robust. It answers every question your procrastinating mind can throw at it. The clarity it provides cuts through excuses and makes it infinitely easier to simply put on your shoes and go. I can speak to the power of this from my own experience. Specifically with a habit I struggled to build for years, journaling. I had read about the benefits: clarity of thought, stress reduction, gratitude, and I bought a beautiful notebook and a nice pen. My goal was simple. I will journal every day. For weeks, that beautiful notebook sat on my nightstand, completely empty. Every night, I'd see it and think, oh, I should write in that, but I was tired, or I didn't know what to write, or I just felt uninspired. My vague intention was no match for the inertia of my evening routine. It was frustrating. I felt like I was failing at something that should have been simple. Then, after reading about implementation intentions, I decided to try a different approach. I crafted a new plan every morning. Immediately after my coffee maker finishes brewing, time divided by Q, I will write one sentence about what I'm grateful for. Behavior. In my journal at the kitchen table, location. The change was immediate and profound. The cue was perfect. The sound of the coffee maker finishing was my trigger. The behavior was ridiculously small. Just one sentence. which removed the pressure of having to write a profound essay, and the location was specific. I didn't have to think anymore. The coffee was done, so I sat down and wrote my sentence. Some days, it was just one sentence. But most days, once I started, I found myself writing a full page. The implementation intention wasn't just a plan. It was the key that unlocked the door. It removed the friction, the decision fatigue, and the ambiguity that had been holding me back. It turned a frustrating failure into an effortless and now cherished daily ritual. Welcome back. In our journey through atomic habits, we've learned that the cues for our habits are often so common they become invisible. The ringing of your phone, the smell of coffee, the sight of your couch after a long day. These cues trigger our routines without a single conscious thought. But what if we could hijack this process? What if we could consciously design a cue to launch a new, positive habit? This brings us to Chapter 10 and what James Clear calls one of the best ways to build a new habit: habit stacking. For me, this isn't just a technique. It's the cornerstone of my daily routines. The secret sauce that makes consistency feel effortless. The concept is beautifully simple. Drawing from the work of Stanford professor B.J. Fogg and his tiny habits model, the core idea is this: instead of trying to create a new cue out of thin air, you anchor your desired new habit to a habit you already perform every single day. You leverage the momentum of what you're already doing to carry you into the next positive action. Think about your daily routine. You already have dozens of established habits. You wake up. You use the bathroom. You brush your teeth. You get dressed. You make coffee. These are ingrained neural pathways, highways of habit that your brain travels down automatically. Habit stacking is like building a new off-ramp from one of these existing highways, leading directly to your desired destination. The formula is so simple you can write it on a sticky note after current habit. I will new habit. That's it. The elegance lies in its clarity. The current habit acts as a powerful, unavoidable trigger for the new one. The completion of one action becomes the explicit instruction to begin the next. Let's look at some classic examples to see how this works in practice. Suppose you want to start a meditation practice, but can never seem to remember or find the time. You likely already have a non-negotiable morning habit: making coffee. Using the formula, you could say, after I pour my cup of coffee each morning, I will meditate for 1 minute. Making coffee is the anchor, the solid foundation. It happens every day. So the cue for meditation is automatically delivered. The new habit, meditating for just 1 minute, is small, non-intimidating, and easy to accomplish, setting you up for a win. Or perhaps you want to floss consistently, a habit many of us struggle with. What's a habit you already do twice a day in the bathroom? Brushing your teeth. The habit stack becomes, after I put my toothbrush down, I will floss one tooth. One tooth. It sounds absurdly small. But that's the point. You're not trying to become a flossing champion on day one. You are simply cementing the connection between brushing and flossing. You're making the habit of starting times to floss automatic. Once you've flossed one tooth, it's easy to think, well, I might as well do the rest. The power of habit stacking comes from its deep connection to the first law of behavior change: make it obvious. Your current habit is the most obvious cue you could possibly have because you're already doing it. You don't need a notification on your phone or a reminder note that you might ignore. The action itself is the reminder. The brain loves this kind of association. Once you've flossed one tooth, it's easy to think, well, I might as well do the rest. Once you've flossed one tooth, It's easy to think, well, I might as well do the rest. My first anchor is the sound of my alarm clock. This is a cue for a habit of times inaction asterisk. The stack begins. When my alarm goes off, I will turn it off without picking up my phone. This is crucial. It prevents me from immediately getting sucked into the reactive vortex of emails, news, and social media notifications. It preserves my proactive mindset. Next, after I turn off my alarm, I will immediately sit up and drink the full glass of water I placed on my nightstand the night before. This is a classic habit stack. It attaches the new habit of hydration to the existing habit of turning off my alarm. It wakes up my body and my mind. The chain continues. After I drink my water, I will get out of bed and immediately make my bed. This is a small win that Charles Duhigg talks about in The Power of Habit. It's a keystone habit. It starts the day with an act of orderliness and accomplishment, creating a small sense of pride and setting a precedent for the rest of the day. From there, the stack leads me to the bathroom. After I make my bed, I will walk to the bathroom and use the toilet. This is, of course, a very natural habit, but I stack something onto it. After using the toilet, I will step on the scale. I track my weight daily, not to obsess, but to gather data, attaching it to a habit that happens at the exact same time every day ensures I get a consistent reading. Now, the momentum is building. The next link is movement. After I step off the scale, I will walk to the living room and roll out my yoga mat. The action is simple. Just roll out the mat. This overcomes the initial friction. After I roll out my mat, I will do 10 minutes of light stretching and mobility exercises. This wakes up my muscles and gets my blood flowing. The location is key here. I stay on the mat for the next habit. After I finish my stretching, I will sit and meditate for 10 minutes. The environment is already primed. I'm on the mat. My body is awake, but my mind is still quiet. Transitioning from stretching to meditation feels natural and seamless. Once the meditation is done, the stack guides me to the next location, the kitchen. After my meditation timer goes off, I will stand up, put away my mat, and walk to the kitchen to start the coffee maker. The smell of coffee is a powerful reward in itself. Here, I use a variation of the formula. While my coffee is brewing, I will open my journal and write down my one most important task for the day. This is habit stacking within a habit. I'm using the 5-minute brew time, which would otherwise be wasted, to gain clarity and focus for the day ahead. Then comes the reward. After my coffee is ready, I will pour it into my favorite mug, sit in my reading chair, and read for 20 minutes. Notice the specificity, not just read, but where I'll sit, what I'll be drinking. This creates a rich, enjoyable ritual. This is my time for learning and growth before the demands of the world rush in. And finally, the last link in my morning stack creates a clear boundary for work. Only after I have finished my 20 minutes of reading and placed my book down will I open my laptop to begin my work for the day. Look at what's happened. Starting with the simple act of turning off an alarm, a chain of 10 positive habits has unfolded. Automatically avoid phone, hydrate, make bed, weigh in, stretch, meditate, start coffee, plan day, read, and finally, start work with intention. None of these habits on its own is monumental, but stacked together, they create a powerful, proactive start to the day that happens without debate or decision fatigue. To use this technique effectively, Be mindful of a few things. First, choose the right anchor. Your cue must be specific and reliable. After I take a break is too vague. When does the break start? When does it end? After I close my laptop for lunch is concrete and specific. Second, as we've learned, make the new habit incredibly small. Your goal is not to run a marathon after breakfast. It's to put on your running shoes. Stack the smallest possible action that gets you started. You can always do more. But the initial habit must be easy. So, your task is simple. Think of one habit you do every single day without fail. Brushing your teeth, putting on your shoes, locking your front door. Now, what is one tiny, beneficial action you could stack right after it? What 2-minute habit could you link to that existing momentum? Start there. Build one stack, then find a place for another. Over time, these small, interlocking habits will form the unbreakable chains of a disciplined and fulfilling life. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. Today, we delve into Chapter 11, a pivotal section titled, Walk Slowly, but Never Backward, which reveals a force that shapes our actions more profoundly than we often realize our environment. James Clear argues that our surroundings act as an invisible hand, gently guiding our choices and behaviors every single day. To illustrate this, let's travel to the cafeteria at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. In 2012, Dr. Anne Thorndike and her colleagues embarked on a fascinating 6-month study. Their goal was simple yet ambitious: to improve the eating and drinking habits of the thousands of hospital staff and visitors without changing anyone's willpower or motivation. They didn't hand out flyers, give lectures on nutrition, or ask anyone to make a conscious choice to be healthier. Instead, they became architects of choice. They started with the beverages. Originally, the refrigerators next to the cash registers were filled exclusively with soda. The researchers simply added water as an option in each of these refrigerators. Additionally, they placed baskets of bottled water next to the food stations throughout the room. Soda was still available in the main refrigerators, but water was now present at every drinking station. What happened over the next 3 months was remarkable. Soda sales at the hospital dropped by 11.4%. Meanwhile, sales of bottled water increased by a staggering 25.8%. They achieved these results not by talking to people, but by redesigning the environment. People weren't choosing water because they were suddenly more motivated. They were choosing water because it was more obvious, more accessible. It was the path of least resistance. This simple experiment reveals a fundamental truth about human behavior. We are often more a product of our environment than we are of our intentions. We might believe that our habits are a reflection of our discipline or drive and our inner resolve. We praise the person who sticks to their diet, and we critique the person who spends hours on their phone. But we often overlook the invisible forces at play. The person with incredible self-control might not be fundamentally stronger than everyone else. They might simply be better at structuring their life in a way that doesn't require heroic willpower and self-denial. They spend less time in tempting situations. This is because our brains are built to conserve energy. We naturally gravitate towards the options that require the least amount of work. Every habit is initiated by a cue, and our environment is saturated with these cues. Visual cues are the most potent catalysts of our behavior. You see a plate of cookies on the counter, and you suddenly want one. You see your phone light up with a notification, and you feel an irresistible urge to check it. You walk into your living room, and the position of the couch and television practically begs you to sit down and watch something. These cues shape our daily loop of habits. We are not the masters of our destiny so much as we are responders to the world we inhabit. But this is not a message of helplessness. It is a message of empowerment. If our environment shapes our behavior, then by becoming the designer of our environment, we become the architect of our behavior. This is a far more reliable and less stressful approach than relying on sheer willpower, which is a finite resource that ebbs and flows. So, how do we design our world for success? The principle is simple. Make the cues for your good habits obvious and make the cues for your bad habits invisible. Let's make this practical. Do you want to read more? Don't just make a vague resolution to read. Place a book on your pillow. When you get into bed, the most obvious action will be to pick it up and read. Rather than scrolling on your phone, do you want to practice the guitar every day? Don't hide it in a case in the closet. Put it on a stand in the middle of your living room. You'll have to walk past it a dozen times a day, making it far more likely you'll pick it up and play. Want to eat healthier snacks? When you get home from the grocery store, spend a few minutes washing and chopping fruits and vegetables. Place them in clear containers at eye level in the front of your refrigerator. When you open the door looking for a snack, the healthy choice will be the most obvious and easiest one to grab. The same logic applies in reverse for breaking bad habits. If you find yourself mindlessly watching too much television, try this after each use. Unplug the TV and take the remote control, placing it in a drawer in another room. This small amount of friction forces the action to be conscious. The next time you want to watch TV, you have to actively decide it's worth the effort to go get the remote and plug the TV back in. This pause is often enough to make you reconsider. If you are distracted by your phone, designate a specific phone spot in a room you don't frequent. When you get home, leave it there. You'll find that the urge to check it diminishes when it's not a constant visual cue on your desk or in your pocket. Context is also a powerful driver of behavior. Our brains create associations between a particular environment and a particular habit. For most people, the couch is a place to relax and watch TV. The kitchen table is a place to eat. The bed is a place to sleep. When we blur these contexts, for example, by working from our couch or eating in our bed, our habits can become tangled. Your brain doesn't know whether it's time to work, relax, or sleep. The cue becomes confusing. This is why the advice to have one space, one use is so powerful. If you can, dedicate a specific chair for reading, a specific desk for working, a specific spot for exercise. By doing so, you are programming your brain. When you sit in that chair, the cue to read is automatic. When you approach that desk, your mind begins to shift into work mode. You are no longer fighting for focus. The environment is handing it to you. So, I invite you to become an observer of your own life. Right now, take a moment to look around the room you are in. Look at your desk, your nightstand, your kitchen counter. What is it designed for? What habits is this space encouraging? What cues are present? Is the path of least resistance in this room leading you toward your goals or away from them? Your environment is not a passive backdrop. It is an active participant in your life. It is the invisible hand that can either pull you toward the person you want to become or hold you back in patterns you wish to break. You do not have to be a victim of your surroundings. You can be its architect. Make one small change today. Put a water bottle on your desk. Move the cookie jar into a high cabinet. Place your running shoes by the front door. Design a world where doing the right thing is as easy as possible. Because when your environment is on your side, your habits will naturally follow. In the previous chapters, we've discussed the powerful, often invisible, force of environment design. We've explored how the cues in our surroundings can trigger habits without our conscious permission. It's a compelling theory, but theory can feel distant. So, I want to make it tangible. I want to invite you into my own home, into the one room where countless daily habits are formed and broken, the kitchen. This is the story of how I stopped relying on willpower and started using environment design to reshape my eating habits, one small change at a time. Like many people, my kitchen used to be a minefield of temptation. It wasn't that I lacked the desire to eat healthy. I knew what I should be doing. But when I'd come home after a long day, tired and hungry, my brain would switch to autopilot. It would scan for the path of least resistance, the quickest and easiest source of calories. More often than not, that path led directly to a box of crackers on the counter, a bag of chips in the pantry at eye level, or a pint of ice cream conveniently located at the front of the freezer. My environment was perfectly designed, but it was designed to encourage my worst impulses. The battle for better habits is often won or lost in the first few seconds. It's not about an epic struggle of discipline. It's about the subtle cues that nudge you in one direction over another. I realized that if I wanted to change my behavior, I had to change the playing field. I had to become the architect of my environment, not its victim. So I began a simple redesign project, guided by the 4 laws of behavior change. My first target was applying the first law, make it obvious. The goal was to make the cues for my desired habits, eating healthy foods, the most prominent things in the room. I started with the counter space, the most valuable real estate in the kitchen. Previously, it held a toaster, a knife block, and a stack of mail. I cleared it all away and replaced it with a large, beautiful fruit bowl. I filled it with vibrant apples, bananas, and oranges. Suddenly, the first thing I saw when I walked into the kitchen wasn't a chore, the mail, or a tool for making toast, often with butter or jam, but a bright, appealing, and incredibly easy snack. The cue wasn't just visible, it was attractive. Next, I tackled hydration. I wanted to drink more water, but the cue for this habit was hidden away in a cupboard. To get a glass of water, I had to open the cupboard, get a glass, go to the fridge or sink, and fill it. It was a small amount of friction. But friction is the enemy of habits. So, I bought several reusable water bottles. Each morning, I would fill them and place them in highly visible locations. One went on my desk, another went into my gym bag, and several were placed at the front of the top shelf in the refrigerator, at eye level. Now, when I opened the fridge looking for a drink, the first thing I saw was chilled, ready-to-drink water, not a can of soda tucked away in the door. I continued this process throughout the kitchen. Healthy snacks like nuts and seeds were taken out of their opaque bags and put into clear glass jars on an open shelf. Pre-portioned bags of baby carrots and celery sticks were placed right next to the water bottles in the fridge. My kitchen was slowly transforming from a landscape of processed temptation into an ecosystem that promoted healthy choices. The good habits were now the obvious ones. Of course, making good cues obvious is only half the battle. You also have to apply the inversion of the first law, make it invisible. I had to systematically remove the cues that triggered my unhealthy habits. This wasn't about banning certain foods forever. It was about increasing the effort required to act on the craving. It was about putting my bad habits into hiding. The pantry was my next project. I took all the cookies, crackers, and chips off the convenient middle shelf. Those items were relegated to the highest, most out-of-reach shelf and placed inside opaque, solid-colored bins. Now, not only could I not see them, but accessing them required grabbing a step stool. That small bit of added friction was often enough to make me pause and ask, do I really want this? More often than not, the answer was no, and my eyes would drift back to the much more visible and accessible fruit bowl on the counter. The out of sight, out of mind principle is astonishingly powerful. I did the same with the freezer. The ice cream was moved to the very back, behind bags of frozen broccoli and spinach. The desire for a late-night scoop of ice cream waned considerably when it meant first having to excavate a mountain of frozen vegetables. I was adding friction to my undesirable habits while removing it from my desirable ones. Next, I moved on to the second and third laws: make it attractive and make it easy. Simply seeing a healthy food is a start. But the real magic happens when you reduce the friction to zero. The biggest barrier to healthy eating is often the preparation required. After a long day, the idea of washing, chopping, and cooking vegetables feels like a monumental task compared to opening a bag of chips. So, I began to prime my environment to make healthy choices, the path of least resistance. On Sunday evenings, I would spend an hour on what I called habit prep. I would wash and chop a whole week's worth of vegetables, peppers, onions, broccoli, carrots, and store them in clear containers in the fridge. Now, when I wanted to make a healthy stir-fry or an omelet, half the work was already done. The easy choice had become the healthy choice. I applied this priming technique to other areas. I would pre-portion almonds into small snack bags, so I could grab one on my way out the door instead of stopping for a pastry. I started making smoothie packs, freezer bags filled with spinach, fruit, and protein powder. In the morning, all I had to do was dump one in the blender with some almond milk. It took less than 60 seconds, making it even faster than making toast. I designed a system where my future, tired self would be gently guided toward the decision my present, motivated self wanted to make. Finally, I applied the inversion of the third law: make it difficult. This meant adding friction to the unhealthy choices I wanted to avoid. One of the most effective changes I made was using smaller plates. Using a 9-inch plate instead of a 12-inch one made it effortless to practice portion control. My brain still felt like it was getting a full plate of food, but my caloric intake dropped automatically. Without any conscious effort or feeling of deprivation. Another strategy was to stop serving meals family style on the dinner table. I kept the serving dishes on the kitchen counter. If someone wanted seconds, they had to physically get up, walk to the kitchen, and serve themselves. This small barrier prevents mindless, automatic second helpings. It forces a moment of intention. You have to consciously decide if you're truly still hungry. So, what was the result of all these small environmental tweaks? The change was gradual, almost imperceptible on a day-to-day basis. But over months, the cumulative effect was profound. Without ever going on a diet or relying on heroic bursts of motivation, I lost over 20 pounds. My energy levels skyrocketed. But the most significant change wasn't on the scale. It was the elimination of decision fatigue. I no longer spent my precious mental energy fighting internal battles over what to eat. My kitchen was no longer a stressful environment. It had become a coach, a silent partner that effortlessly guided me toward being the healthier person I wanted to be. This kitchen redesign is a microcosm of a much larger truth. Your habits are often a product of your environment. You do not need more willpower or discipline to change your life. You need a better designed environment. Stop trying to swim against the current of your surroundings. Instead, learn to be the engineer of your world. Change your space, and you will find that changing your behavior becomes dramatically, almost magically, easier. Welcome back. In this chapter, we delve into a concept that turns our common understanding of discipline completely on its head. It's Chapter 13, The Secret to Self-Control. When you picture someone with incredible self-control, what do you see? Perhaps you imagine a stoic individual, a warrior of willpower, constantly battling internal demons and temptations, and always emerging victorious. We tend to believe that disciplined people are simply endowed with a stronger moral fiber, a reserve of grit that the rest of us lack. They are the ones who can walk past a plate of fresh-baked cookies without flinching, who can work for hours without a single glance at their phone. We think they are masters of resistance. But what if this entire picture is wrong? James Clear reveals a startling truth. Backed by research, people who are good at self-control are not the ones who are constantly fighting temptation. In fact, they are the ones who have to deal with temptation the least. Disciplined people are better at structuring their lives in a way that doesn't require heroic willpower and self-control. In other words, they don't spend their days resisting temptation. They spend their time avoiding it. Think about it this way. Imagine two swimmers in a river with a powerful current pulling them downstream. The first swimmer, believing in the power of brute force, tries to swim directly against the current. They splash and struggle. Using every ounce of their energy, they might make a little progress, but they are quickly exhausted, and the current eventually wins. The second swimmer, however, doesn't fight the current head-on. Instead, they swim diagonally toward the riverbank. Getting out of the strongest part of the flow, they use their energy intelligently to remove themselves from the problem. Who is the better swimmer? It's not about who is stronger, it's about who has the better strategy. This is the core of true self-control. It is less about resisting urges and more about being the architect of your environment. Self-control is a short-term strategy, not a long-term one. You might be able to say no to a donut once or twice, but if you work in a bakery and stare at them all day, your willpower is going to crumble, eventually. Why? Because every time you see a cue, your brain initiates a craving. Resisting that craving requires energy. It's a battle. And fighting battles all day, every day, is exhausting. Eventually, you'll be too tired to fight. The secret shared by the most disciplined people is this: they understand that it is far easier to avoid a temptation than it is to resist it. They don't test their willpower unnecessarily. They remove the cues for their bad habits from their environment. They operate on a simple but profound principle. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This brings us directly to the inversion of the first law of behavior change. To build a good habit, the first law is make it obvious. You place your running shoes by the door. You leave a book on your pillow. You make the cues for your desired behaviors impossible to miss. To break a bad habit, then, you simply do the opposite. You invert the law. You make it invisible. This is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of wisdom. It's acknowledging the power of your environment and using it to your advantage, rather than letting it work against you. If you're constantly trying to lose weight but keep a stash of ice cream in your freezer, you're setting yourself up for failure. The cue is too obvious. The craving is inevitable. But if you simply don't buy the ice cream in the first place, you don't need willpower. The battle is won before it even begins. If you find yourself endlessly scrolling through social media, delete the apps from your phone's home screen. Bury them in a folder. Better yet, access them only through a web browser, which is less convenient. Make the cue invisible. If you want to cut back on video games, unplug the console and put it in a closet after each use. The small amount of friction added by having to set it up again is often enough to prevent you from starting a mindless gaming session. The cue is out of sight, and therefore out of mind. This strategy of making it invisible is the most practical and reliable way to change your behavior. You are essentially cutting the habit off at the source without a cue to trigger it. The habit never gets a chance to start. Let me share a personal story of how this simple inversion transformed one of my most persistent bad habits, my relationship with my smartphone. For years, my phone was the first thing I saw in the morning and the last thing I touched at night. It sat on my nightstand, a glowing beacon of endless distraction. The moment my alarm went off, my hand would instinctively reach for it. And before I was even fully awake, I'd be lost in a sea of emails, news updates, and social media notifications. My morning started with a feeling of reactivity and anxiety. At night, I would tell myself, I'll just check one more thing, only to fall down a rabbit hole for an hour, robbing myself of precious sleep and filling my mind with junk before bed. I tried to fight it with willpower. I would lie in bed, telling myself, don't pick up the phone. Don't pick up the phone. It was a constant mental struggle. Sometimes I'd win for a day or two, but the phone was always there. A silent, powerful quay. Its mere presence was a temptation that drained my mental energy. I was the swimmer fighting against the current, and I was losing. Then, after reading about this principle, I decided to stop resisting and start avoiding. I decided to make the cue invisible. The solution was surprisingly simple and low-tech. First, I bought a basic $10 digital alarm clock. Its only job was to wake me up. Second, I made a new rule for myself. The phone does not live in the bedroom. Every night, before I went to bed, I would plug my phone in to charge in the kitchen. The first morning was a revelation. I woke up to the beep of my new alarm clock. My hand reflexively went to the nightstand. But it found nothing. There was no phone. The cue was gone. And because the cue was gone, the entire routine that followed was broken. There was no urge to scroll, because there was nothing to scroll on. The mental battle I used to fight every single morning had simply vanished. Instead of starting my day with a digital flood, I had a few moments of quiet. I could stretch, get a glass of water, and think about my day before engaging with the outside world. The same magic happened at night. Without the phone by my bed, the temptation to scroll was gone. Instead, I picked up a physical book that I had placed on my nightstand, making a good cue obvious. Within a week, I was reading more and sleeping better. I didn't suddenly develop superhuman discipline. My willpower hadn't magically increased. I simply changed my environment. I made the cue for my bad habit invisible, and in doing so, I made the bad habit itself almost impossible to perform. It was a powerful lesson. Self-control is not a trait you're born with. It's a strategy you can learn, and the most effective strategy is to create an environment where you don't need it in the first place. So, take a moment to think about a bad habit that you're struggling with. What is the cue that triggers it? Is it a notification on your phone, a box of cookies on the counter, the TV remote on the coffee table? Now ask yourself, how can you make that cue invisible? Don't try to be a hero and resist. Be a strategist. Be an architect. Redesign your environment. Because the secret to self-control isn't about having more willpower. It's about needing less of it. Welcome back. In our last section, we delved deep into the first law of behavior change, make it obvious. We learned that the most common triggers for our habits, the cues, are often so subtle we don't even notice them. By redesigning our environment and making the cues for our desired habits obvious and visible, we can significantly increase the chances that we'll follow through. But a quay, no matter how obvious, is only the first step. You can have a bowl of apples sitting on your counter in plain sight, but that doesn't guarantee you'll eat one. You can lay out your running shoes the night before, but that doesn't mean your feet will magically end up in them. There is a missing ingredient, a force that converts a trigger into a tangible action. That force is craving, and harnessing it is the entire focus of our second law, make it attractive. To understand what makes a habit attractive, we need to talk about a powerful neurotransmitter. You've likely heard of dopamine. For decades, dopamine has been popularly labeled as the pleasure chemical. We were told that our brains release dopamine when we experience something enjoyable, like eating a delicious meal or receiving a compliment. While there's some truth to this, it's a gross oversimplification and misses the chemical's true purpose. Dopamine is not so much about the experience of pleasure as it is about the anticipation times of pleasure. It is the molecule of motivation. It is what drives you to seek rewards. The dopamine spike doesn't happen when you are in the middle of a rewarding activity. It surges just before, when your brain predicts that something good is about to happen. It's the neurological source of craving. Imagine the classic scenario of a lab rat in a cage. Scientists in the 1950 seconds, like James Olds and Peter Milner, discovered that they could implant an electrode into a specific region of the rat's brain. When the rat pressed a lever, it would deliver a tiny jolt of electrical stimulation to this reward center. The results were astounding. The rats became obsessed. They would press the lever hundreds, even thousands, of times per hour, forgoing food, water, and sleep. They were driven by the intense anticipation of the reward. Later studies showed that if you block the release of dopamine, this behavior vanishes. A rat with no dopamine loses all will to live. It won't eat. It won't drink. It won't mate. It will simply lie there. Interestingly, if you place a drop of sugar water directly in its mouth, the rat will show signs of enjoyment. It still times the sugar, but it no longer times it. Without dopamine, désir dit, and without desire, action stops. This is not just true for rats. It's fundamental to human behavior. Every action you take is preceded by a prediction. Your brain is constantly scanning your environment, and when it spots a cue that has previously been associated with a reward, it releases dopamine. The smell of coffee brewing is a cue. Your brain predicts the rewarding feeling of that first warm, energizing sip. Dopamine surge, creating a craving that pulls you towards the coffee pot. The notification sound on your phone is a cue. Your brain predicts the potential reward of social connection or interesting news. Dopamine surge, creating an irresistible urge to check your screen. This creates what James Clear calls a dopamine-driven feedback loop. Cue triggers a prediction of reward. Dopamine spikes, creating a craving. This craving motivates a response. You perform the action, and you get the reward. The reward satisfies the craving and, more importantly, teaches your brain that this entire loop is worth repeating. The more you repeat it, the stronger the connection between the cue and the reward becomes, and the more attractive the habit seems. Now, here is the critical problem we face in the 21st century. Our brains evolved in an immediate return environment, where rewards were scarce and directly linked to survival. Finding a berry bush was a huge dopamine event. Today, We live in a delayed return environment for the things that truly matter: career, health, relationships. But we are surrounded by an artificial, immediate return world that has been meticulously engineered to hijack our dopamine systems. Modern society is a master of manufacturing desire. Corporations spend billions of dollars to make their products as attractive as possible, creating what scientists call supernormal stimuli. These are heightened versions of reality that are more stimulating and addictive than anything our ancestors ever encountered. Consider the food industry. Food scientists don't just cook, they are craving engineers. They have scientifically formulated processed foods to hit the bliss point, the precise, optimized combination of salt, sugar, and fat that floods your brain with more dopamine than any natural food ever could. An apple is rewarding, but a candy bar engineered in a lab is irresistible to our primitive wiring. The bright packaging, the satisfying crunch, the way it melts in your mouth, every single aspect is designed to be a supercharged cue that makes your brain scream, "Do that again." It's the same story with social media. The platforms are not designed for your well-being. They are designed for your attention. The red notification icon is a supernormal stimulus, mimicking the color of a ripe fruit or the flush of a potential mate, signaling something important that demands your immediate attention. The infinite scroll and pull to refresh mechanisms are digital slot machines. Every pull of the lever offers a variable reward: a funny video, a friend's photo, a piece of shocking news. You never know what you're going to get. And that uncertainty keeps your dopamine levels elevated, locking you in a cycle of endless seeking. These are not accidental features. They are the result of thousands of hours of psychological research and A divided by B testing to find the most effective ways to make looking at a screen attractive. This is the world we live in. We are fighting an uphill battle against thousands of engineers, marketers, and scientists whose job is to make you crave their products. Relying on willpower in this environment is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. You might win a few skirmishes, but you will eventually lose the war. So, what do? We cannot simply turn off our dopamine systems. To do so would be to turn off desire itself. The answer, and the core strategy of the second law, is to stop fighting against our biology and start working with it. If our brains are wired to pursue attractive habits, then we must make our desired habits more attractive. Every pull of the lever offers a variable reward: a funny video, a friend's photo, a piece of shocking news. You never know what you're going to get. And that uncertainty keeps your dopamine levels elevated, locking you in a cycle of endless seeking. These are not accidental features. They are the result of thousands of hours of psychological research and A divided by B testing to find the most effective ways to make looking at a screen attractive. It involves joining cultures and communities where our desired behavior is the normal, celebrated behavior. It involves reframing our mindset to highlight the benefits of our good habits rather than their drawbacks. In summary, the motivation to act on a habit is driven by a craving, which is generated by a dopamine spike in anticipation of a reward. Our modern world is filled with supercharged, engineered stimuli that make unhealthy habits incredibly attractive. To build better habits, we must consciously and deliberately make them more attractive too. We must make the prospect of going for a run as appealing as scrolling through our feed. We must make eating a healthy meal as satisfying as ordering takeout. It sounds like a tall order, but it is entirely possible when you understand the mechanisms at play. In the upcoming sections, we will break down the precise, actionable strategies you can use to apply the second law and turn your essential habits into your most desired ones. Welcome to Chapter 15, where we explore one of the most practical and immediately applicable strategies for making your habits more attractive: temptation bundling. We often know what we should do: exercise more, eat healthier, save money, work on that side project. The problem isn't a lack of information, it's a lack of motivation. These beneficial habits often involve delayed gratification. The reward for working out today might not be visible for weeks. The reward for saving money is far in the future. Our brains, however, are wired to prioritize immediate rewards. This is where temptation bundling comes in. It's a brilliant strategy for linking an action you want to do with an action you need to do. To illustrate this perfectly, let's look at the story of Ronan Byrne, an engineering student from Dublin, Ireland. Byrne loved watching Netflix, but he also knew he should be exercising more often. He decided to use his engineering skills to solve this problem. He connected his stationary bike to his laptop and wrote a computer program. The program would only allow Netflix to run if he was cycling at a certain speed. If he slowed down for too long, his chosen show would pause until he started pedaling again. He was, in the words of James Clear, eliminating the behavior of being a couch potato by programming it out of existence. He brilliantly linked something he wanted, watching Netflix, with something he needed, exercising. This is the essence of temptation bundling. It's a way of applying a psychological theory known as Premack's principle. The principle states that more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In simple terms, you're more likely to do something you don't want to do if it means you get to do something you really want to do afterward. The want becomes the reward for the need. The formal strategy for this is wonderfully simple. You can create your own temptation bundle by following this formula: after habit I need, I will get to habit I want. Let's break this down with some real-world examples that you can start using today. Let's say you need to exercise more, but you want to listen to your favorite podcast. The bundle is: after I get on the treadmill, habit I need, I will get to listen to my favorite true crime podcast, habit I want. By restricting your podcast access to only times when you exercise, you create a powerful craving. You'll start looking forward to your workout because it's your only chance to find out what happens next in the story. Or, consider a common chore. Many people dread clearing out a cluttered email inbox. Let's say you also love getting a professional pedicure. The bundle becomes: after I process 20 minutes of emails, habit I need, I will get to enjoy my scheduled pedicure appointment, habit I want. Or even better, combine them. I will only get a pedicure while I clear out my email inbox on my phone. The dreaded chore is now paired with a luxurious act of self-care. The possibilities are endless and can be tailored to any area of your life. For productivity, you could say: after I finish 1 hour of focused work on my report, habit I need, I will get to check social media for 10 minutes, habit I want. For household chores, after I fold all the clean laundry, habit I need, I will get to watch an episode of my favorite reality TV show, habit I want. For finances, after I transfer 10% of my paycheck into savings, habit I need, I will get to buy myself a specialty coffee from my favorite cafe, habit I want. The key is to choose a want that is genuinely appealing to you and to be strict about the pairing. The reward must only come after the desired habit is performed. Now, let's take a moment and brainstorm together. Think about your own life. What is a habit you know you should be doing, but constantly procrastinate on? Maybe it's flossing, meditating, tidying your workspace, or making sales calls. Write it down. Now, What is a guilty pleasure? Something you genuinely look forward to. Is it scrolling through Instagram, playing a video game, eating a particular snack, or listening to a new album now? Let's bundle them. If you need to make more sales calls, maybe you bundle it with checking sports scores. After every sales call I make, I will get to check ESPN for 2 minutes. If you need to meditate but find it boring, perhaps you can bundle it with your morning coffee ritual. After I finish my 10-minute meditation, habit I need, I will get to brew and enjoy my favorite cup of coffee, habit I want. You can even take this a step further by combining temptation bundling with the habit stacking strategy we discussed in a previous chapter. The habit stacking formula, as a reminder, is after current habit. I will new habit. We can merge these two formulas to create a powerful sequence for building new habits. The combined formula looks like this one. After current habit, I will habit I need. After habit I need, I will habit I want. Here's an example. Let's say you want to start doing a quick workout every evening. Your current habit is shutting down your work computer. The habit you need is a 15-minute workout. The habit you want is to check your messages on your phone. The stack would be 1. After I shut down my work computer for the day, current habit, I will immediately change into my workout clothes and do a 15-minute workout, habit I need. After I finish my workout, habit I need, I will get to check my phone for messages, habit I want. Do you see how this creates a seamless and rewarding loop? The end of your workday triggers the habit you need, and the habit you need is immediately followed by a reward you crave. It transforms the feeling associated with the difficult habit. Instead of seeing the workout as a chore, you begin to see it as the bridge to something you enjoy. It reframes the entire experience from one of pain to one of anticipation. Temptation bundling works by making the beginning of your habit more attractive. The action you need to do becomes the gateway to the action you want to do. By bundling them together, you pull yourself toward the difficult habit instead of having to push yourself through it. It's a way to turn procrastination into anticipation. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. Today, we delve into Chapter 16, a chapter that pulls back the curtain on one of the most powerful, yet often invisible, forces shaping our lives, the seductive pull of social norms. Humans are herd animals. We have a deep, primal instinct to belong, to fit in, to connect with others. This desire is so ingrained in our DNA that it profoundly influences our behaviors. Often, without our conscious consent, we want to be accepted by our tribe, and the surest way to do that is to adopt its habits. This chapter reveals how the people we surround ourselves with, our friends, family, and culture dictate the habits we build and the person we become. James Clear breaks down this immense social influence into 3 distinct categories. The 3 groups. We have a natural tendency to imitate the close, the many, and the powerful. First, let's talk about imitating the close. Proximity has a staggering effect on our behavior. We don't consciously choose most of our earliest habits. We absorb them. We mimic the habits of our parents, the way they handle arguments, the way they manage their finances, their dietary choices. If your parents are avid readers, you're more likely to grow up seeing books as a source of pleasure and knowledge. If they smoke, you are statistically far more likely to pick up the habit yourself. This influence doesn't stop in childhood. It extends to our closest friends and partners. You pick up inside jokes. You start using their phrases. You adopt their way of looking at the world. If your best friend is constantly pushing their physical limits at the gym, you're more likely to feel a pull to increase your own intensity. Conversely, if your social circle's idea of a good time is binge-watching shows and ordering takeout every night, that behavior will start to feel normal, even désirable. Clear tells a story about a man whose brother-in-law lost a significant amount of weight. Seeing someone so close to him achieve this made the goal feel tangible and achievable for him, and he followed suit. The habits of our inner circle create a silent peer pressure that pulls us in their direction. Over time, we begin to merge with the people we spend the most time with. Their beliefs become our beliefs, and their habits become our habits. The second group we imitate is the many. This is the powerful pressure to conform to the norms of a larger group or culture. We have a deep-seated desire to align with the prevailing behavior of the crowd. To understand the sheer force of this tendency, we can look to the famous conformity experiments conducted by psychologist Solomon Asch in the 1950 seconds. Imagine you are a participant in one of these studies. You walk into a room and sit down at a table with several other people. You're told you're part of a simple vision test. A pair of cards is shown to the group. On one card, there is a single vertical line. On the other card, there are 3 vertical lines of different lengths, labeled A, B, and C. Your task is to simply state which of the 3 lines on the second card is the same length as the line on the first card. The answer is glaringly obvious. It's B. The experiment begins, and the other participants, one by one, give their answers. The first person says, you might smirk, thinking they must have bad eyesight. Then the second person says, you lean forward, confused. The third person also says, now, a seed of doubt enters your mind. Are you seeing things correctly, one by one? Everyone at the table confidently states the clearly incorrect answer. Finally, it's your turn. Your heart pounds. Your eyes tell you the answer is B. But the entire group has unanimously said A. What do? Do you stick to what you know is right and risk looking foolish? Or do you go along with the group in Asch's experiments? An astonishing 75% of subjects conformed to the group's incorrect answer at least once. They deliberately gave an answer they knew was wrong, simply to avoid the discomfort of standing out. This is the magnetic pull of the many. We'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. This pressure shapes our habits every day. When we visit a new country, we quickly observe and adopt the local customs. When we move to a new neighborhood, we notice if everyone puts out their recycling bins, and we follow suit. If everyone in your office stays late, you feel pressure to do the same, even if your work is done. This tendency can be used for good or for ill. It can lead us to adopt negative habits like smoking or excessive drinking if that's the norm. Or it can propel us toward positive habits if the group standard is healthy and productive. The third group we imitate is the powerful. Throughout history, humans have sought to raise their status and prestige. We are drawn to individuals who have power, respect, and success, and we often imitate their behaviors in the hopes of achieving similar results. This is why celebrity endorsements are so effective. We see an athlete we admire wearing a certain brand of shoes, and we want them too. We read about the morning routines of successful CEOs, hoping that by adopting their habits, waking up at 5 a.m., meditating, journaling, we can replicate their success. This isn't just about celebrities. It's about anyone we look up to. It could be a mentor at work whose presentation skills you admire, a local community leader who is widely respected, or an older sibling who excels academically. We see the rewards they have: status, respect, praise, and we connect their habits to those rewards. By mimicking their actions, we are essentially placing a bet that we can achieve a similar outcome. So, knowing this, how can we use this incredible force to our advantage? The single most effective thing you can do to build better habits is to join a culture where your desired behavior is the normal behavior. You have to surround yourself with people for whom the habit you want to build is their everyday reality. Instead of trying to change your habits in isolation, change your tribe. If you want to get fit, join a gym where people are serious about their training. If you want to read more, join a book club. If you want to build a business, join a mastermind group of fellow entrepreneurs. When you immerse yourself in a group where the standard is high, you will naturally be pulled upward. The shared identity of the group reinforces your own personal identity. I experienced this firsthand a few years ago. I had always wanted to be someone who ran regularly. I'd try for a few weeks, motivated by a New Year's resolution, but my enthusiasm would always fade. Running felt like a lonely, difficult chore. None of my friends were runners, and I felt like an outsider trying to force a new identity. Then, a colleague convinced me to join a local running club that met twice a week. The first time I went, I was intimidated. But what I found was a group of people of all ages and abilities who simply loved to run. For them, getting up early for a run wasn't a punishment. It was a normal part of their week. They talked about upcoming races, shared tips on gear, and cheered each other on. Being in that environment fundamentally shifted my perspective. The behavior I wanted was the normal, celebrated behavior of the group. I started showing up not just out of willpower, but because I didn't want to miss out. It was the group norm. Slowly but surely, their habits became my habits. I wasn't just a guy trying to run, I became a runner. I was part of a tribe of runners. The seductive pull of social norms, which had previously held me back, was now the very force propelling me forward. In conclusion, the people you surround yourself with may be the single greatest influence on your habits and your identity. We are irresistibly drawn to imitate the habits of the close, the many, and the powerful to change your life. You don't necessarily need more willpower or a better plan. Sometimes, you just need a better tribe. Consciously choose to surround yourself with people who are living the life you want to live. Join groups where the behavior you desire is the standard. By doing so, you make building good habits not just easier, but inevitable. In our journey through the 4 laws of behavior change, we've arrived at a powerful amplifier of the second law: make it attractive. The allure of a habit isn't just about its intrinsic reward. It's profoundly shaped by the people around us. James Clear explains that one of the most effective ways to build better habits is to join a culture where your desired behavior is the normal behavior. This is the essence of finding your habit tribe. Humans are herd animals. We want to fit in, to bond with others, and to earn the respect and approval of our peers. These deep-seated inclinations are our greatest strength and our greatest weakness. When the group's habits are positive, it's a powerful tailwind pushing us towards success. When they're negative, it's a relentless current pulling us off course. So, where do you find a group that aligns with your goals? The search is more accessible than ever. Let's start with the digital world. Online forums and communities are thriving ecosystems for nearly any habit you can imagine. Platforms like Reddit have dedicated subreddits for everything from fitness and finance to writing and meditation. Joining a group like R, Divided by Bodyweight Fitness, doesn't just give you workout routines. It immerses you in a culture where daily exercise is the baseline. You see progress pictures, read success stories, and engage with people for whom this habit is a non-negotiable part of their identity. Similarly, Facebook groups, Discord servers, or specialized apps like Strava for cyclists and runners create a virtual tribe that celebrates your every effort. In the physical world, your options are just as rich. The seductive pull of social norms, which had previously held me back, was now the very force propelling me forward. In conclusion, the people you surround yourself with may be the single greatest influence on your habits and your identity. We are irresistibly drawn to imitate the habits of the close, the many, and the powerful to change your life. You don't necessarily need more willpower or a better plan. Sometimes, you just need a better tribe. Suggest starting a healthy cooking challenge with your family, or ask a friend to be your accountability partner for a new gym routine. By initiating the change, you can transform a part of your existing group into a micro-tribe for your desired habit. The real magic happens when a behavior becomes intertwined with your identity, and this is where the group's influence is most potent. When you surround yourself with people who live and breathe a certain way, their actions reinforce your desired identity. If you hang out with avid readers, you start to see yourself as a reader. If you join a band, you're not just someone who plays guitar, you are a musician. The group normalizes the commitment required. Practicing for hours alone might feel like a chore, but practicing with your band feels like collaboration. Waking up at 5 a.m. to run is difficult, but when you know your running group is waiting for you, it becomes an act of social commitment. The shared identity creates a powerful pressure to uphold the standard. You don't want to be the one who lets the group down. This brings us to a challenging but crucial aspect: what to do when your current tribe reinforces habits you want to break. The solution isn't necessarily a dramatic severing of ties. Clear advocates for a more nuanced approach. The key is to gracefully reduce your exposure. If your friend's main social activity is going to a bar and you're trying to drink less, you don't need to deliver a lecture. Instead, you can be the one to suggest alternative activities, a hike, a movie, or a game night. If they insist on the bar, you can politely decline more often, citing other commitments that align with your new goals. I can't make it tonight. I've got an early start for a long run tomorrow morning. This isn't about judging your friends. It's about curating your environment to support the person you want to become. It is vital to understand that this is about addition, not just subtraction. You don't have to abandon all your old friends. Instead, focus on expanding your circle. By joining new groups and making new friends who embody your desired habits, you naturally dilute the influence of the old environment. Your time and energy are finite. By spending more of it with a group that lifts you up, you'll have less of it available for groups that pull you down. Over time, your social landscape will shift organically. Your new normal will be defined by the tribe you've consciously chosen. Their habits will become your habits. Their standards will become your standards. Your shared identity will be the anchor that keeps you steady. When motivation wanes, find your tribe, and you'll find that the path to better habits is not one you have to walk alone. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. Today, we delve into one of the most powerful psychological shifts discussed by James Clear in Chapter 18, How to Reprogram Your Brain to Enjoy Hard Habits. This isn't about forcing yourself through willpower. It's about fundamentally changing your relationship with the actions you want to take. Think about a habit you want to build but constantly struggle with. Maybe it's exercising, meditating, or even a simple chore like flossing. What's the first thought that comes to mind when you remember you need to do it? For many of us, it's a subtle, internal sigh, followed by a phrase that begins with, I have to, I have to go to the gym. I have to finish this report. I have to wake up early. These two words, have to, seem innocuous, but they are incredibly heavy. They frame the action not as a choice, but as a burden, a chore, an obligation that stands between you and what you'd rather be doing. This language immediately puts you in a defensive, resistant mindset. It drains your motivation before you've even taken the first step because it frames the activity as a sacrifice. But what if we could change that feeling? What if we could transform the sense of dread into a sense of opportunity? James Clear offers a simple, yet profound, linguistic tool to do just that. It's the simple act of changing two words. You replace I have to with I get to. This is the core of reprogramming your brain. It's a mental reframe that shifts your perspective from seeing your habits as burdens to viewing them as privileges. The action itself doesn't change, but your perception of it, and therefore your emotional response to it, is completely transformed. Let's take a common example. I have to wake up early for a run. Feel the weight of that sentence? It implies a struggle against your desire to sleep in. It feels like a punishment. Now, let's apply the reframe, I get to wake up early for a run. Instantly, the tone changes. It's no longer a chore. It's an opportunity. But let's go deeper. What does I get to really mean in this context? It means I get to build my endurance and strengthen my heart. It means I get to have a moment of quiet solitude to clear my mind before the day's chaos begins. It means I get to see the sunrise and feel the crisp morning air. By saying I get to, you are consciously reminding yourself of the benefits associated with the action, not the costs. You are linking the hard work to a positive outcome. This small mental shift works because it aligns your immediate actions with your long-term values. You don't just times have to times do something. You times get to times become the person you want to be. You times get to times invest in your future self. Every get to is a vote for the identity you wish to cultivate. I get to eat a healthy meal is a vote for being a healthy person. I get to study for an hour is a vote for being a knowledgeable person. I want to share a personal story where this concept completely changed my approach to a task I used to despise: financial tracking. For years, I knew I should be better at managing my budget, but every weekend, the thought would hit me, ugh, I have to update my spreadsheets and categorize my expenses. The feeling was one of pure drudgery. It felt like homework. It represented restriction and facing the reality of my spending habits. Consequently, I would procrastinate, do it hastily, or skip it altogether for weeks at a time, which only made the task more daunting. Then, after reading this chapter, I decided to try the reframe the next Sunday. Instead of, I have to do my finances, I consciously told myself, I get to manage my finances. At first, it felt silly, like I was trying to trick myself. But I persisted. I asked myself, what do I times get to times do here? I get to have a clear picture of where my money is going. I get to make informed decisions that will reduce my financial stress. I get to plan for future goals, like a vacation or a new car. I get to take control of my life and build a more secure future for myself and my family. Framing it this way was a game changer. The task was no longer about restriction, it was about empowerment. Updating my spreadsheet became an act of strategic planning, not a post-mortem of my financial sins. The feeling associated with the habit slowly began to change. The dread was replaced by a sense of calm and control. What was once a source of anxiety became a source of confidence. It's still not the most exciting part of my week, but the resistance is gone. It's simply a necessary and even empowering part of my routine. This is the magic of the reframe. It changes the feeling associated with the habit. Our brains are wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain. When a habit is framed as a have to, it's associated with pain and resistance. Your brain will naturally invent excuses and distractions to avoid it. But when it's reframed as a get to, it becomes associated with opportunity and benefit. It becomes an act of self-care and personal growth. You're not just enduring the difficulty, you're embracing the opportunity hidden within it. This reframing process helps make hard habits more attractive, which is a crucial step in making them stick. You begin to focus on the rewards of the action, not just the effort it requires, and over time, your brain starts to crave that feeling of empowerment, that sense of accomplishment, making it easier and easier to show up. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. In this section, we delve into Chapter 19 and the powerful inversion of the second law of behavior change, make it unattractive. Every action you take is preceded by a prediction. It's a subconscious forecast your brain makes about what will happen next. You see a cookie, your brain predicts a sweet, satisfying taste. You see your phone buzz, your brain predicts a potentially interesting notification. These predictions create feelings, cravings that drive our actions. Good habits are attractive because we associate them with positive outcomes. Bad habits persist for the same reason, often promising immediate relief or pleasure. To break a bad habit, then, we don't just need willpower. We need to reprogram the prediction. We need to make the craving sour. We must make the bad habit unattractive. The most potent way to do this is through a mental shift called reframing. Instead of focusing on what you are giving up, you must highlight the benefits of avoiding the bad habit. The human brain is wired to avoid loss, which is why phrases like, "I can't eat that," or "I have to stop doing this," feel restrictive and difficult. They frame the action as a sacrifice. But what if it isn't a sacrifice at all? What if it's an upgrade? James Clear uses the quintessential example of quitting smoking. A smoker might tell themselves, "I need to quit. I can't have another cigarette." This frames the act of not smoking as a deprivation. The craving remains because the prediction of relief is still there. The inversion strategy flips the script entirely. You reframe your mindset to, "I am not a smoker. I am gaining my freedom back from nicotine. I am investing in my future health so I can see my children grow up. I am saving thousands of dollars a year to take that dream vacation. I am breathing easier and regaining my sense of taste and smell." Notice the shift. You are no longer depriving yourself of a cigarette. You are giving yourself clean lungs, more money, a longer life, and more sensory pleasure. The act of not smoking becomes the attractive option. It's not a sacrifice, it's a victory. To amplify this effect, we must get brutally honest about the true, often hidden, costs of our bad habits. The immediate reward of a bad habit is usually obvious, but the ultimate costs are delayed and diffuse. Our brain discounts these future costs in favor of present pleasure. Your task is to bring those future costs into the present moment. Make them immediate and painful. You can do this mentally or, even more powerfully, by writing them down. Take your bad habit, be it procrastinating, overspending, or eating junk food. Ask yourself, what is the true cost of this action? Right now, procrastinating isn't just relaxing for 5 more minutes. It's actively choosing to feel stressed and rushed later. It's sacrificing your evening peace for a fleeting moment of avoidance. That impulse purchase isn't just a new shirt. It's a portion of your financial security. It's another month you can't invest in your future. Eating that sugary donut isn't just a treat. It's a guaranteed energy crash in an hour. It's brain fog during your important afternoon meeting. By repeatedly linking the bad habit with its negative consequence in your mind, you begin to change the prediction. The donut no longer predicts pleasure. It predicts lethargy. The procrastination no longer predicts relief. It predicts anxiety. Allow me to share a personal struggle where this principle was transformative for me. For years, my worst habit was late-night social media scrolling. I'd finish my day, get into bed, and tell myself I was just going to unwind for a few minutes on my phone. Those few minutes would inevitably stretch into an hour, sometimes more. The initial prediction my brain made was one of relaxation and entertainment. It felt like a reward for a hard day's work. The reality, however, was a litany of negative consequences that I conveniently ignored. I was sacrificing deep, restorative sleep. I would wake up feeling groggy, as if I had a mental hangover. My focus the next day was shot. I was more irritable and less patient. Furthermore, the content I was consuming, a curated highlight reel of other people's lives, was subtly feeding feelings of comparison and anxiety. The habit wasn't a reward. It was a thief, stealing my energy, my time, and my peace of mind for the following day. The change came when I decided to make it unattractive. I stopped thinking about giving up my scrolling time. Instead, I started to viscerally connect the act of opening those apps in bed with the miserable feeling of my alarm clock the next morning. I would literally say to myself, if you open this app now, you are choosing to feel tired and miserable tomorrow. You are choosing to have a less productive day. You are choosing to be in a worse mood. I reframed the alternative. Putting the phone on the charger across the room wasn't a sacrifice. It was an act of profound self-care. It was a choice for a clear mind. It was me giving my future self the gift of energy, focus, and a positive start to the day. Every time I resisted the urge, I would think, I am investing in a great tomorrow. Soon, the prediction changed. The thought of scrolling in bed no longer triggered a feeling of desire. It triggered a feeling of dread. It became deeply, utterly unattractive. That shift in perspective was more powerful than any amount of willpower I had ever tried to muster. This is the essence of making a bad habit unattractive. It's not about brute force. It's about perception. By reframing the benefits of avoiding the habit and repeatedly reminding yourself of its true, immediate costs, you change the prediction your brain makes. You rewire the craving. You make the path of self-destruction look ugly, and the path of self-improvement look beautiful. And when that happens, choosing the right path becomes not just easy, but automatic. Welcome back. In our journey through the 4 laws of behavior change, we have made our desired habits obvious and attractive. We've set the stage, baited the hook, but now we arrive at a crucial, often overlooked law, the one that truly separates the dreamers from the doers. This is the 3rd law: make it easy. It sounds simple, almost too simple. In a world that glorifies struggle, that tells us to grind and hustle, the idea of making things easy can feel like cheating. But James Clear argues, backed by centuries of human behavior, that this is the most critical key to consistency. Why? Because every action we take is governed by a fundamental principle of nature, the law of least effort. Think about it. In any given moment, you are faced with multiple options. Why do you choose to scroll through your phone instead of picking up that difficult book? Why do you order a pizza instead of cooking a healthy meal from scratch? Why do you take the elevator instead of the stairs? It's not necessarily because you are lazy or lacking discipline. It's because your brain is a ruthlessly efficient machine, hardwired over millions of years of evolution to do one thing, above all else, conserve energy. Energy is precious. For our ancestors, every calorie spent was a calorie they had to find again, often at great risk. The individuals who were most efficient, who found the easiest way to get food, build shelter, and avoid predators, were the ones who survived and passed on their genes. Our modern brains are running on this ancient software. We are the descendants of those who mastered the law of least effort. So when faced with two similar options, we will naturally gravitate toward the one that requires the least amount of work. Every action requires a certain amount of energy. The more energy required, the less likely it is to occur. If your goal is to do something 100 times, it needs to be as energy efficient as possible. Imagine a river flowing from a mountain. The water does not strategize or exert willpower to carve its path to the sea. It simply flows. When it meets a large boulder, it doesn't try to smash through it with brute force. It flows around it. It seeks out the cracks, the crevices, the gentle slopes. The water naturally and inevitably follows the path of least resistance. Our behavior is much the same. We are like that water. We flow down the path of least friction. You can try to force yourself to go against the grain, to push that boulder out of the way. But it requires an enormous and unsustainable amount of motivation and energy. Eventually, you will get tired, and your behavior will revert to the easiest path. The question, then, is not how we can summon more willpower to fight our nature. The question is, how can we design a path of least resistance that leads us directly to our goals? This is where the genius of the third law truly shines. Instead of trying to be a person who can overcome immense friction, we should focus on becoming a person who doesn't have to. We must stop fighting our nature and start designing for it. The goal is to make your good habits more convenient than your bad habits. You want to reduce the friction associated with good behaviors and increase the friction associated with bad ones. Let's make this practical. Want to practice the guitar every day? Don't store it in its case in the closet in the basement. Take it out. Put it on a stand right in the middle of your living room. When you sit down on the couch after work, the easiest thing to do won't be to find the TV remote, but to simply reach out and grab the guitar. You have decreased the friction, the number of steps between you and your desired action, to nearly zero. Want to eat healthier? Spend an hour on Sunday chopping vegetables and portioning out healthy meals for the week. When you're hungry and tired on a Wednesday night, the path of least resistance is no longer ordering greasy takeout. It's grabbing a pre-made, healthy container from the fridge. Conversely, want to watch less television? Unplug it after every use and put the remote in a drawer in another room. The impulse to watch is still there, but the added friction of plugging it in and hunting for the remote provides a crucial moment to reconsider. You're not relying on heroic self-control. You're using intelligent environment design. This brings us to a pervasive myth we need to debunk: the hustle and grind culture. We are sold a narrative that success requires relentless, painful effort, that we must constantly be pushing against a wall of resistance. While hard work is undeniably a component of success, the idea that the path must always be the hardest one is not only inefficient, but fundamentally counterproductive. The most successful and consistent people in any field are not the ones with the most willpower. They are the ones who have best designed their lives to make the essential actions easy. They have created systems, rituals, and environments that automate good decisions. They don't wake up and decide whether to go to the gym. Their gym clothes are already laid out. Their bag is packed, and the habit is so ingrained, it feels easier to go than to not go. They have made the path of least resistance, the path of progress. Think of it this way. A professional chef doesn't succeed by having to search for every ingredient and utensil every time they cook. Their success is built on a foundation of mise en place. Everything in its place. The friction is removed before the real work even begins. The work is still challenging, but the process is as easy as it can be. This is what we must do with our habits. Stop trying to power through a poorly designed system. Stop celebrating the struggle and start celebrating smart design. The goal isn't to make life devoid of challenge, but to save your precious energy and willpower for the moments that truly require it. Not wasting it on battles you could have avoided with better planning. By making your habits easy, you're not taking a shortcut. You're building a sustainable highway to success. One where the current of your own nature flows with you, not against you. Welcome to our exploration of Chapter 21 from James Clear's Atomic Habits. Today, we delve into a concept that is both profoundly simple and incredibly powerful: reducing friction in the physics of our daily lives. Friction is the force that resists motion. In the world of habits, it's any obstacle, any extra step, any amount of effort that stands between you and your desired action. Every habit you have, good or bad, is subject to this force. The secret to building better habits isn't always about summoning more willpower or motivation. Often, it's about strategically engineering an environment with less resistance. Imagine you want to start a habit of drinking more water. The goal is simple, but consider the friction. Is the water filter in a hard-to-reach cabinet? Do you need to wash a glass every time? Is the tap water unappealing, forcing you to use a cumbersome filtration pitcher? Each of these is a small point of friction. Individually, they seem trivial, but compounded over days and weeks, they form an invisible wall that makes grabbing a sugary soda from the fridge an action with virtually zero friction far more likely. The fundamental principle is this: the more steps you have to take to perform an action, the less likely you are to do it. To understand the immense power of reducing friction on a grand scale, Clear points to the revolutionary practices of Japanese electronics companies in the post-war era. These companies became obsessed with efficiency and eliminating waste, a philosophy often known as lean manufacturing. They scrutinized every single step of their production process. They redesigned their entire factory floors with one goal in mind: to reduce friction. They moved tools closer to the assembly line, so workers didn't have to walk to get them. They arranged parts in the exact order they would be used. They re-engineered workstations so that every motion was as simple and direct as possible. Think about the impact. A worker no longer has to turn around, walk 10 feet to a bin, search for the right screw, and walk back. The screw is now in a small tray, directly in front of them, within arm's reach. This might save only a few seconds, but multiply those few seconds by thousands of screws per day, by thousands of workers, by every day of the year. The result wasn't a minor improvement. It was a monumental leap in productivity and quality that allowed these companies to dominate the global market. They didn't ask their workers to work harder or faster. They simply made the right action, the productive action, the easiest action. They removed the friction. This same principle can be applied not to a factory floor, but to the architecture of your own life. We can all be the engineers of our own habits by strategically removing the small points of friction that hold us back. Let's bring this down to a personal level with some practical examples. Consider the common goal of exercising more. particularly in the morning. For many, the biggest battle isn't the workout itself, it's the process of just getting started. When your alarm rings at 6 a.m., your warm, comfortable bed represents an environment of extreme ease. Getting up to exercise is an environment filled with friction. You have to decide what to wear. You have to find your workout clothes in a dark room, trying not to wake your partner. You need to locate your running shoes, your socks, your headphones, your water bottle. Each of these small decisions and actions is a point of friction that your tired, pre-coffee brain has to overcome. It's so much easier to hit the snooze button. Now, let's redesign this process. Let's remove the friction. The night before, you take 5 minutes to lay out your entire workout outfit. Your shorts and t-shirt are on the dresser. Your socks are tucked into your shoes, which are placed right by the door. Your water bottle is filled and sitting on the kitchen counter. Your headphones are charged, and next to it, when the alarm goes off, there are no decisions to make. There is no searching. The path of least resistance has been rerouted. It now leads not back to bed, but directly into your workout clothes and out the door. You haven't increased your motivation. You've decreased the activation energy required to begin. You've made it easy to start. Let's take another example. The desire to eat healthier meals at home. The friction here is often the preparation after a long day at work. The thought of washing, peeling, and chopping a dozen different vegetables for a healthy stir-fry can feel exhausting. The path of least resistance points straight to the freezer for a pizza or to a food delivery app. The friction isn't in eating the healthy food, but in the effort required to make it. How do we apply the lean manufacturing principle here? By preparing in advance. Spend 1 hour on Sunday afternoon doing what Clear calls environment design. Wash and chop all your vegetables for the week: onions, bell peppers, broccoli, carrots. Store them in clear containers in the fridge. Cook a large batch of a healthy grain like quinoa or brown rice. When you come home on Tuesday night, tired and hungry, you don't face a chore. You face a choice between assembling a healthy, delicious bowl in 5 minutes or waiting 30 minutes for a takeaway. By removing the friction of preparation, you've made the healthy choice the easy choice. The core idea is to automate the beginning of your habits. Prime your environment so that the default action is the one that serves you best. If you want to read more, don't leave your book on a shelf in another room. Place it on your pillow when you make your bed in the morning. The friction of having to physically pick it up and move it before you can go to sleep is often enough to get you to read a few pages. If you want to practice guitar, don't keep it in its case in the closet. Put it on a stand in the middle of your living room. The friction of ignoring it becomes greater than the friction of picking it up to play for a few minutes. So, here is your challenge for this chapter. It's time to become a friction detective in your own life. Choose one habit you genuinely want to build. Just one. Now, grab a piece of paper and map out every single tiny step between the initial thought "I should do this" and the completion of the action. Be brutally honest and incredibly detailed. Where are the sticking points? What slows you down? What requires even a tiny bit of extra mental or physical energy? Identify just one of those points of friction. Your mission is not to solve everything at once, but to remove that single obstacle. If you want to floss, buy multiple floss containers and put one in the shower, one in your car, one in your desk drawer. If you want to journal, open a blank document on your computer and leave it on the screen before you go to bed. If you want to take your vitamins, move them from the cabinet to right beside your coffee machine. Remove that one piece of friction. Make the first 2 minutes of your desired habit as easy and seamless as possible. By doing so, you are not just making a small change. You are applying a fundamental law of human behavior to your advantage. You are building a slide, not a staircase. You are paving a road where there was once a rocky path. And by making the right things the easiest things to do, you set yourself up for inevitable success. In our journey through atomic habits, we've learned to make cues obvious, make cravings attractive, make responses easy, and make rewards satisfying. Today, we delve deeper into making things easy. But with a twist, we're moving beyond a one-time setup and into a continuous, powerful practice James Clear explores in Chapter 22, Priming Your Environment for Future Use. This isn't just about tidying up. It's a profound strategy for automating your future success. Think of it as doing the work for your future self. It's about becoming your own best ally, the architect of a world where your desired habits are not just possible, but practically inevitable. The core idea is simple yet transformative. The actions you take today can set up a path of least resistance for the person you will be tomorrow, next week, or even next year. Most people live in a reactive state. They wake up and face the environment as it is, battling friction at every turn. They rely on willpower and motivation to get started. But the most effective people, the ones who consistently follow through, operate differently. They think ahead. They understand that future you will be tired, distracted, or unmotivated. So, Present You does them a favor. Present You makes the choices and does the small bits of work times now asterisk. When you have the energy and foresight to ensure that future you can succeed even on their worst day. This concept is closely related to what Clear calls one-time decisions that lock in future habits. These are powerful choices you make once that continue to pay dividends over and over with little to no additional effort. For example, buying a high-quality mattress is a one-time decision that improves your sleep every single night for years. Setting up an automatic savings plan is a one-time action that builds your wealth while you sleep. Unsubscribing from distracting email newsletters is a 5-minute task that reclaims hours of your focus for months to come. These actions alter your environment, be it physical, financial, or digital, to make good outcomes automatic. Priming your environment is the daily, micro version of this powerful principle. It's the art of resetting a space to its most productive state, ready for the next use. Let's bring this to life with some concrete examples. Imagine you want to build the habit of playing the guitar for 15 minutes every day. On a typical day, where is your guitar? It's probably tucked away in its hard case, which is standing in the corner of a closet. To start playing, you have to walk to the closet, open the door, pull out the heavy case, lay it down, unlatch it, take out the guitar, and maybe even find your pick. That's at least 6 or 7 small steps of friction. When you come home tired from work, is it any wonder that your brain, seeking the easiest path, opts to collapse on the couch and turn on the TV instead? Now, let's prime the environment. You buy a simple, elegant guitar stand. At the end of your practice session today, instead of putting the guitar back in its case, you place it on the stand in the middle of your living room, a place you walk through a dozen times a day. What happens tomorrow? The guitar is no longer just a thought. It's a physical, unmisable que. It's not a project to be started. It's an instrument waiting to be played. The friction has vanished. Picking it up and strumming a chord now takes less effort than finding the TV remote. You have designed a world where your desired habit is the most convenient option. Let's take another common goal, remembering to take your vitamins or daily medication. The standard setup is a bottle hidden in a cluttered medicine cabinet or a kitchen drawer. You have to actively remember it exists. Then go search for it. This relies entirely on your memory and discipline, which are finite resources. To prime this environment, you simply take the vitamin bottle the night before and place it directly next to your coffee machine, or even on top of your favorite coffee mug. The next morning, as you engage in your deeply ingrained habit of making coffee, the cue for your new habit is unmissable. You don't have to remember. The environment remembers for you. You have cleverly chained your new, fragile habit to an old, powerful one by manipulating your physical space. This strategy applies everywhere. Want to work out in the morning? Don't just decide you'll do it. Prime the environment the night before. Lay out your complete workout attire: shirt, shorts, socks, shoes, right by your bed. Make it the first thing you see. When your alarm goes off, there are no decisions to make, no drawers to rummage through in the dark. The path is laid out. The work has already been done for you by your past self. Want to eat healthier? Spend 1 hour on Sunday priming your kitchen. Wash and chop vegetables and put them in clear containers at eye level in the fridge. Portion out healthy snacks into small bags. When you're hungry and looking for a quick bite during the week, the healthy choice is now the easy choice. The effort required to grab a bag of chopped carrots is far less than the effort to order and wait for a pizza. Now, I want to share a personal story of how this exact principle completely transformed my own productivity. For years, I struggled with my mornings. I work from home, and the end of my workday was often an abrupt stop. I'd feel mentally drained, so I would simply close my laptop lid and walk away from my desk, leaving a trail of digital and physical chaos in my wake. My desk would be littered with scribbled notes, a used coffee mug, and maybe a snack wrapper. My laptop had 20 browser tabs, open remnants of different projects and rabbit holes. My to-do list was a messy, half-finished battlefield. The consequence, my next morning always started with a deficit. I'd walk to my desk and be greeted by yesterday's mess. This immediately created a sense of being behind, of being disorganized. The first 30 to 45 minutes of my precious morning focus weren't spent on deep, meaningful work. They were spent on clearing the runway. I had to clean the mug, sort through the papers, try to remember which of the 20 tabs were important, and mentally reconstruct my priorities. The friction to simply begin times my most important task was immense. My brain, craving ease, would naturally drift toward low-effort tasks like checking email or scrolling through news feeds, delaying any real progress. Every day began with a subtle feeling of being overwhelmed, of starting the race a few steps behind the starting line. Then, I implemented what I call a 15-minute shutdown ritual, which is pure environmental priming. The last 15 minutes of my workday are no longer for frantic last-minute emails. They are a gift to my future self. First, I do a digital reset. I review my day's work and my task list. I close every single browser tab and application that is not essential for the very first task of the next morning. Then, I define my top priority for tomorrow and write it down on a fresh page in my notebook. Second, I do a physical reset. I clear everything off my desk. Papers are filed. The mug goes to the dishwasher. Pens are returned to their holder. I wipe down the surface. My notebook is left open to the page with tomorrow's number one priority written clearly at the top. The effect of this ritual has been nothing short of staggering. When I walk to my desk the next morning, I'm not met with chaos. I'm met with calm, clarity, and intention. The environment is primed for focus. There is zero friction between me and my most important work. The decision of what to do first has already been made by a wiser, more strategic version of myself from the day before. I can sit down and, within minutes, be fully immersed in deep work. This simple 15-minute investment at the end of the day doesn't just save me 30 minutes of cleanup the next morning. It preserves my most valuable asset, my initial wave of peak mental energy. It sets a positive, productive tone for the entire day. I start with a win, which builds momentum for more wins. This story highlights the stark contrast between a friction-filled environment and a primed one. A friction-filled environment is the default. It's cluttered, disorganized, and requires constant energy and decision-making just to get started. It makes good habits difficult and bad habits, like procrastination, dangerously easy. A primed environment, on the other hand, is an environment of intention. It's a space that has been deliberately designed to make the next action effortless. It automates your choices by making the best option the most obvious and easiest one. It's a system where you don't have to rely on fleeting motivation. You simply fall into productive patterns because the path has been cleared for you. So, as we conclude, I want you to look at your own environment not as a passive backdrop, but as an active partner in your habit formation. Priming your space is one of the most profound acts of self-care and strategic planning you can perform. You are taking care of your future self. You are making the small choices today that will guarantee a more focused, effective, and less stressful tomorrow. Ask yourself, what is the next habit I want to build, and what is one single thing I can do right now to prime my environment and make that action just 2% easier tomorrow? Put your running shoes by the door. Place your book on your pillow. Chop one vegetable for tomorrow's lunch. Start there, because designing a better future begins with resetting your space today. Welcome to Chapter 23, where we uncover one of the most practical and immediately applicable strategies in the entire book, the 2-minute rule. So many of our ambitions fail not because we lack the desire, but because we falter at the very first step. The sheer scale of our goals can be paralyzing. We want to write a novel, but the thought of a blank page is terrifying. We want to get fit, but the idea of an hour-long workout feels exhausting before we even begin. This initial friction, this resistance to starting, is the primary obstacle that stands between the person we are and the person we want to become. James Clear provides a simple, elegant solution to conquer this inertia. The rule is this: when you start a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do. That's it. Any new habit, regardless of its ultimate scope, should be scaled down into a version that is ridiculously easy to start. You're not trying to build the entire habit from day one. You are building the first 2 minutes of it. The examples are brilliantly simple. Read before bed each night becomes read 1 page. Do 30 minutes of yoga becomes take out my yoga mat. Study for class becomes open my notes. And one of the most powerful examples, run 3 miles, becomes put on my running shoes. Notice the pattern here. The 2-minute version isn't a watered-down version of the goal. It's the gateway to the goal. It is the absolute first action that launches you into the desired behavior. This isn't about achieving a result. It's about mastering the art of showing up. The psychology behind this is profound. A habit must be established before it can be improved. If you can't master the simple act of starting, you'll never have the chance to optimize the process later on. The 2-minute rule works because it lowers the activation energy required to begin. Procrastination thrives on the feeling of being overwhelmed. By making the first step so small that it seems absurd not to do it, you effectively strip procrastination of its power. You can't reasonably tell yourself you don't have time to read one page or to put on your shoes. The core idea is to make your habits as easy as possible to start. Anyone can meditate for 1 minute, read one page, or put one item of clothing away. This is a powerful strategy because once you've started doing the right thing, it is much easier to continue doing it. A new habit should not feel like a challenge. The actions that follow can be challenging, but the first 2 minutes should be easy. What you're doing is creating a gateway habit that naturally leads you down a more productive path. Putting on your running shoes is the gateway to a run. Taking out your yoga mat is the gateway to a practice. Opening your notes is the gateway to a study session. You're standardizing the beginning of the routine. The goal is to make the beginning so effortless that momentum carries you through the rest. For years, I had been telling myself I needed to start journaling. I bought beautiful notebooks and expensive pens, convinced that the right tools would spark the habit, but every night, I'd look at the empty page and feel immense pressure. What should I write? What if it's not profound? The weight of that expectation was so heavy that I'd just put the notebook away and promised to start tomorrow. This cycle of procrastination lasted for almost 3 years. Then I applied the 2-minute rule. My new habit wasn't write a full journal entry. It was simply write one sentence. That's all I had to do. I'd open my notebook and write one single sentence about my day. Today was productive. Or, I felt tired this afternoon. It took less than 30 seconds. Because it was so laughably easy, I never missed a day. The pressure was gone. There was no blank page to conquer. Only a single sentence to write. And then, something magical happened. Often, after writing that one sentence, I'd find I had more to say. One sentence would turn into 2, then a paragraph, and sometimes a full page. The act of starting, which had once been an insurmountable wall, was now a frictionless ramp. I had mastered the art of showing up with a pen and paper. The 2-minute starting ritual became automatic. It cemented my identity as someone who journals. It wasn't about the length or quality of the entry anymore. It was about the consistency of the action. The 2-minute rule isn't just a hack to get you started. It's a fundamental reframing of how you approach change. It teaches you that the most important part of any new habit is taking the first step, no matter how small. It's about building a foundation of consistency upon which you can later build intensity. Master the first 2 minutes, and the rest will follow. Welcome to Chapter 24, where we tackle one of the most common obstacles to building better habits: procrastination. We've all been there. A task looms ahead. Whether it's writing a report, starting a new workout routine, or even just cleaning the garage, we know we need to do it. But the thought of starting feels so overwhelming that we put it off, telling ourselves we'll do it later when we feel more motivated. James Clear argues that this is where we misunderstand motivation entirely. The key to overcoming procrastination isn't waiting for a sudden burst of inspiration. It's making it impossibly easy to start. This is the magic of the 2-minute rule. The core reason we procrastinate is often tied to the perceived size of a task. When you think I need to clean the entire house, the sheer scale of that goal creates friction. It requires a lot of activation energy to begin. Your brain, wired for conservation of energy, looks for an easier path, which usually involves scrolling through social media or watching another episode of a show. The task itself isn't necessarily difficult, but starting it feels monumental. The 2-minute rule systematically dismantles this mental barrier. It redefines your goal from a daunting outcome to a simple, achievable starting ritual. Instead of read a book every week, the habit becomes read one page. Instead of do a 30-minute yoga session, the habit becomes take out my yoga mat. The beauty of this approach is that it acts as a gateway habit. It's the small, almost effortless action that pulls you into the larger behavior you want to adopt. The most difficult part of any new habit is the moment of beginning. Getting off the couch, opening the blank document, putting on your running shoes. These are the points of greatest friction. The 2-minute rule is designed to get you past that initial hump. So, how does this work in practice? Let's walk through the process. You have a goal: study for my exam for an hour. The 2-minute rule version is open my textbook and review my notes for 2 minutes. You sit down and commit to just that. You tell yourself, anyone can read notes for 120 seconds. As you begin, something fascinating often happens. Once you've overcome the inertia of starting, continuing the task feels much easier. The friction is gone. You're already engaged. Those 2 minutes can easily stretch into 10, then 20. And before you know it, you might have completed a full hour of study. The motivation didn't precede the action. The action generated the motivation. But what if it doesn't? What if, after 2 minutes, you still don't feel like continuing? This is the most crucial part of the rule. It is perfectly okay to stop. If you take out your yoga mat and then roll it right back up, you have succeeded. If you write one sentence and close your laptop, you have succeeded. Why? Because the goal isn't to master the habit in one day. The goal is to become the type of person who shows up by consistently performing your 2-minute ritual. You are casting a vote for your new identity. You are reinforcing the habit of starting. Consistency is far more important than intensity, especially in the beginning. The 2-minute rule isn't a hack to trick yourself into working for hours. It's a sustainable strategy to defeat procrastination by making the act of starting non-negotiable and effortless. It ensures you master the art of showing up, which is the foundation upon which all great habits are built. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. We now arrive at a pivotal concept in Chapter 25, a chapter that reframes our entire understanding of self-control and discipline. James Clear calls it mastering the decisive moment. Imagine you and a friend are deciding where to go for dinner. This seems like a small, simple choice. But is it? Consider the downstream consequences. If you choose an Italian restaurant, you'll be faced with a menu of pasta and pizza. If you choose a Thai restaurant, you'll be deciding between curry and noodles. The choice of restaurant dictates not only the cuisine but the price you'll pay, the atmosphere you'll experience, the people you'll be surrounded by, and the calories you'll consume. A single decision, made in a minute, sets the menu for the next 2 hours. This initial choice is what Clear calls a decisive moment. It's a choice that has an outsized impact on the options that follow. Our lives are filled with these moments. They are the small hinges that swing big doors. Much of what we consider to be a single habit is actually a cascade of behaviors. A chain reaction that begins with one critical choice. The habit of eating healthy isn't just about what you put on your fork. It's about the decisive moment you chose which grocery store to go to, which aisle to walk down first, and which foods to put in your cart. The habit of being productive isn't just about focusing for an hour. It's about the decisive moment when you sat down at your desk and chose to open your project file instead of your email inbox. Let's walk through a powerful, universal example. The moment you arrive home after a long day of work, the door closes behind you. You are standing in your entryway. This is a decisive moment. In this single instant, You stand at a fork in the road, and the path you choose will likely determine the entire trajectory of your evening. Path A, you drop your keys, slip off your shoes, and immediately walk to the couch. You collapse into the cushions, grab the remote, and turn on the television. What happens next? The law of inertia kicks in. An object at rest stays at rest. You begin scrolling through streaming services. An hour passes. You start to feel hungry, but the energy to cook is gone. The next logical choice in this chain is to pull out your phone and order takeout. After eating, you feel sluggish and remain on the couch until it's time to drag yourself to bed. The evening was defined by passivity. Now, let's rewind. Path B. The door closes behind you. You are standing in your entryway. But this time, instead of turning toward the living room, you turn towards your bedroom. You immediately change out of your work attire and into your workout clothes. What happens now? A completely different set of possibilities has opened up. You've sent a powerful signal to your brain that the day is not over. You might go for a run, head to the gym, or roll out a yoga mat in the living room. Having exercised, you feel energized. You're now more likely to cook a healthy meal to complement your physical effort. After dinner, you feel a sense of accomplishment, not lethargy. Your evening was defined by action. Notice the critical point, the difference between a productive, healthy evening and a sedentary, passive one was not a monumental act of willpower. It was a tiny choice, made in the first 2 minutes of being home. That was the decisive moment. The rest of the evening was simply an unfolding of that initial decision. Every habit is preceded by a decisive moment. The choice to put on your running shoes determines whether you go for a run. The choice to pick up a book determines whether you read. The choice to pull out one ingredient determines whether you cook. So, how do we master these moments? The secret is not to find more willpower to fight temptation halfway down the wrong path. The secret is to optimize the starting line. It's about making it easy to walk down the right path from the very beginning. This brings us back to the 4 laws of behavior change. To optimize a decisive moment, you must make the cues for your good habits obvious and attractive, and make the actions easy. Simultaneously, you must make the cues for your bad habits invisible and unattractive, and make the actions difficult. Let's revisit our coming home scenario. To make Path B, the workout path, the default, you can prime your environment. Before you leave for work in the morning, lay your workout clothes out on your bed. Place your running shoes right by the door where you can't miss them. Pack your gym bag and leave it on the passenger seat of your car. By doing this, you're making the cue for your desired habit unmissable. You've reduced the friction required to start. The choice to work out becomes the path of least resistance. Conversely, you can add friction to Path A, the couch path. Put the television remote in a drawer in another room. Place a book or a journal on your spot on the couch, creating a physical barrier to simply collapsing there. By adding even a small amount of friction, you create a pause, a moment for your conscious mind to intervene and ask, is this really what I want to do? Often, that tiny pause is enough to redirect your behavior. This is about being the architect of your future actions, not the victim of them. You are programming your future self by setting up the right triggers in the present. Now, I encourage you to become an observer of your own life. Your daily routine is a series of decisive moments. Your task is to identify them. Think about a typical day. When do things go right? More importantly, when do they go wrong? Trace it back. Your unproductive afternoon probably didn't begin at 2 p.m. It may have begun with the decisive moment at noon when you chose a heavy, sugary lunch that led to an energy crash. Your rushed and stressful morning didn't begin when you were running late. It began with the decisive moment. Your alarm went off, and you chose to hit the snooze button, initiating a cascade of delay and anxiety. The first moment of your day is often the most important, decisive moment of all. Do you grab your phone and immediately start scrolling through social media and news alerts? If so, you begin your day in a state of reaction, consuming other people's agendas before you've even considered your own. The next hour is spent in a reactive fog. Or, do you leave your phone in another room and use the first few minutes to hydrate, stretch, meditate, or journal? This choice puts you in a proactive state, setting the tone for a day of intention and focus. That single choice, phone or no phone, can dictate the quality of your entire morning. Mastering your habits, then, is not about a constant, grinding battle of self-control. It is a more subtle, more intelligent game. It's about recognizing that some moments matter more than others. It's about understanding that the rudder of a giant ship is small, but its slight turn at the beginning of a voyage determines a destination thousands of miles away. Your decisive moments are the rudder of your day. Don't try to change everything at once. Simply identify one decisive moment in your daily routine. Just one. Perhaps it's the moment you get home from work. Perhaps it's the moment you sit down at your desk. Perhaps it's the first moment of your lunch break. Focus all your energy on mastering that single fork in the road. Prepare for it. Design your environment to make the right choice, the easy choice. Cast a vote for your desired identity in that one moment. Master that moment. And watch as it sends positive ripples throughout the rest of your day, creating a cascade of better choices that follow naturally, without force or friction. Welcome back to our journey through atomic habits. Today, we delve into Chapter 26, a section that feels incredibly relevant in our digitally saturated world. Using technology to make habits effortless. James Clear argues that the same technology that so often distracts us can be our most powerful ally in building better habits. The ultimate way to lock in future behavior is to automate it. By creating an environment where our good habits are the default, the path of least resistance, we free up our willpower for the moments that truly require it. Let's explore how to turn our devices from masters of distraction into servants of discipline. First, let's talk about one of the most stressful areas of modern life for many: finances. How much mental energy do you spend remembering to pay bills or wrestling with the decision to save money instead of spending it? This is a prime area for automation. Clear highlights the simple yet profound power of setting up automatic financial transfers. Imagine this: the day your paycheck hits your account, a preset amount is automatically moved into your savings, your retirement fund, or an investment account. You don't see it. You don't touch it. You don't have to decide. The decision was made once, in a moment of clarity, and technology executes it flawlessly forever. Saving money becomes effortless. It happens in the background. Similarly, setting up automatic bill payments eliminates the risk of late fees and the chronic, low-level anxiety of remembering due dates. By taking yourself out of the equation, you guarantee the desired outcome. This isn't about being lazy. It's about being smart. It's a one-time decision that automates a responsible habit, ensuring you are always acting on your long-term intentions, regardless of your short-term motivation. Beyond finances, our daily routines are filled with opportunities for technological assistance. Consider your health and wellness goals. The daily question of "what should I eat for dinner" can lead to decision fatigue, often resulting in ordering takeout, Apps like Mealim or Paprika can automate meal planning. You spend one session a week choosing recipes, and the app generates a categorized shopping list. The decision is made ahead of time, making healthy eating the easier choice. The same principle applies to exercise. How many times have you intended to work out but simply forgot or lost motivation? A simple recurring event in your calendar or a reminder from a habit tracking app like Streaks can be the cue you need. It offloads the responsibility of remembering from your brain to your phone. But technology's greatest strength might be in what it can prevent. We are constantly battling for our own attention. Distraction is the enemy of focus. This is where apps like Freedom or Cold Turkey Blocker become essential. With a few clicks, you can block access to social media, news sites, and any other digital rabbit hole for a set period. This isn't about willpower. It's about engineering an environment where willpower is irrelevant. The temptation is removed entirely, making focused work the only option available. You're using technology to protect yourself from technology. This leads to a more profound concept. Clear discusses the incredible leverage of one-time decisions that automate your habits for years to come. Many of the best habits we can build don't require daily effort, but rather a single, strategic choice that pays dividends indefinitely. Think about it. Buying a high-quality mattress is a one-time action that improves your sleep every single night for a decade. Subscribing to a healthy meal delivery service is a one-time decision that automates healthy eating. Deleting social media apps from your phone is a 5-second action that prevents you from wasting hundreds of hours in the future. Unsubscribing from marketing emails is a one-time choice that removes countless future temptations to spend money impulsively. Even something as simple as buying a good water filter for your kitchen automates the habit of drinking clean water. Each of these actions requires a burst of effort up front, but it creates a downstream effect that makes good choices automatic. The key is to look for these leverage points in your life. What one-time action can you take today that will make a desired habit easier for every day that follows? To make this more concrete, I want to share a few of my favorite tech tools and systems for habit automation. First, and perhaps most impactful, is time blocking with a digital calendar like Google Calendar. This isn't a fancy app, but a method. I make a one-time decision at the start of each week to schedule my most important tasks, deep work, exercise, even meal prep into specific time slots. My calendar then becomes my boss. When a notification pops up telling me it's time to write, I don't have to decide what to do. The decision is already made. It automates my entire workday. Second is a Read It Later app like Pocket. When I encounter an interesting article online, my old habit was to drop everything and read it, derailing my focus. Now, with a single click, I save it to Pocket. This one-time setup allows me to automate focus in the moment and batch my reading for a designated time later. Third is a password manager like 1Password. Remembering dozens of complex, unique passwords is a cognitive nightmare. A password manager is a classic one-time decision. You spend some time setting it up, and in return, you get perfect security and effortless logins across all your devices for years. It automates good digital hygiene. Finally, I use a notes app like Obsidian as a second brain. This automates the process of learning and remembering. Instead of letting insights from books or podcasts fade away, I have a system to capture them. This one-time commitment to building a system makes being creative and connecting ideas a much more passive, automated process. In conclusion, technology is a powerful lever. Used unconsciously, it will pull you into a vortex of distraction and instant gratification, but used consciously and deliberately, it can become the most reliable commitment device you've ever had. By automating your financial discipline, your health routines, your focus, and your learning, you are not becoming a robot. You are doing the opposite. You are conserving your most precious resources, your attention, your willpower, and your time for the things that cannot be automated, thinking creatively, solving complex problems, and connecting deeply with the people you love. The goal is to make the essential behaviors effortless so that you can dedicate your full humanity to the things that truly matter. So, ask yourself, what is one habit you can automate this week? What one-time decision can you make that will pay you back for years to come? In our journey through the 4 laws of behavior change, we have focused intensely on building better habits. We've learned to make them obvious, attractive, and easy. But what about the other side of the coin? What about the destructive habits that hold us back? The patterns we desperately wish to break. For this, we turn to the inversion of the 3rd law. While the 3rd law commands, make it easy, its powerful inverse instructs us to break a bad habit, make it difficult. The central idea is to deliberately introduce friction into the process. Just as we reduce the number of steps to perform a good habit, we must increase the number of steps required for a bad one. We want to place as much resistance as possible between ourselves and the undesirable behavior, making it so inconvenient that we are less likely to follow through. To master this strategy, we must embrace a powerful concept. James Clear introduces the commitment device. A commitment device is a choice you make in the present that controls your actions in the future. It is a strategic, one-time decision that locks you into a path of better behavior or, just as importantly, locks you out of a path of destructive behavior. It's a way of architecting your future choices, creating an environment where your future self will find it challenging, if not impossible, to succumb to temptation. This is an act of profound self-awareness. It is the acknowledgement that in a moment of weakness, your willpower may fail. So, your rational, present self sets up a barrier, a guardian to protect your future self from its own worst impulses. The most dramatic and illustrative example of a commitment device comes not from a modern productivity guru, but from the great 19th century French novelist, Victor Hugo. In the summer of 1829, Hugo was facing an overwhelming deadline for his now classic novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. His publisher was beyond frustrated, demanding the manuscript be completed by February of 1831. The problem was that Hugo was a master of procrastination. The vibrant social life of Paris, with its endless invitations and engaging diversions, constantly pulled him away from his writing desk. For a full year, he did everything but write the book. With his deadline looming and his career on the line, Hugo devised a radical plan. He collected all of his formal, outdoor clothing, his fine shirts, his coats, his boots, and had his assistant lock them away in a large chest. He was left with nothing to wear in public but a large, shapeless gray shawl. By removing the option to leave his home in a presentable fashion, he had made socializing impossibly difficult. He had effectively placed himself under house arrest. The friction to go outside was immense, while the friction to stay inside and write was now comparatively low. Trapped within the confines of his study, he wrote with furious determination. Victor Hugo delivered The Hunchback of Notre Dame to his publisher on January 14th, 1831, 2 weeks early. He engineered his environment to make the bad habit procrastination difficult, and the good habit writing the path of least resistance. While few of us need to lock away our clothes to write a literary masterpiece, the principle of the commitment device is more relevant than ever in our age of infinite, frictionless distraction. Let's explore some modern applications. Consider the smartphone, a marvel of technology that is also a primary portal for our most time-wasting habits, namely social media. The habit of checking Instagram or TikTok is designed to be utterly seamless. A single tap, a slight flick of the thumb, and you are instantly immersed in a bottomless feed. To break this habit, you must invert the design. You must make it difficult. The first level of friction is to simply log out of the app after each use. A better level is to delete the application from your phone entirely. Imagine the difference. The urge strikes. You reach for your phone, but the app icon is gone. Now, to satisfy the craving, you would have to go to the App Store, search for the app, wait for it to download, install it, and then remember your login credentials. This multi-step process, this significant increase in friction, acts as a powerful deterrent. It creates a space between impulse and action, a moment where your rational brain can intervene and ask, is this really what I want to be doing? Another common culprit of wasted time is mindless television watching. We collapse onto the couch after a long day, and with the press of a single button, the screen flickers to life. Hours can disappear without a conscious decision ever being made. The commitment device here can be beautifully simple, yet remarkably effective. At the end of each viewing session, physically unplug the television from the wall. Then, take the remote control and place it in a drawer in another room. By removing the option to leave his home in a presentable fashion, he had made socializing impossibly difficult. He had effectively placed himself under house arrest. The friction to go outside was immense, while the friction to stay inside and write was now comparatively low. Trapped within the confines of his study, he wrote with furious determination. Victor Hugo delivered The Hunchback of Notre Dame to his publisher on January 14th, 1831, 2 weeks early. You have to truly want to watch TV, rather than just doing it by default. For those of us whose work and life are intertwined with a computer, the internet is both a vital tool and a siren's call to distraction. This is where we can use technology to fight technology. Website and application blockers are the ultimate commitment device for the digital age. Tools like Freedom, Cold Turkey, or Self-Control allow you to create a list of distracting websites and apps and block yourself from accessing them for a predetermined period. This isn't about willpower. It's about removing the option of failure. Before you start a deep work session, you activate the blocker for 2 hours. In that moment of strength, you are making a commitment. 30 minutes later, when your focus wanes and your fingers instinctively type YouTube, come to the browser. You aren't met with an endless feed of videos. You are met with a blank page that says, "This site is blocked." The temptation is neutralized at its source. You have used a one-time decision to eliminate the need for thousands of tiny acts of willpower during your work session. I want to share a personal struggle where this principle of making it difficult was a game changer for me. My particular weakness was late-night online shopping. After a stressful day, I would find myself mindlessly scrolling through e-commerce sites, using the act of adding to cart as a strange form of digital therapy. The problem was that this often led to actual purchases, gadgets I didn't need, clothes I would rarely wear. The process was dangerously frictionless. My payment and shipping information were saved on every site, enabling one-click purchases that required almost no conscious thought. The commitment device I implemented was a deliberate act of de-optimization. One evening, I sat down and performed a digital cleanse. I went into the settings of my browser, Amazon, and every other online store I frequented, and I meticulously deleted every saved credit card and payment method. I wiped the slate clean. The next time the urge to shop struck, I filled my digital card as usual, but when I proceeded to check out, I was met with a new, crucial point of friction, an empty form field. To complete the purchase, I would have to get up from my comfortable spot, find my wallet in the other room, pull out my credit card, and manually type in the 16 digits, the expiration date, and the security code. This small, seemingly insignificant barrier was revolutionary. It shattered the spell of mindless consumption. The question in my head shifted from the passive, why not, to the active, is this truly worth the effort? More often than not, the answer was no. I would close the tab and the urge would dissipate. I didn't become a person with more willpower overnight. I simply became a person for whom impulsive shopping was more difficult. Ultimately, the inversion of the third law is about creating a decisive advantage in the battle against your own worst instincts. The secret to breaking a bad habit is not to rely on heroic bursts of willpower, but to make the habit impractical, annoying, and difficult to perform. Increase the friction until the path of least resistance is to simply do something else, something better. A commitment device is your most powerful ally in this endeavor. It is a declaration that you value your long-term goals over your short-term urges. It is an act of profound kindness to your future self. Setting up an environment where your best intentions are not just possible, but probably so. Think of one bad habit that is holding you back. Now, ask yourself, how can you make it more difficult? How can you put a lock on the door to temptation and give your future self the key to a better life? We stand now at the threshold of the final, and perhaps most critical, principle in the architecture of enduring habits. We have journeyed through the first 3 laws of behavior change, learning to sculpt our environment and our mindset to facilitate action. We learned to make it obvious, placing cues for our good habits directly in our path. We learned to make it attractive, linking our desired actions with things we already want, and joining cultures where that behavior is the norm. And we learned to make it easy, reducing friction, mastering the decisive moment, and using the 2-minute rule to shrink our habits down until they are too small to fail. These 3 laws are profoundly powerful. They are the engine of initiation. They increase the probability, exponentially, that you will perform a desired behavior in any given moment. They get you to lace up your running shoes today, to write 1 sentence today, to meditate for 1 minute today. But they address only 1/2 of the equation: acting times, this time asterisk. The fundamental question that determines long-term change remains: how do we ensure we will act again times, next time times? How do we transform a single act into a ritual, a ritual into a routine, and a routine into a second-nature habit? The answer lies in the 4th law of behavior change: make it satisfying. This law is the keystone in the arch. It is the final gear that locks the entire system into place, creating a self-reinforcing loop of continuous improvement. It is the law that guarantees repetition to fully grasp the immense power of satisfaction. We must first understand the single most important principle governing all human and animal behavior, a rule so fundamental that it dictates nearly everything we do. James Clear calls it the cardinal rule of behavior change. What is immediately rewarded is repeated. What is immediately punished is avoided. This isn't just a clever aphorism. It's a biological imperative hardwired into our very neurochemistry. Our brains are reward-seeking survival machines, fine-tuned over millions of years to pay very close attention to experiences that feel good. When you perform an action that results in a pleasurable outcome, your brain releases a neurotransmitter called dopamine. While often called the pleasure molecule, dopamine's role is more complex. It's critically involved in motivation, memory, and attention. The spike of dopamine you feel after a rewarding experience effectively teaches your brain. It sends a powerful signal that says, "That was good. That was beneficial. Pay attention to what caused this, and do it again." This is the neurological basis of craving. The satisfaction of the reward reinforces the entire neural pathway that preceded it, making you more likely to respond to the same cue in the future. We see this principle engineered everywhere in our modern world. From the satisfying cha-ching sound of a cash register to the visceral pleasure of checking an item off a to-do list, to the endlessly rewarding feed of a social media app, these systems are designed to provide an immediate, satisfying reward to keep you coming back. The inverse is equally true. What is immediately punished is avoided. If you touch a hot stove, the immediate pain is an incredibly effective teacher. You don't need to logically deduce that you should avoid it in the future. Your nervous system learns the lesson instantly and viscerally. The immediate negative consequence ensures the behavior is not repeated. This simple, elegant feedback system seeks pleasure. Avoid pain is how our ancestors survived. They lived in what academics call an immediate return environment. The feedback loop between action and outcome was short, tight, and unambiguous. You hunted an animal, you were rewarded with food right away. You stumbled upon a beehive, you were rewarded with honey. You provoked a rival, you were punished with immediate conflict. In such a world, a brain that prioritized immediate consequences was a brain that kept its owner alive. There was little to no benefit in planning for a decade from now when survival until tomorrow was the primary concern. But here is the great and tragic mismatch of our existence. We are navigating the 21st century with this ancient, Paleolithic brain. We have transitioned from an immediate return environment to a delayed return environment. The most important choices we face today rarely offer an immediate benefit. The rewards for our good habits are almost always delayed. You work hard at your job today for a paycheck that arrives in 2 weeks and a promotion that might come in a year. You resist the temptation of a decadent dessert tonight for the reward of being healthy and fit months or years down the road. You painstakingly save a small portion of your income this month for the distant, abstract goal of a secure retirement in 30 or 40 years. The modern world constantly asks us to pay a cost up front in exchange for a future reward. Meanwhile, the consequences of our bad habits are similarly delayed. The pleasure of smoking a cigarette is immediate. The consequence of lung cancer is decades away. The enjoyment of binge-watching a television series is immediate. The consequence of a missed deadline or poor sleep is tomorrow. The deliciousness of junk food is felt in seconds. The consequence of weight gain and poor health creeps up over years. This temporal gap creates what economists call time inconsistency or present bias. We have a natural, neurological tendency to overvalue rewards in the present and undervalue rewards in the future. When you think about your future self, your brain processes it in a similar way to how it processes a stranger. It is easy to burden that future stranger with the consequences of our present desires. It's why we say, "My diet starts Monday." We are effectively pushing the cost onto someone else. This is the core challenge of building good habits. Our brain's default setting is to follow the cardinal rule: it wants an immediate reward. But the good habits we want to build offer only delayed rewards. So, what happens? The behavior doesn't feel satisfying in the moment. The dopamine loop doesn't get completed. The neural pathway isn't reinforced. And the habit fails to form. It will always feel like a chore, an effort, a sacrifice. This is where the profound genius of the fourth law comes into play. If the first three laws make it obvious, attractive, and easy, increase the odds you'll act times, this time, asterisk. The fourth law, make it satisfying, is what increases the odds you'll act times next time, asterisk. And the time after that, it bridges the gap between our present biased brain and our long-term goals. It completes the habit loop. Think of it like a water slide. Making the cue obvious is like putting a big, bright sign at the top of the stairs. Making it attractive is like seeing all your friends laughing and splashing at the bottom. Making it easy is like greasing the slide so it's fast and frictionless. All of that gets you to take the plunge once, but the satisfying splash into the cool water at the end, that's what makes you want to run up the stairs and do it all over again. The satisfaction is the reward that tells your brain the entire sequence was worth it. So, the practical application is this. To make a habit stick, you need to find a way to feel successful and satisfied immediately after you perform it. Since the natural, long-term rewards are often invisible in the moment, we must inject a small, immediate, artificial reward. This reward must do two things. It must be delivered immediately after the behavior, and it must reinforce the identity you are trying to build. Let's return to our example of building the habit of saving money by avoiding impulse purchases. The long-term goal, financial security, is too abstract to be motivating on a Tuesday afternoon, so let's make it satisfying. Create a savings account and name it after something you desperately want, a tangible, exciting goal like trip to Japan or down payment on a house. Now, every time you are tempted to make an unnecessary purchase like that daily $6 latte, and you successfully resist, you do two things. First, you congratulate yourself. You say, "Nice work." You acknowledge the win. Second, you immediately pull out your phone and transfer that exact amount, 6,000,000, into your named savings account. You watch the balance tick upward. This simple act is a game changer. It transforms the experience from one of deprivation, "I can't have a latte," to one of immediate gain, "I just earned $6 towards my trip to Japan." The reward is no longer delayed. It is instant, visual, and emotionally satisfying. You are not just saving. You are actively building your dream, one small choice at a time. This immediate hit of satisfaction closes the loop and makes you far more likely to repeat the behavior tomorrow. Let's consider another domain, learning a new skill, like playing the guitar. The ultimate reward is being able to play your favorite songs effortlessly. But that's months or years of frustrating practice away. The immediate experience is clumsy fingers, buzzing strings, and slow progress. It's easy to get discouraged. To make it satisfying, you could use a simple habit tracker. Get a calendar and a marker. For every single day you complete your 15 minutes of practice, you get to draw a big, satisfying X over that day. Your goal is simple. Don't break the chain. That X is not just a mark on a calendar. It's a visual testament to your commitment. It is a small, immediate dose of satisfaction. It provides clear evidence of your progress and taps into our innate desire to not break a winning streak. It makes you feel like a success today, long before you can shred a guitar solo. By layering these small, immediate rewards onto our good habits, We are essentially speaking our ancient brain's language. We are giving it the instant gratification it craves. But we are doing so in a way that aligns with, rather than sabotages, or long-term ambitions. The key is to ensure the reward is not in conflict with the habit itself. Rewarding a workout with a bowl of ice cream, for instance, sends a mixed message to your brain. But rewarding it with a relaxing bath, a few minutes of guilt-free reading, or a delicious and healthy protein smoothie reinforces the identity of someone who cares for their body. The reward must support the identity, not contradict it. We are hacking our own biology, using the brain's own reward system to build a better future. The satisfaction doesn't have to be grand, but it must be immediate. It is the aftertaste of an action that determines whether we will sample it again. The first 3 laws get you to act. The 4th law gets you to repeat. And in the end, it is not the single, heroic effort that defines us, but the small, satisfying habits that we repeat day after day, that compound into a life of remarkable achievement. That is the ultimate power of making it satisfying. We've reached the final law of behavior change: make it satisfying. Let's consider another domain, learning a new skill, like playing the guitar. The ultimate reward is being able to play your favorite songs effortlessly. But that's months or years of frustrating practice away. The immediate experience is clumsy fingers, buzzing strings, and slow progress. It's easy to get discouraged. To make it satisfying, you could use a simple habit tracker. Get a calendar and a marker. To understand why this is so crucial, we need to acknowledge a fundamental truth about human nature. We are wired for immediate gratification. Our brains evolved in an environment where immediate returns were paramount for survival. You didn't worry about long-term retirement planning when a lion was chasing you. You worried about immediate escape. This ancient wiring is still with us. We value the present more than the future. This leads us to James Clear's cardinal rule of behavior change. What is immediately rewarded is repeated. What is immediately punished is avoided. To make a habit stick, you need to feel immediately successful, even if it's in a small way. The problem is that good habits often feel like a sacrifice. You might go to the gym for an hour, but you don't see any change in the mirror. You might save money for a month, but you're no closer to being a millionaire. It's the lack of immediate feedback that causes us to lose motivation. So, how do we fix this? We invent it. We give ourselves an immediate reward. The key is to add a little bit of immediate pleasure to the habits that will pay off in the long run. The reward signals the end of a routine and provides a moment of satisfaction. But here's the critical part: the reward must be aligned with your identity. If your goal is to be a healthy person, you can't reward every workout with a bowl of ice cream. That would create a conflict. You're reinforcing one habit while undermining another. The reward should support your desired identity, not contradict it. Instead of ice cream, maybe your reward is a delicious, healthy smoothie post-workout. Or perhaps it's simply taking a few minutes to relax in a sauna. The reward itself doesn't have to be a grand gesture. In fact, small rewards are often more effective. It could be enjoying a guilt-free cup of your favorite tea after a 10-minute meditation session, or using the paperclip strategy popularized by a young stockbroker. He started each day with 2 jars on his desk. One was filled with 120 paperclips. The other was empty. After each sales call, he would move 1 paperclip from the full jar to the empty one. The simple act of moving the paperclip provided a visual cue of progress and a tiny hit of satisfaction. It wasn't about the paperclip. It was about the feeling of accomplishment. The reward is about creating a feeling of success, It's the signal to your brain that says, "Hey, that was good. Let's do that again." It completes the habit loop and makes the behavior more likely to be repeated in the future. I used a similar system when I was struggling to build a consistent writing habit. My goal was to write 500 words every day. At first, it was a slog. The long-term reward of finishing a book felt impossibly far away. So, I created a small, immediate reward system. I got 2 small, clear jars. One I filled with 30 marbles, representing 30 days of writing, every day. After I finished my 500 words, I would ceremoniously move 1 marble from the to-do jar to the done jar. It was such a simple act, but it was incredibly powerful. Watching the done jar fill up gave me a tangible sense of progress. It wasn't just an abstract word count on a screen anymore. It was a physical representation of my effort. The sound of the marble clinking into the jar became the satisfying end to my writing session. It trained my brain to associate writing with a small, positive feeling. That tiny reward was enough to keep me going on days when motivation was low, bridging the gap between my daily effort and the distant goal of a finished manuscript. Ultimately, making a habit satisfying is about tricking your immediate gratification brain into working for your long-term goals. Find a small, identity-affirming reward you can give yourself the second you finish your habit. Make yourself feel successful right now, and you'll be far more likely to show up again tomorrow. Welcome back to our journey through James Clear's Atomic Habits. Today, we arrive at a strategy so simple, yet so profoundly effective, that it can single-handedly determine your success or failure: the power of a habit tracker. We often believe that building good habits is a matter of heroic willpower and motivation. We wait for inspiration to strike before we act. But what happens when that motivation wanes? This is the critical failure point for most people. The secret isn't finding more willpower. It's building better systems. And a habit tracker is perhaps the most fundamental system for habit formation. As the famous management consultant Peter Drucker said, "What gets measured gets improved." A habit tracker is the simplest way to measure what you care about. And in doing so, it provides the feedback you need to stay on course. So, how can something as basic as making a mark on a calendar have such a transformative effect? It's because habit tracking masterfully leverages 3 of the 4 laws of behavior change. It makes your habit asterisk, asterisk, obvious, asterisk, 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 attractive, asterisk, asterisk, and asterisk, asterisk, satisfying, asterisk, asterisk. Let's begin with how it makes your habit asterisk, asterisk, obvious, asterisk, asterisk. A tracker serves as a powerful visual cue. A calendar hanging on your wall, or a dedicated app on your phone's home screen, is a constant, silent reminder of your commitment. Every time you glance at it, it prompts the question, "Did I do my habit today?" This simple visual nudge is often enough to push you into action. But it goes deeper than that. A habit tracker enforces honesty. It's easy to deceive ourselves about our own consistency. We might think, "I'm pretty good about going to the gym," or "I read most nights." A tracker replaces these vague feelings with cold, hard data. Pretty good becomes, "I went to the gym 7 times this month." Most nights becomes, "I read 12 out of the last 30 days. This objective feedback is crucial. It reveals the truth about our behavior and forces us to be accountable, not to a coach or a friend, but to the most important person, ourselves. Next, a habit tracker makes the process asterisk, asterisk, attractive, asterisk, asterisk. Human beings are wired to be motivated by progress. When you can see tangible evidence that you're moving forward, you're more likely to continue. Each checkmark on your tracker is a small vote for the person you want to become. It's a tiny signal of victory. As these victories accumulate, they build momentum. The empty box for tomorrow stops looking like a chore and starts looking like an opportunity to extend your winning streak. This gamifies the process of self-improvement. You are, in essence, playing a game against your past self, and the goal is to level up this forward-looking momentum. The desire to see the chain grow longer is often far more compelling than the distant promise of the habit's eventual reward. Finally, and most crucially, a habit tracker makes your habit immediately satisfying. This is its secret weapon. Many of the most valuable habits in life, exercising, saving money, learning an instrument, suffer from what psychologists call a delayed return environment. The rewards are far off in the future. You don't get a six-pack after one set of crunches. Your savings account doesn't double after 1 month of skipping lattes. This gap between action and reward is a habit killer because our brains evolved in an immediate return environment where quick gratification was key to survival. A habit tracker brilliantly bridges this gap. The moment you finish your habit, you get to perform the satisfying ritual of marking it as complete. That check mark, that colored-in square, that digital badge, it's a small, immediate dose of dopamine. It's a signal to your brain that says, you did a good thing. That was successful. This tiny, artificial reward provides the instant gratification our brains crave. Closing the feedback loop and reinforcing the behavior, it makes you feel good times right now. Times for doing something that will primarily benefit your future self. The most iconic example of this principle in action is the don't break the chain method. Famously used by comedian Jerry Seinfeld, when an aspiring comedian asked for advice, Seinfeld revealed his simple system for success: write jokes every single day. To hold himself accountable, he used a large wall calendar showing the whole year. For each day he completed his writing task, he would take a red marker and draw a big X over that date. After a few days, you'll have a chain, he explained. Just keep at it, and the chain will grow longer every day. You'll like seeing that chain, especially when you get a few weeks under your belt. Your only job is to not break the chain. The genius of this is its simplicity. The goal isn't to be brilliant every day. It's not about feeling inspired. The one and only job is to put another X on the calendar. This shifts the focus from the quality of the performance to the consistency of the action. The chain itself becomes the visual proof of your momentum, a testament to your commitment. The longer it grows, the more invested you become in protecting it. The psychological principle of loss aversion kicks in. The pain of breaking the chain and losing your progress becomes a more powerful motivator than the allure of taking a day off. Now, an important caveat that James Clear adds to this method is the rule ****. Never miss twice. ****. Life happens. You might get sick. An emergency might come up. And you might break the chain. The first mistake is never the one that ruins you. It is the spiral of repeated mistakes that follows. Missing once is an accident. Missing twice is the start of a new habit. So if you do miss a day, your immediate priority is to get back on track the very next day. The goal is to make sure one slip-up doesn't snowball into a complete abandonment of your progress. So, how can you start tracking? The best tool is the one you'll actually use. So choose one that fits your lifestyle. For the tactilely inclined, a physical tracker is wonderful. Seinfeld's wall calendar is a classic. The act of physically drawing an X is a powerful, reinforcing ritual. Bullet journals are another fantastic option, allowing you to create customized, artistic grids to track your progress. The pro of a physical tracker is its mindful, deliberate nature. The con is that it's not always with you, and it can't send you reminders. For those who prefer a digital approach, an entire ecosystem of apps exists to help you. Apps like Streaks, Habitica, which turns habits into a role-playing game, or Habitify, are built on this very principle. Their advantages are convenience, automated reminders, and the ability to visualize your data with charts and graphs. The downside: they can become just another notification to be swiped away. Another app, lost in a sea of digital distractions. For a middle ground, a simple spreadsheet in Google Sheets or Excel can be incredibly effective. Create a row for each habit and a column for each day, and simply color in the cells. You can also get creative. James Clear tells the story of one man who used a jar of 120 paper clips. He'd start with a full jar on one side of his desk and an empty one on the other. After each sales call, he'd move one paperclip over. The goal was simply to move all 120 paperclips by the end of the day, a clear, visual measure of progress. I can personally attest to the transformative power of this technique. Several years ago, I committed to building a daily meditation habit. Like many, I had a history of starting with great enthusiasm, meditating for a week, then missing one day, feeling like a failure, and quitting entirely. This time, I took a different approach. I downloaded the simplest habit tracking app I could find, and I set the bar comically low: meditate for at least 1 minute every day. The goal wasn't enlightenment, it was to not break the chain. The first couple of weeks were unremarkable, but then my streak hit 15 days, then 30, then 50. Seeing that number climb created a sense of pride and ownership I'd never felt before. The number itself became a source of motivation. I vividly remember one evening around the 60-day mark. It had been a long, draining day. I collapsed into bed, ready for sleep. When I realized I hadn't meditated, my immediate thought was, "It's fine. It's just one day. I'll do it tomorrow." All the usual excuses flooded my mind. I'm too tired. It's too late. On day. Doesn't matter. But then, I pictured opening the app tomorrow and seeing that beautiful 60 reset to a pathetic 0. The thought was surprisingly painful. I had built something, and I didn't want to tear it down for a few extra minutes of sleep. So, I dragged myself out of bed, sat on the floor, and meditated for just 3 minutes. It was not a deep, peaceful session, but as I opened my app and tapped the complete button, watching the streak tick over to 61, I felt an immense sense of victory. That was the moment I truly understood. The tracker had shifted my identity. I was no longer just a person trying times to meditate. I was a person who times does not miss a day asterisk. The streak had become the engine of consistency. Today, that streak is over 500 days long. The habit is now effortless, automatic, but its foundation was built on that simple, powerful game. Just don't break the chain. We've all been there. You're on a roll, building a fantastic habit streak. Maybe it's meditating every morning, hitting the gym 3 times a week, or writing 500 words a day. For weeks, maybe even months, the chain remains unbroken. Each day you add another link, and the feeling is incredible. It's a tangible representation of your commitment, your discipline. You feel unstoppable. And then, it happens. Life intervenes. You get sick. A family emergency pulls you away. Or you have a day so draining and overwhelming that by the time you remember your habit, you have zero energy left. The chain breaks. That perfect streak resets to zero. The feeling is often a mix of disappointment, frustration, and even a bit of shame. It's easy in that moment to feel like a failure, to think that all your hard work has been undone. But this is the critical juncture, the moment that separates those who succeed in the long run from those who give up. The most important question isn't times if times you will miss a day, because you will. The most important question is what you do next. Anyone can have a bad day. The best performers, the most consistent people you know, they all slip up. They miss workouts. They eat junk food. They stay up too late. They forget to meditate. What makes them different isn't their perfection. It's their ability to get back on track with lightning speed. The catastrophic mistake is never the first one. The real danger is the spiral that follows. Missing once is an accident. Missing twice is the beginning of a new, negative habit. This is where the all-or-nothing mindset becomes our worst enemy. We think, I already missed my workout on Monday, so the whole week is ruined. I'll just start again next week. Or, I broke my diet with that piece of cake, so I might as well eat whatever I want for the rest of the day. This is the what the hell effect. One small slip-up makes us throw the entire plan out the window. A single mistake triggers a cascade of poor decisions, turning a minor stumble into a full-blown relapse. Think of it like a small crack in a dam. The first crack isn't the problem that causes the flood. The problem is the pressure that widens the crack, followed by another and another, until the entire structure gives way. Missing a habit once is that first small crack. Letting it slide a second day is what blows the whole thing open. This is why James Clear presents a simple but profoundly powerful rule to combat this downward spiral. It's a rule that should become a non-negotiable principle in your pursuit of any goal. Never miss twice. That's it. It's not about being perfect. It's not about maintaining an impossible, unbroken streak forever. It's about ensuring that a mistake never gets a chance to compound. It's about building a system of immediate recovery. When you inevitably miss a day, your focus must shift entirely. The next day, getting back on track becomes your number one priority. It doesn't matter if you do it perfectly. It doesn't matter if you do it with enthusiasm. All that matters is that you show up and put in the effort. However small, this rule transforms your identity. You stop trying to be a person with a perfect record and start becoming a person who never quits. A person who is resilient. Let me share a personal story of how this rule saved one of my most cherished habits. For about a year, I had been building a habit of writing every single day. It started small, just 15 minutes, but eventually grew to a commitment of writing at least 750 words. No matter what, I had built up a streak of 247 consecutive days. I was immensely proud of this. It was my badge of honor, proof that I was a real writer. The streak itself became a powerful motivator. I didn't want to be the one to break it. Then, I had to travel internationally for a family wedding. The journey was grueling, a 14-hour flight, a significant time difference, and a schedule packed with family events from the moment I landed. On the first day there, after nearly 24 hours of travel and no sleep, I collapsed into bed. I completely forgot about writing. I woke up the next morning with a jolt of panic. My streak, it was gone. 247 days. Back to zero. My first emotional reaction was deep disappointment. I felt like a fraud. All that work, and for what the insidious voice of the all-or-nothing mindset started whispering in my ear. You already broke it. It said, what's one more day off? You're on vacation with family. Just relax. You can start again when you get back home next week. This was the critical moment. The temptation was immense. It would have been so easy to just let it go. It felt logical. But then I remembered the rule, never miss twice. I knew that if I skipped this second day, the odds of me skipping a third, and then the rest of the week, would increase exponentially. I would be signaling to my brain that it was okay to quit when things got inconvenient. So, I made a choice. I excused myself from the family breakfast for just 30 minutes. I found a quiet corner, opened my laptop, and I wrote. It wasn't my best work. It was clunky and unfocused. I think I only managed to write about 200 words, a fraction of my usual goal. But that wasn't the point. The point was that I showed up. I cast a vote for my new identity. The streak counter on my app may have reset to 1. But in my mind, I had just achieved a massive victory. I had proven to myself that my commitment wasn't tied to a perfect record. It was tied to my identity as a writer. A writer writes, even when it's hard, even when they're tired, and especially after they've had a bad day. Getting back on track that next day was everything. It stopped the spiral before it could even begin. The rest of the trip, I managed to write a little bit each day, reinforcing the habit. When I returned home, there was no getting back into it, because I had never truly left. The momentum was still there. I bite smaller, ready to be built back up. This is the essence of the never miss twice rule. It's not about punishing yourself for a mistake. It's about loving yourself enough to get back on the path to who you want to be. It redefines failure, not as a single misstep, but as a refusal to try again. So, the next time you miss a habit, don't waste a second on guilt. Acknowledge it. Accept that you're human. And then immediately shift your entire focus to one thing, making sure you don't miss again tomorrow. Show up. Do a scaled-down version if you have to. Meditate for 1 minute instead of 10. Do 10 push-ups instead of a full workout. Read 1 page instead of a chapter. Just don't let zero happen twice. Because a perfect streak is fragile, but a resilient identity is indestructible. Welcome to our exploration of atomic habits. Today, we delve into Chapter 32, The Power of an Accountability Partner. This chapter focuses on a simple but profound truth. We are social creatures, and we can leverage this aspect of our nature to build better habits. The final law of behavior change is to make it satisfying. And adding an immediate cost to an action is a powerful way to do just that. We inherently seek the approval of others. We want to be liked, respected, and seen as reliable. This desire is so deeply ingrained that the thought of letting someone down can be a more powerful motivator than the thought of letting ourselves down. Think about it. How many times have you promised yourself you'd wake up early to exercise, only to hit the snooze button? But if you had promised a friend, you'd meet them at the gym at 6 a.m., your odds of showing up increase dramatically. You wouldn't want to leave them waiting. To be the person who bailed. This is the core principle of an accountability partner. They introduce a social cost to your inaction. Suddenly, skipping your habit isn't just a private failure, it's a public one. Even if the public is just one person, the stakes are raised, and the immediate consequence, The judgment or disappointment of your partner makes breaking your promise immediately unsatisfying. This flips the script on bad habits. Usually, the consequences of a bad habit are delayed, while the rewards are immediate. With an accountability partner, the consequences of failing to perform a good habit become immediate and social. Now, how do you choose an effective accountability partner? This isn't a decision to be taken lightly. Simply picking your kindest, most forgiving friend might feel good, but it won't be effective. You need someone you respect and who you don't want to disappoint. If you hold their opinion in high regard, you'll work harder not to fail in their eyes. Secondly, they should be someone who is inherently consistent and disciplined themselves, or at least someone who is equally committed to the process of self-improvement. Their own dedication will inspire yours. A good accountability partner isn't a cheerleader who says, "It's okay. Try again tomorrow," when you slip up. They are more like a trusted coach who asks, "What happened? And what's the plan to get back on track?" They hold you to the standard you set for yourself. They should be firm but fair, supportive but not lenient. The relationship needs to be built on mutual respect and a shared understanding of the goal. It's also vital to define the terms of the accountability. What specific habit are you working on? What does success look like each day? When and how will you report your progress? Be explicit. A daily text message saying, "done" or "not done" can be enough. The clarity of the agreement prevents misunderstandings and makes the process straightforward. To take this concept to its highest level, James Clear introduces the idea of a habit contract. This is a formal, written agreement that outlines your commitment to a habit and the punishments that will occur if you fail. It's a way to automate your accountability and make the consequences crystal clear and unavoidable. Brian Harris, an entrepreneur, created a habit contract to lose weight. He identified the specific habits he needed to follow, like tracking his food intake and weighing himself daily. Then, he designed the consequences. If he failed to track his food, he would have to pay his personal trainer $100. If he failed to weigh himself, he would have to pay his wife $500. He signed this contract along with his wife and trainer. The contract worked because it made the costs of his bad habits immediate and painful. The short-term pain of paying up was far worse than the long-term, distant concern of poor health. He was essentially creating a system where sticking to his good habits was the most satisfying path. A habit contract is powerful because it enforces the fourth law of behavior change in reverse. It makes inaction immediately times unsatisfying asterisk. You can create a contract for any habit. Want to stop smoking? You might write a contract stating that for every cigarette you smoke, you have to give $50 to a friend to donate to a political party you despise. The pain of supporting a cause you're against could be the very thing that helps you quit. To share a personal experience, I once struggled immensely with consistency in my writing. I had a goal to write 500 words every single day for a novel I was working on. For months, it was a cycle of intense motivation for a few days, followed by a week of excuses. I was only letting myself down, and it was too easy to forgive myself and say, "I'll make up for it tomorrow." Then, I brought in an accountability partner, a fellow writer friend named Mark, who was facing a similar struggle. We drafted a simple habit contract. The rules were clear: 500 words of new prose every day. No exceptions for weekends or holidays. We had to email our word count to each other by midnight. The consequence for failure was the key. We were both passionate about our personal libraries. For every day one of us missed, we had to buy the other person a book from their Amazon wishlist. At first, it seemed like a gentle, even pleasant, consequence. Who doesn't want a free book? But the psychological cost was immense. It wasn't just about the money. It was the tangible, physical evidence of your failure arriving on your friend's doorstep. It was the knowledge that Mark would receive a book and know it was because I had failed. The first week was agonizing. The urge to procrastinate was strong. But the thought of Mark getting a free book because of my laziness was stronger. I wrote on days I was tired, on days I felt uninspired, and on days I would have absolutely given up otherwise. Slowly, something shifted. Reporting 500 words done to Mark became a small, satisfying victory each day. Seeing his reply of "done" fueled my own competitive spirit. We didn't want to be the one who broke the chain. The contract transformed writing from a private struggle into a shared mission. Within 3 months, I had a solid draft of my novel, and the habit of daily writing was so ingrained that I no longer needed the contract to keep going. The social pressure provided the activation energy I needed to overcome the initial friction and make the habit stick. It made the daily action satisfying, not just for the progress on my book, but for the pride of upholding my commitment to a respected peer. We've spent a lot of time discussing how to make good habits attractive and satisfying. But what about the other side of the coin? How do we eliminate the behaviors that hold us back? James Clear addresses this by inverting the fourth law of behavior change. If the rule for building good habits is make it satisfying, then the rule for breaking bad ones is simple and direct. Make it unsatisfying. The more immediate and painful the consequences of a bad habit are, the less likely you are to repeat it. The core problem with most bad habits is a mismatch in timing. The reward is immediate, but the consequences are delayed. You eat a donut, and the pleasure is instant. The potential weight gain is a problem for your future self. You smoke a cigarette, and the stress relief is now. The health complications are years away. To break this cycle, we must flip the script. We need to attach an immediate cost to the action. Our brains are wired to prioritize the present moment. Therefore, a little bit of pain now is far more motivating than a lot of pain later. The key is to make the consequence of your bad habit swift and certain. One of the most powerful tools for creating this immediate cost is what Clear calls a habit contract. This is a formal agreement, either written or verbal, in which you state your commitment to a specific goal and the punishment that will be enacted if you fail. It automates your decision-making and outsources the enforcement. Imagine a man named David who wants to stop eating junk food after 8 p.m. He knows his willpower wanes at night. So, he creates a habit contract with his wife, Emily. The contract states, if David eats any chips, cookies, or ice cream after 8 p.m., he must give Emily $20 the next morning. No excuses. Suddenly, reaching for that bag of chips isn't just a moment of weakness, it's a financial transaction. The immediate and certain pain of losing $20 is a powerful deterrent that his future health concerns could never be in that moment. The accountability partner in this case, Emily, is crucial. They are the enforcer, ensuring the cost is paid every single time. This idea of enforcement extends beyond a single partner. Public accountability functions as a large-scale habit contract. When you declare your goal publicly, you raise the stakes. The immediate cost of failure isn't financial, it's social. It's the pain of embarrassment, of losing face, of having to admit you didn't follow through on your promise. If you announce on social media, I'm running a marathon in 6 months, and will be posting my training runs every week. You've created an army of accountability partners. The thought of not posting, of having people ask why you stopped, creates a social pressure that can be incredibly motivating. You're no longer just letting yourself down. You're letting down the image of yourself that you've projected to others. This social pain can be just as effective, if not more so, than a financial penalty. So, how can you apply this? Let's brainstorm some creative ways to add an immediate cost. For financial penalties, you can use apps like BeMinder that take your money if you go off track. A more potent version is to pledge that money to a cause you actively dislike. Imagine having to donate $50 to the political party you oppose every time you skip a workout. That stings. For social costs, if your bad habit is procrastinating on a project, the penalty could be posting a screenshot of your zero progress report to your team's group chat. For a habit like biting your nails, the cost could be wearing brightly colored, silly-looking gloves for the rest of the day whenever you're caught doing it. You can even use inconvenience as a cost if you fail to tidy your desk at the end of the day. Your penalty is that you're not allowed to have your morning coffee until it's clean. The key is that the punishment must be something you genuinely want to avoid, and it must be applied immediately after the undesirable action. Ultimately, breaking a bad habit requires us to make the invisible, long-term consequences feel real in the present moment. By making a bad habit immediately and reliably painful, you disrupt the very reward cycle that keeps it alive, whether through a financial penalty, public shame, or simply inconvenience. Adding an immediate cost is a powerful strategy to override your impulsive brain. It's not about punishing yourself into submission. It's about designing a system where the right choice is the most appealing one in the short term, and the bad habit comes with a price that you're just not willing to pay. In the grand narrative of self-improvement, we are often sold a simple, alluring promise with enough grit, with enough sheer force of will, you can become anything you set your mind to. We celebrate the underdog. We romanticize the brutal struggle against all odds. And we internalize the mantra that our potential is limitless, constrained only by our effort. But in this powerful chorus of just try harder, we often ignore a fundamental, biological truth that quietly shapes our every endeavor, our genes. Now, this is not a message of determinism. This is not to say that your destiny is irrevocably etched into your DNA from birth. It is not, but to ignore the profound influence of your genetic predispositions is like a sailor ignoring the direction of the wind and the pull of the tides. You can certainly fight them, tacking laboriously against the current in a draining battle of attrition. Or you can learn to read the patterns, adjust your sails, and harness their immense power to carry you forward with greater speed and far less resistance. The truth is, your genes do not eliminate the need for hard work. They clarify it. They act as a compass, illuminating the path where your effort is most likely to be disproportionately rewarded. The ultimate secret to building habits that actually last is not to wage a constant war against your own nature, but to work in graceful harmony with it. The most sustainable habits are those that align seamlessly with your innate abilities and inclinations. You do not have to build the habits that society or some productivity guru deems successful. You have to discover and cultivate the habits that are successful for times you asterisk, within the unique, beautiful context of your own biology. To discover what truly works for you, you must learn to navigate a fundamental tension of life, a delicate and ongoing balancing act known as the explore divided by exploit trade-off. Imagine your life as a vast, uncharted territory of skills, hobbies, and potential careers. In the beginning, your primary, most crucial task is exploration. You must cast the widest possible net, venturing into dozens of different areas to see what resonates deep within you. This is the period for trying out for the soccer team, joining the school debate club, taking a weekend coding bootcamp, and picking up a dusty guitar. The goal is not immediate mastery or specialization. It's pure data collection. You are conducting the most important research project of your life, the study of yourself. What activities put you into that sublime state of flow, where time seems to dissolve and the work feels effortless? What specific skills do you seem to pick up faster than your peers? Almost intuitively, what kind of work leaves you feeling energized and fulfilled, rather than depleted and drained? This exploration phase is absolutely critical, because it is how you identify the fertile ground where your natural talents lie. Once you have gathered this essential data and found a promising area, a place where you have a distinct, natural advantage, it is time to shift your entire strategy. It's time to exploit. This is when you double down. You commit your focus, your time, and your energy, and you engage in deep, deliberate practice. You transition from being a generalist to becoming a specialist. This powerful framework applies perfectly to your habits. You might explore a dozen different forms of exercise over several months running: weightlifting, yoga, swimming, team sports, dancing, hiking. You're searching for the one that feels less like a punishing chore and more like a joyful expression of your physical self. Once you find that perfect fit, you exploit it. You weave it into the fabric of your life, making it a consistent, non-negotiable part of your weekly routine, building systems and environments to ensure you stick with it. The great danger lies in getting stuck in one mode for too long. If you only ever explore, you become a jack of all trades, but a master of none, forever dabbling on the surface, without ever achieving satisfying depth. Conversely, if you exploit too early, you risk optimizing a habit that isn't truly suited for you, a path that inevitably leads to burnout, resentment, and frustration. A thoughtful period of exploration isn't wasted time. It's the essential prerequisite for finding the right mountain to climb. This journey of exploration naturally leads to the most powerful strategy for long-term success and fulfillment. Play a game where the odds are stacked in your favor. We so often fall into the pernicious trap of emulation. We see a highly successful entrepreneur who wakes at 4 a.m., takes ice baths, and meditates for an hour, and we think that's the secret formula. We try to copy their habits piece by piece, believing it will magically replicate their results. But what if their success is partially fueled by a genetic chronotype that makes them a natural early bird? What if their personality thrives on that extreme, rigid structure? Trying to force their routine onto your unique biology is like trying to run a complex piece of software on incompatible hardware. It will inevitably lag, glitch, and ultimately crash. Consider the stark contrast between two elite athletes, Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian of all time, and Hicham El Guerrouj, a world record holder in middle distance running. Phelps is a physical marvel for swimming, his freakishly long torso, massive wingspan, short legs, and enormous feet that act like powerful flippers. These traits are a massive, almost unfair advantage in the pool. But on a running track, those same traits would become a significant handicap. El Guerrouj, by contrast, is light, lean, and built for efficient, explosive movement across land. Each man is a legend because he didn't just work harder than everyone else. He found the perfect arena for his unique physical gifts. He played the right game. This same principle applies to every facet of your life. From your career to your relationships to your habits, your personality traits, shaped significantly by your genes, are a critical part of this equation. The goal is not to lament the hand you were dealt, but to strategically design a lifestyle and a set of habits where your natural predispositions become your greatest, most unassailable asset. So, how do you begin to design this life of alignment? The first and most crucial step is to cultivate a practice of radical self-awareness. You must become a curious, compassionate student of yourself, observing your tendencies and preferences without judgment. The Big Five personality model offers a scientifically validated framework. First, consider where you fall on the introversion-extroversion spectrum. But what if their success is partially fueled by a genetic chronotype that makes them a natural early bird? What if their personality thrives on that extreme? Rigid structure. Trying to force their routine onto your unique biology is like trying to run a complex piece of software on incompatible hardware. It will inevitably lag, glitch, and ultimately crash. For you, the path of least resistance and greatest renewal might be a solo run at sunrise, a home yoga practice guided by a calming app, or a quiet, uninterrupted hour of reading each night. Don't fight your social battery. Build habits that respect its unique capacity. Next, consider your level of agreeableness. Are you naturally cooperative, trusting, and eager to please? If so, you can leverage this trait beautifully. Find an accountability partner. Promise a friend you'll meet them at the gym. The desire to not let them down can be a more powerful motivator than pure self-interest. However, if you're lower in agreeableness, more competitive, skeptical, and fiercely independent, this strategy might backfire and feel like a burden. You might find far more motivation in competing against the most formidable opponent of all, yourself. Meticulously tracking your progress and striving to beat your personal bests will light your fire. What about your level of conscientiousness? If you're highly conscientious, you likely thrive on order, planning, and self-discipline. For you, detailed habit trackers, specific schedules, and clear, unbreakable rules are your best friends. You'll derive immense satisfaction from the process of checking off boxes and seeing your progress laid out visually. If you're lower in conscientiousness and more spontaneous, such a rigid system might feel suffocating and restrictive. You need more flexibility. Instead of a rigid schedule, try habit stacking, linking a new habit to an existing one. Like meditating for 2 minutes right after you brush your teeth, to make it feel more automatic and less like another item on a to-do list. Then there's your openness to experience. Are you highly curious and creative? A person who is always seeking novelty and variety? If so, you'll need to build that variety directly into your habits to stay engaged. Instead of running the same boring route every day, make it a point to explore different trails. Instead of cooking the same 3 healthy meals, make it a habit to try one new, exciting recipe each week. If you're lower in openness and prefer routine, predictability, and familiarity, then consistency is your superpower. Find a workout you like and stick with it. Find a healthy breakfast that works for you and eat it every single day. This reduces decision fatigue and allows the habit to become deeply ingrained and automatic. Finally, and perhaps most critically, for your daily energy and well-being, what is your chronotype? Are you a morning lark or a night owl? Our culture relentlessly glorifies the 5 a.m. club, painting the early riser as the paradigm of success. But the science is clear: your chronotype, your natural tendency to sleep and wake at certain times, is largely genetic. Fighting it is a losing battle that leads to chronic fatigue, impaired cognitive function, and eventual burnout. If you are a natural night owl, forcing yourself to do your most creative work or your hardest workout at the crack of dawn is like trying to drive a car with no fuel in the tank. You are setting yourself up for guaranteed failure. Instead, honor your biology. Design your day around your peak energy windows. If your mind is sharpest at 3 p.m. or your body feels strongest at 9 p.m., so be it. The goal is not to conform to an arbitrary, one-size-fits-all ideal of productivity, but to work with your body's natural rhythms to produce your best work sustainably and joyfully. In the end, your genes are not a prison sentence. They are a personal instruction manual. They don't lock you into a fixed destiny, but they do reveal your areas of greatest opportunity and your paths of least resistance. The journey of habit formation is not about the brute force effort of becoming someone you are not. It is about the graceful act of shedding the habits that are misaligned with your nature and embracing those that are a true, authentic expression of who you are. When you stop fighting your own biology and start building a system of habits that works in concert with your personality, your strengths, and your natural inclinations, something magical happens. The constant struggle ceases. The need for Herculean willpower diminishes significantly. Your habits become less of a burden to be carried and more of a natural, effortless extension of your very identity. The most effective, compassionate, and sustainable path to lasting change is not to fundamentally alter who you are, but to become a more authentic, optimized version of yourself. And that powerful transformation begins with having the wisdom to choose the right game to play and the courage to build the right habits for you. We have spent a great deal of time discussing how to start a habit, how to make it obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying. But what happens after a habit is established? How do we maintain momentum for months and years so we don't slip back into old routines? This is the ultimate challenge, and the answer lies in a principle that governs human motivation: the Goldilocks rule. Imagine you're an avid tennis player. If you were to play a serious match against a 4-year-old, you would quickly become bored. The challenge is non-existent. The victory would feel hollow. On the other hand, if you were to play against a professional champion like Roger Federer or Serena Williams, you would become hopelessly demotivated. The ball would fly past you before you could even react. You have no chance of winning a single point. The task is far too difficult. Now, consider playing against someone who is your equal, or perhaps just slightly better than you. The game is a true contest. You win some points. You lose some points. You have to stretch your abilities, focus your mind, and push yourself to the very edge of your competence to have a chance at winning. The match is intense, engaging, and at the end, win or lose, you feel a sense of accomplishment. This is the sweet spot. This is the Goldilocks zone. The Goldilocks rule states that humans experience peak motivation when working on tasks that are right on the edge of their current abilities. Not too hard, not too easy, just right. This is the core secret to maintaining long-term interest and progress. When you're working on challenges of an optimal difficulty, you enter a mental state that psychologists call flow. Flow is the state of being in the zone, so focused on the task at hand that the rest of the world fades away. To achieve this state of peak performance, the task must be a just manageable difficulty. It must be challenging enough to hold your attention, but not so challenging that you give up. This principle directly addresses the two biggest enemies of long-term habit formation, boredom and failure. Let's break down why each is so destructive. First, boredom. When a habit becomes too easy, when it's no longer challenging, it becomes routine in the worst sense of the word. It becomes automatic, but also uninteresting. If you set a goal to do 1 push-up a day, and you can already do 20, the habit will be easy to start. But it won't be long before you start asking, what's the point? There's no sense of progress, no feeling of accomplishment. Boredom makes us complacent. It drains our desire to continue, not because the task is hard, but because it feels meaningless. This is arguably the greater threat for high achievers. Once the basics are mastered, they must find new ways to challenge themselves, or risk losing the very habit that brought them success. On the other side of the spectrum is failure, which stems from tasks that are too difficult. When we continually attempt something that is far beyond our current capabilities, we are met with constant failure. This is discouraging and demoralizing. Imagine trying to learn a new language, and on your first day, you attempt to read an advanced novel. You wouldn't understand a single page. This experience doesn't inspire you to learn more. It makes you feel incompetent and reinforces the idea that the task is impossible. Your brain begins to associate the habit with frustration and disappointment, making you less likely to attempt it in the future. Motivation withers when we feel we're making no progress. Or worse, that progress is unattainable. So, the crucial question is, how do you find this just right Goldilocks zone for your own habits? The key lies in measurement and incremental advancement. You cannot know if you are on the edge of your abilities. If you do not know where your abilities currently are, you need to track your progress. For example, if your habit is to lift weights, don't just go to the gym and do what feels right. Track the weight you're lifting, the sets, and the reps. When a certain weight becomes comfortable for your target number of reps, it's time to increase the weight slightly, just enough to make it challenging again, but not so much that you can't complete the set. This small increase puts you right back in the Goldilocks zone. Research suggests the optimal point is a task that is about 4% beyond your current skill level. This is the sweet spot that triggers both engagement and progress. This is where our earlier strategy, the 2-minute rule, connects beautifully with the Goldilocks rule. The 2-minute rule is designed to get you started. Its purpose is to overcome the friction of starting and make showing up effortless. Read 1 page. Put on my running shoes. Take out my yoga mat. These are gateway habits. They are intentionally easy. But you cannot stay at 1 page forever. That would lead to boredom. The 2-minute rule is the starting line, not the entire race. Once you've mastered the art of showing up once, read 1 page becomes an automatic part of your nightly routine. You must apply the Goldilocks rule to advance. You gently ramp up the difficulty. Maybe you go from read 1 page to read for 5 minutes. After a few weeks, that becomes easy. So you increase it to read 10 pages. Then, read 1 chapter. Each step is a just manageable difficulty. It keeps you engaged. It ensures you are making tangible progress. You started with a habit that was easy enough not to be intimidating, and you are now slowly scaling it up to a level that is challenging enough to be satisfying. This is the path of sustainable growth. You standardize before you optimize. You build the foundation with the 2-minute rule, and then you reach for the sky. 1 small, manageable step at a time, guided by the Goldilocks rule. In the end, maintaining motivation is less about heroic effort and more about intelligent design. It's about finding the delicate balance between success and challenge. If you hit the sweet spot, you can not only build a habit, but you can remain engaged with it for years to come. You can find joy in the process itself, not just the outcome. By working on tasks that are just on the edge of your abilities, you turn the pursuit of your goals into a compelling game, one that you are excited to play every single day. Chapter 36. Advanced, the downside of good habits. Throughout our journey together, we have focused relentlessly on the power of building better habits. We have learned how to start them, how to make them stick, and how to design our environment for success. Habits are the compound interest of self-improvement, the bedrock of progress. But what if this bedrock could also become a cage? What happens when a good habit stops being a catalyst for growth and instead becomes a ceiling on our potential? This is the paradox of routine. The very automaticity that makes habits so powerful is also their greatest potential weakness. The benefit of a habit is that it allows us to perform an action without thinking. When you learn to tie your shoes, it requires intense focus. After 10,000 repetitions, you can do it while holding a conversation, your mind completely elsewhere. This is efficiency. This is the brain's way of freeing up conscious attention for novel problems. But herein lies the danger. Once a skill is mastered and becomes automatic, we stop paying attention to it. And when we stop paying attention, we stop looking for ways to improve. The habit is executed, but it is no longer refined. It becomes a mindless repetition rather than a mindful practice. Think of an experienced cashier who can scan items at lightning speed. Their efficiency is a product of a well-ingrained habit. But are they actively thinking about how to improve their customer interaction or how to organize their station more effectively? Usually not. The task has been relegated to the non-conscious mind, which is excellent for execution but terrible for innovation. The feedback loop that drives improvement, the cycle of trying, failing, learning, and modifying, shuts down. You're doing the thing, but you're not getting better at the thing. This leads directly to what is known as a performance plateau. We all experience this. When you first start a new job, a new sport, or a new hobby, your learning curve is incredibly steep. Every day brings new insights and rapid improvement because every action requires your full concentration. But eventually, you reach a level of competence. You're good enough. The actions become habitual. Your performance stabilizes, and your progress grinds to a halt. You might continue the habit for years without any meaningful advancement. This is why a person can play tennis for a decade and never get significantly better than they were after the first year. They have automated a good enough swing, a good enough serve. They show up and play. But they are not engaged in the process of improvement. Their habits have built a comfortable plateau, but they have also built walls around it, preventing them from climbing higher. Mastery is not achieved by simply repeating an action for a long time. It is achieved by continually refining that action. So, how do we break free from this plateau? How do we enjoy the benefits of automaticity without falling into the trap of complacency? The answer is to build a system that forces us to periodically bring our habits back into the light of conscious awareness. We need a system of reflection and review. This process is a deliberate check-in on our automated behaviors. It's like taking your car for a scheduled service. The car runs fine every day, but the mechanic looks under the hood to ensure everything is optimized and to prevent future breakdowns. A reflection and review system does the same for your habits. It's an opportunity to ask critical questions. Is this habit still serving my ultimate goals? Has my identity or have my priorities shifted? Is there a better faster, or more enjoyable way to accomplish this outcome? Am I making small errors that have compounded over time? This act of conscious evaluation prevents your habits from becoming stale. It ensures that your automated systems are aligned with your current intentions. To make this practical, James Clear suggests implementing a periodic review. This doesn't need to be complicated. It could be an annual review at the end of each year, or perhaps a more frequent quarterly review. During this review, you can take stock of your life. Start by reaffirming your core values and the identity you wish to embody. Then, list your key habits across different domains: your health, your career, your finances, your relationships. For each habit, give yourself an honest assessment. What went well this past period? What didn't go so well? What did I learn? By measuring your progress, you can see where you've slipped and where you've excelled. This isn't about judgment. It's about data collection. Once you have this data, you can make informed decisions. Perhaps a morning workout routine is no longer effective because your work schedule has changed. The review will highlight this, allowing you to adapt the system, maybe by shifting to an evening workout rather than mindlessly sticking to a broken habit. A system of review ensures your habits evolve with you. This brings us to the ultimate point. Habits are not the end goal. They are a tool, an incredibly powerful tool, but a tool nonetheless. The ultimate goal is mastery. And mastery requires a combination of two things: automated habits and deliberate practice. Habits automate the fundamentals and ensure you consistently show up. They get you in the gym every day. They get you in front of the blank page every morning. They handle the doing, but deliberate practice is what fuels improvement. It is the highly conscious, effortful act of stretching your current abilities. It is the writer who, after finishing their daily word count, the habit, spends 30 minutes analyzing and rewriting a single clumsy paragraph until it sings. It is the basketball player who, after team practice, the habit, stays behind to shoot 100 free throws, meticulously adjusting their form after each missed deliberate practice. Habits make the basics effortless, so you can spend your precious mental energy on the focused, challenging work of deliberate practice. Habits are the foundation that allows you to show up. Deliberate practice is the process you use to get better. You need both. Without habits, you'll lack consistency. Without deliberate practice, you'll lack improvement. Therefore, the secret to lifelong improvement is to navigate the delicate balance between automaticity and awareness. Use habits to lock in your progress and to handle the mundane, freeing up your mind, but never allow that freedom to turn into inattention. Schedule time to reflect and review your systems, ensuring they remain effective and aligned with your goals. And on top of that stable foundation of habits, layer the focused, challenging effort of deliberate practice. Habits create your baseline of performance, but a system of conscious refinement is what will allow you to continually raise that baseline over time. They are the engine of progress, but you must remain in the driver's seat, consciously steering toward your destination. We've explored the 4 laws of behavior change, the power of identity, and the science behind why tiny habits create remarkable results. But theory, without action, is merely information. Now, it's time to turn that information into transformation. Welcome to your practical plan, a 7-day Atomic Habits Kickstart. For the next week, we are going to move from passively learning to actively building. Each day, we will implement one core concept from the book. This isn't about achieving perfection in a week. It's about building the system for success. Are you ready? Let's begin. Day 1 is dedicated to the foundation of all change: awareness. You cannot change a habit if you are not aware of it. Many of our daily actions are so deeply ingrained. They operate on autopilot. Our goal today is to switch off that autopilot and simply observe. To do this, you will complete a habit scorecard. Take out a piece of paper or open a new note on your phone. Your task is to list out your daily habits from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to sleep. Be brutally honest and incredibly detailed. What's the first thing you do when your alarm goes off? Hit snooze, grab your phone, write it down. What do you do while your coffee brews? Scroll through social media, stare out the window, write it down. Track your entire day brushing your teeth. Your commute. What you eat for lunch. The moment you get home from work. Your evening routine. Once your list is complete, you will score each habit. Next to each one, place a plus sign for a positive habit, a minus sign for a negative habit, or an equal sign for a neutral habit. How do you decide? The criteria is simple but profound. Does this habit help me become the person I want to be? Does it align with my long-term goals? A positive habit is one that has a net positive outcome for your desired identity. A negative habit has a net negative outcome. Un neutral habit, like putting on your shoes, doesn't significantly impact your trajectory. Remember, this exercise is free from judgment. You are not bad for having negative habits. You are a scientist observing data. The habit scorecard is your data sheet. It gives you a clear, objective picture of what you're actually doing each day. This is your starting line. On days 2 and 3, we bring our awareness into action by focusing on the first law: make it obvious. A habit must be cued to be performed. We're going to architect our lives to make the cues for our good habits impossible to miss. We'll start with 2 powerful strategies: implementation intentions and habit stacking. An implementation intention clarifies exactly when and where you will perform a new habit. Vague goals like, "I want to meditate more," are destined to fail because they rely on motivation in the moment. Instead, you create a specific plan using the formula I will behavior at time in location. So, I want to meditate more becomes, I will meditate for 5 minutes at 7 a.m. in my living room. This preloads the decision, removing ambiguity and the friction of choice. Next, we'll use habit stacking. This strategy anchors your new desired habit to a pre-existing one. The formula is after current habit, I will new habit. Your brain has already paved the neural pathways for your current habits. By stacking a new habit on top, you leverage that established momentum. For example, after I pour my morning cup of coffee, I will do 10 push-ups, or after I take off my work shoes, I will immediately change into my workout clothes. The completion of the first habit becomes the trigger for the second. So, for day 2, your task is this: choose one new habit you want to build. Create a specific implementation intention for it. Then, find a place in your current routine to create a habit stack for that same habit. Write it down. For day 3, we continue making things obvious by redesigning our environment. Your environment is the invisible hand that guides your behavior. To make a good habit obvious, you need to make the cues visible and prominent. Want to read more? Don't leave your book on a shelf. Place it directly on your pillow. Want to drink more water? Fill up a water bottle in the morning and place it on your desk, right next to your mouse. Conversely, you must make the cues for your bad habits invisible. Trying to eat less junk food. Don't rely on willpower. Get it out of the house. If it's not there, you can't eat it. Want to watch less TV? Unplug it after you use it and put the remote in a drawer in another room. The added friction makes you less likely to mindlessly turn it on. Your task for day 3 is to choose one room, your kitchen, office, or bedroom, and perform a habit makeover. Make one change that makes a good habit more obvious, and one change that makes a bad habit less obvious. Day 4 is all about the second law, make it attractive. Humans are motivated by the anticipation of a reward. If a habit is attractive, we are more likely to do it. The most effective way to do this is a strategy called temptation bundling. This involves pairing an action you times want, times to do, with an action you times need, times to do. You're bundling a long-term benefit with an immediate gratification. The formula is, after the habit I need, I will get to the habit I want. For example, a student might bundle their needs and wants like this. After I review my flashcards for 30 minutes, need, I will get to watch one episode of my favorite show on Netflix, want. Or you could say, I will only listen to my favorite true crime podcast, want, while I am on the treadmill at the gym, need. The key is that you only get the reward if you perform the necessary habit first. This transforms the difficult habit from something you dread into the gateway for something you enjoy. The anticipation of the reward can be enough to pull you through the challenging part. Your task for day 4 is to create your first temptation bundle. Identify one habit you need to do and one thing you truly want to do. Link them together and commit to the rule. Now we move to days 5 and 6, where we will tackle the third and fourth laws, make it easy and make it satisfying. For day 5, we make our habit easy by applying the 2-minute rule. One of the biggest reasons we fail to stick with habits is that we make them too big at the start. We declare we'll go to the gym for an hour every day. And after the initial burst of motivation fades, the sheer effort becomes a barrier. The 2-minute rule states that when you start a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do. Read a book every night becomes read 1 page. Run 3 miles becomes put on my running shoes. Do 30 minutes of yoga becomes roll out my yoga mat. The point is not to get results in those 2 minutes. The point is to master the art of showing up. You are not trying to perfect the habit. You are trying to perfect the starting ritual. Anyone can meditate for 1 minute, read 1 page, or do 1 push-up. By making it so easy that you can't say no, you reinforce your new identity. You're becoming the type of person who doesn't miss workouts, who reads every day. Once you've started, it's much easier to continue. Your task for day 5 is to take the habit you chose on day 2 and shrink it down to its 2-minute version. Then, just do it. That's it. For day 6, we focus on making it satisfying. The human brain is wired to prioritize immediate rewards. Many good habits have a delayed return. You work out today, but you don't get fit today. This is where a habit tracker comes in. A habit tracker is a simple way to measure whether you did a habit, providing instant and satisfying visual feedback. The most basic method is to get a calendar and put a big X on each day you complete your 2-minute habit. Each X you mark is a small vote for your new identity. It feels good. It creates a visual representation of your progress. And this progress is motivating. The goal becomes simple: don't break the chain. Seeing an unbroken string of X's is a powerful incentive to keep going. This brings us to a crucial rule: never miss twice. Life happens. You'll get sick, travel, or have an emergency. You might miss a day. That's okay. But the difference between success and failure is how quickly you get back on track. Missing once is an accident. Missing twice is the start of a new habit. So, your task for day 6 is to create a simple habit tracker It can be a calendar, a notebook, or a digital app. After you complete your 2-minute bid, give yourself that satisfying X. Finally, we arrive at day 7, review and reinforce. This is your day to reflect on the week and prepare for the future. First, take 15 minutes to review your progress. Look at your habit scorecard from day 1. Look at your implementation intention and your habit tracker. Ask yourself some questions. What worked well? What was the biggest challenge? What did I learn about my own tendencies? Did my environment changes make a difference? The goal of this reflection is not to judge, but to adjust. Habit formation is a process of continuous improvement. This weekly review is your system for making those 1% adjustments that lead to long-term success. The second part of day 7 is to find an accountability partner. We are social creatures, and we are heavily influenced by the expectations of others. An accountability partner is simply someone who knows what you are trying to achieve and can check in with you. This could be a friend, a family member, or a colleague. You can create a simple pact. I'm going to text you every Friday to confirm I did my habit at least 5 times this week. Knowing that someone is watching, even in a supportive way, can be a powerful motivator to stay on track. Your task for day 7 is to complete your 15-minute weekly review and then reach out to one person to ask them to be your accountability partner for the week ahead. And that completes your 7-day Atomic Habits Kickstart. You've gone from awareness to action. You've made your habit obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying. This week wasn't about radical transformation. It was about building the engine of change. You now have a system you can apply to any habit you wish to build or break. Remember, every big oak tree starts as a tiny acorn. Your small, consistent efforts are the seeds of your future self. After journeying through every page of Atomic Habits, I found myself returning to 3 core ideas. These weren't just clever tricks or productivity hacks. They were fundamental shifts in perspective that rewired how I think about change. If you were to take away only a handful of lessons from this masterpiece, let them be these 3. They are the ones that have stuck with me, shaping my days long after I closed the book. The first, and perhaps most profound, lesson is this: true behavior change is identity change. Forget about the goals you want to achieve for a moment, and instead, focus on the person you wish to become. We often set outcome-based goals, like I want to lose 30 pounds or I want to write a novel. James Clear argues this approach is flawed because it creates a finish line mentality. What happens after you lose the 30 pounds? Many people revert to old habits because the goal was the destination, not the journey. The alternative is to build identity-based habits. You start with the times who asterisk, not the times what asterisk. You focus on building a new identity first, and your behaviors will naturally follow. So, instead of saying, I want to run a marathon, an outcome, you decide, I want to be a runner, an identity. The question then changes from how do I train for 2 miles to what does a runner do every day? A runner shows up consistently. A runner embraces the challenge of the run. They don't make excuses. Each time you lace up your shoes and go for a run, no matter how short or slow, you are casting a vote for your new identity. You are providing evidence to yourself that I am a runner. Similarly, instead of, I want to write a book, decide I am a writer. What does a writer do? A writer writes every single day, even just 1 paragraph. Every word you put on the page is another piece of evidence reinforcing your identity as a writer. The focus shifts from the daunting final product to the manageable daily process. Your habits become the very embodiment of the person you are becoming. And with each repetition, that identity becomes stronger and more ingrained. My personal reflection on this was a complete game changer. For years, I struggled with the idea of becoming a morning person. The goal was always outcome-based. I will wake up at 5 a.m. every day. I'd set my alarm, succeed for 2 days, fail on the third, and feel like a complete failure, abandoning the effort altogether. After reading this, I shifted my focus. I decided I wanted to times the kind of person who starts their day with intention and tranquility, rather than chaos. What happens after you lose the 30 pounds? Many people revert to old habits because the goal was the destination, not the journey. The alternative is to build identity-based habits. You start with the times who asterisk, not the times what asterisk. You focus on building a new identity first, and your behaviors will naturally follow. It reframed the entire process from a performance metric to an act of self-affirmation. The process itself became the reward, not the time I woke up. The second lesson is the beautiful, mathematical power of the 1% rule. We live in a culture that celebrates massive success and quantum leaps. We want to lose the weight now, get rich, quick, master a skill tomorrow. This all-or-nothing mindset is the enemy of progress because it overlooks the power of time and consistency. Clear illustrates this with a simple but staggering concept. If you can get just 1% better each day, the compounding effect will lead you to be nearly 38 times better by the end of the year. Conversely, getting 1% worse each day, a skipped workout, a junk food meal, a negative thought will erode your progress until you decline down to nearly zero. This is the compound interest of self-improvement. The effects of your habits multiply over time, often in surprising ways. On any given day, the impact of making a slightly better choice is almost invisible. Choosing a salad over a burger won't transform your body overnight. Reading 10 pages won't make you a genius. Meditating for 1 minute won't grant you enlightenment. For a long time, it can feel like you're putting in effort for no reward. This is what Clear calls the Plateau of Latent Potential. It's the frustrating gap between the effort you put in and the results you see. But if you persist, you eventually break through. It's like an airplane leaving Los Angeles for New York City. If the pilot adjusts the nose of the plane just 3 degrees south, you won't notice the shift at first. The plane will still seem to be flying east, but over the course of a 5-hour flight, that tiny, early change results in you landing in Washington, D.C. instead of New York. Your daily habits are the steering mechanism for your life's trajectory. And a small adjustment now can lead to a dramatically different destination years down the line. This lesson cured me of my debilitating perfectionism. I used to believe that if I couldn't do a full hour-long workout, there was no point in going to the gym at all. If I didn't have 2 uninterrupted hours to write, I wouldn't even open the document. The 1% rule gave me permission to start small. Ridiculously small. The goal isn't to run a marathon on day 1. It's simply to put on your running shoes. That's it. This is what Clear calls the 2-minute rule. A new habit should take less than 2 minutes to do. Want to read more? The habit is not read 30 pages, but read 1 page. Want to exercise more? The habit is not go for a 3-mile run, but put on my workout clothes. It's about making it so easy to start that you can't say no. It shifts the focus from performance to just showing up. This simple change has been the single greatest factor in my ability to build lasting habits. It's about building momentum. One tiny dissect imperceptible win at a time, until that momentum becomes unstoppable. The final lesson that has been etched into my mind is that you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. And the most critical part of your system is your environment. We tend to mythologize disciplined people. Believing they have heroic amounts of willpower, we think they are just better at resisting temptation or forcing themselves to do difficult things. But Clear argues that the truly disciplined aren't exercising more willpower. They've simply designed their lives so they don't have to use it as often. They are masters of architecting their environment for success. Willpower is a finite resource. Like a muscle that gets tired with overuse, trying to power through your day on willpower alone is like trying to drive a car with a tiny fuel tank. You'll run out of gas quickly. Instead of relying on it, we should design a world where the desired behavior is the easiest and most obvious choice. This is where the 4 laws of behavior change come into play. Make it obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying. Want to drink more water? Leave a filled water bottle on your desk every morning. That's making it obvious and easy. Want to stop mindlessly scrolling on your phone in bed? The solution isn't to try harder. It's to buy a cheap alarm clock and charge your phone in the kitchen overnight. This increases the friction, making the bad habit significantly harder to do. Want to practice guitar more? Don't keep it in its case in the closet. Put it on a stand in the middle of your living room. The visual cue will make it obvious and attractive. And its proximity will make it easy to pick up and play for even just 5 minutes. This was the most practical and immediately actionable advice for me. I stopped beating myself up for being lazy or undisciplined and started asking, how can I make my environment do the heavy lifting for me? I wanted to eat healthier snacks. So I pre-cut vegetables and put them in clear containers at eye level in the fridge. The cookies were moved to an opaque container on a high shelf in the pantry. The friction to eat cookies was now higher than the friction to eat carrots. I wanted to go to the gym in the morning. So I started laying out my gym clothes, shoes, keys, and water bottle the night before. By the time I woke up, the decision was already 90% made for me. It wasn't about summoning motivation from a sleepy state. It was about reducing friction. This principle teaches you to be the architect of your life, not just a passive actor within it. You set the stage so that your future self will almost inevitably make the right choice, regardless of how motivated or disciplined you feel in the moment. So, there you have it. The 3 lessons that transformed Atomic Habits from a great book into a personal operating system for my life. They are interconnected and reinforce one another beautifully. First, define the person you want to become, and let every action you take be a small vote for that identity. Second, embrace the profound power of 1% improvements. They are the compound interest that builds an extraordinary life, even if the progress is invisible at first. And third, stop relying on your limited willpower and start designing an environment that makes success the path of least resistance. Together, these principles create a powerful, sustainable system for becoming a better version of yourself. Not through brute force, but through intelligent design, one tiny habit at a time. And so, we arrive at the end of our journey through the core principles of Atomic Habits. But more importantly, at the very beginning of yours, we've explored how minuscule 1% improvements, when compounded daily, lead to staggering transformations. We've learned that you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. The secret isn't in dreaming big, but in starting small. Now, the theory is done. It's time for action. It's time to bridge the gap between the person you are today and the person you want to become. And it starts with a single, almost laughably simple step, a habit so small it's impossible to say no to. I want to ask you, right now, what is the 1-2-minute habit you will start today? Is it putting on your running shoes? Reading one page of a book, meditating for 120 seconds, writing one sentence in a journal? Don't just think it, commit to it. Go down to the comments section right now and share it. Declare your intention. Your journey starts with that single comment. By sharing, you not only create a public commitment for yourself, but you might just inspire the person reading it to start their own journey. If this exploration has provided you with even a spark of inspiration, help us spread that spark to others by hitting the like button. And to ensure you don't miss our next deep dive into another life-changing book, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. Become a part of our community of continuous learners. Of course, this summary is just the tip of the iceberg. To truly grasp the depth, the science, and the practical frameworks James Clear has laid out, I wholeheartedly urge you to buy Atomic Habits. It's an investment in yourself, and it directly supports the author who created this incredible work. The link is in the description below. Finally, the journey of building better habits is not one you have to walk alone. To connect with others, share your progress, and find accountability partners, join our dedicated community on Discord. It's a space for us to continue this conversation, to support each other through the struggles, and to celebrate the wins, no matter how small. The invitation link is waiting for you in the description. Remember, every great oak was once just a tiny acorn that held its ground. Your future self is forged in the tiny habits you choose today. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Take that step now. Start small. Start today.